Chapter 1. A Bull Named Ferdinand. As Albus Dumbledore pulled his head out of the fireplace, he felt every day of his 150 years. Dealing with the odd Dark Lord every now and again was bad enough, but dealing with an outraged parent was infinitely worse. And the flu call that he had just received was one of the worst that he could remember. The old man sighed deeply and sat down heavily behind his desk, reaching for the first of the several lemon drops that he would consume that evening. For some strange reason, sugar had a calming effect on the old man, and he certainly needed it at that moment. Most people regarded Xenophilius Lovegood as an odd and eccentric man, fascinated by strange animals and absurd conspiracies, but few would regard him as exactly threatening. Possibly it was his fondness for wearing bright yellow Japanese kimonos or his love of Muggle zither music, but people viewed him as a harmless and eccentric father figure. However, Albus Dumbledore could attest to the fact that Xenophilius Lovegood could be extremely intimidating when he needed to be, as evidenced by his just concluded flu call. Dumbledore knew that Xenophilius loved his young daughter very much, and that the child's words were gospel to the doting father. What the headmaster hadn't known was that Harry Potter and Luna Lovegood had apparently become very close friends. Xenophilius had just informed him that Harry Potter and his daughter had been exchanging regular owl communications since the beginning of summer, and that the young wizard had apparently disclosed much more to Miss Lovegood than he had to his other friends. Many of the things that Harry had apparently told the young girl, and that she had passed on to her father, were less than flattering to the old headmaster. Upon reflection, Albus Dumbledore wondered if he had handled the situation as badly as Xenophilius had declared. Perhaps he should have been more honest with the boy from an earlier age. Perhaps he could have trusted him with more information. But regardless, he still believed that he had done what was best to protect the young wizard. But apparently, his best wasn't good enough, as Xenophilius had informed him in no uncertain terms. The outraged parent had demanded that Harry spend the rest of the summer at his home near Ottery St. Catchpole in Devonshire. Lovegood further declared that unless Harry was immediately removed from the abusive environment of Privet Drive, he would blast the story wide open in his newspaper, The Quibbler. Albus Dumbledore had no fear of Lord Voldemort, but there was something in Mr. Lovegood's tone that made the most powerful wizard in the world rather apprehensive. Maybe it was his fear that Lovegood might be right, and that he had terribly failed the boy who had been placed in his trust. For whatever reason, Albus Dumbledore had meekly agreed to the move, and had provided Xenophilius with the coordinates for Harry's bedroom at Privet Drive. Albus Dumbledore had humbly offered to help by strengthening the wards around the Lovegood home, but even that sincere offer was curtly refused. Xenophilius Lovegood declared that the wards on his house were quite sufficient to protect Harry Potter or anyone else beneath his roof, and that Dumbledore's help would not be needed. His daughter would pick up the boy immediately, and that was where the conversation was abruptly ended. As Dumbledore considered how dreadful his evening had gone, he reached for 2 more lemon drops, glancing at the few remaining in the bowl on his desk. He made a mental note to reorder more in the morning, realizing that with everything that was going on, he certainly didn't want to run short of that vital commodity. And then his thoughts turned to the upcoming term, and his level of apprehension grew even greater. The thought of Harry Potter and Luna Lovegood together absolutely terrified the old man. While most regarded Luna Lovegood as a dreamy and eccentric oddball, Albus Dumbledore knew better. He realized that beneath the dreamy exterior, the girl possessed a very acute mind and a unique wisdom, that combined with the unflagging loyalty that she had inherited from her mother. With Harry and Miss Lovegood together, the boy would be impossible to control, and control at this critical moment was what Dumbledore needed most. It would no longer be a case of the master directing the pupil, but rather of a powerful witch and wizard uniting to make their own decisions. Dumbledore shuddered at the thought of what the two of them might get themselves into, and with a deep sigh, he resolved to double his order for lemon drops, feeling certain that he was going to need them. Oh. Harry Potter was more than shocked when a 15-year-old girl portkeyed to his bedroom in the middle of the night. But given Luna Lovegood's habit of doing the unexpected, it really shouldn't have surprised him that much. Since the beginning of summer, Harry had written to Luna on an almost daily basis, knowing that she would always be supportive and never judgmental. something that he couldn't always say about his other friends. In fact, he had kept his owl Hedwig so busy that the faithful bird was on the verge of a revolt, and Luna's owl was in very much the same mood. Luna knew better than anyone the deep depression into which Harry Potter had fallen after the death of his godfather, as well as the constant abuse to which he was being subjected at home. She had convinced her father that action needed to be taken immediately, and had suggested that Harry spend the rest of the summer at their home near Ottery St. Catchpole. Their conversation was immediately followed up by an extremely irate flu call from Xenophilius Lovegood to Albus Dumbledore, and immediately afterwards Luna popped into Harry's bedroom. The fact that it was well past midnight, and that Harry was dressed only in his pajama bottoms, didn't seem to concern the young girl in the least. Harry, on the other hand, was seriously questioning his sanity and wondering if the whole thing might not be some kind of strange adolescent dream. After accepting the fact that his unexpected visitor was real, and not simply the product of overactive teenage hormones, Harry progressed on to his next fear. If his aunt and uncle ever discovered a girl in his bedroom, they would most certainly murder him, probably in ways that involved a considerable amount of pain and moralistic lecturing. While his cousin Dudley would most certainly find it entertaining, Harry doubted very much that he would. But in spite of the realistic possibility that his uncle might grind his bones into a fine powder to sprinkle over his aunt's roses, Harry was extremely happy to see his friend. In the past few weeks, the young boy had come to value his eccentric friend more and more. She seemed to be the one person capable of helping him deal with the stresses of his life. Luna seemed to understand him better than anyone else, and he found her company very comforting. After talking for some time, the boy finally relaxed and fell asleep on her shoulder, and she carefully tucked him into bed. Luna herself curled up in a blanket on the floor to wait for morning and the anticipated confrontation with his relatives, something that she was saving up for. She could accept the abuse that other people might heap upon her with a dreamy detachment, but she would not allow anyone to hurt one of her friends. She could count the number of true friends that she had on a single hand, well, 2 fingers actually, and Harry certainly counted as one of them. She didn't like Harry in a romantic way. She was rather sure of that, but he was someone that she trusted and cared about a great deal, and she wasn't about to let his horrible family hurt him. Ginny had hinted that Luna's feelings might be otherwise, but Luna rationalized that Ginny was just at that certain age when she saw everything from a romantic point of view. No, definitely not romantic, Luna thought to herself as sleep started to overtake her, and she turned her thoughts back to the nasty hexes that she would use on Harry's family if it became necessary. After a surprisingly easy departure, in which no hexes were found necessary, Harry and Luna portkeyed from Privet Drive into a large, grassy meadow surrounded by an ancient forest of oak trees. Although Harry knew that the Weasleys lived somewhere nearby, the landscape surrounding the Lovegood home was quite different from the pastures and apple orchards which bordered on the Weasley property. The house was located in the center of a meadow of native grasses and wild flowers, and appeared to be every bit as eccentric as its owners. The structure seemed to be of great age, and had the appearance of being added onto at several times during its history, with each addition using different materials. The oldest part of the structure was built of heavy stone blocks carefully cut and tightly fitted together, much in the style of a medieval Norman castle. The second story, which appeared to be a more recent addition, was constructed of handmade brick and heavy oak beams, having a rather Tudor appearance. The heavy thatched roof that crowned the structure was typical of that employed during the Elizabethan period of English history. More than anything else, the old house had the appearance of a very large mushroom that was tilted slightly to one side, and Harry was quite certain that magic had no small role in keeping the old building standing. If this wildly eclectic mixture of materials and styles wasn't enough to win the house the designation of an architectural oddity, it possessed one other unique feature guaranteed to take that title. The building contained windows literally everywhere, of every conceivable shape and size, running from low to the ground all the way up into the thatched roof. It seemed to Harry that the builders must have wanted as much contact with the outside world as possible, and to that end they employed as much glass as was possible. But in spite of its eccentricities, Harry immediately liked the warm and friendly old house. It possessed none of the stale conformity of the Privet Drive homes that he was used to. He very much doubted that there was another house like it in the entire world, and it was clear that the people who lived in it didn't care what others might think. It was a very refreshing change from the home of his relatives, where everything was designed to impress others. In the days following his arrival, Harry became even more comfortable with the old house and the warm and friendly feeling that it conveyed. At dawn, the sun flooded into the east-facing windows, bringing with it the positive energy of a fresh, new day. And at sunset, the house was bathed with a golden light that made the ancient oak paneling a glowing honey color and brought the day to a warm and peaceful conclusion. However, as much as he enjoyed the house, Luna saw to it that the young teen spent the majority of each day out of doors with her, lying in the soft velvet grass of the meadow or walking the tree-shaded paths through the dark woods. As his level of trust in his friend grew, Harry found himself sharing confidences that he never thought he would disclose to another living soul. There was something about the Lovegood Forest that encouraged such confidences. He was surprised at how easy it was to talk to Luna about things that until that moment he had considered very private and personal, and she responded with sympathy, understanding, and support. Oh. On Harry's third day staying at the Meadows, for that is what Luna called her home, the young girl suggested that the two of them might take a walk into Ottery Scent, Catchpole. Ron and Ginny had often spoken of the small rural village, and Harry thought it might be fun to finally see it. It was a warm day with a light wind, and he thought it would be perfect for a leisurely walk. The two started out just after breakfast, Luna wearing an old-fashioned muslin summer dress, and Harry wearing his school slacks and the only decent dress shirt that he had. They followed the narrow trail that led through the meadow and into the line of green trees that marked the edge of the forest. The wind was warm and felt gentle on their faces, and the wild grasses swirled and billowed around them like the currents of a peaceful sea. The two friends walked together in a comfortable silence, neither feeling that the need to make conversation. Others might find the quiet uncomfortable, but it only seemed to make Harry and Luna more at peace with each other. Passing into the forest, the trail was illuminated by dappled golden sunlight filtering down through the leafy canopy overhead, contrasting markedly from the brightness of the meadow they had just left. The forest here was different from the one at Hogwarts, and was filled with a luxuriant growth of ferns, mosses, and wild flowers. The forest floor at Hogwarts had always struck Harry as sterile, barren, and rather sinister. But the profusion of life in Luna's forest was almost unbelievable, with a new wonder awaiting discovery at every turn of the trail. As they walked along, the young teen reflected upon how pleasant the last few days had been, and he realized that the girl walking by his side was the major reason for that. While some people might find Luna's unconventional personality disturbing, Harry found that she created for him feelings of peace and serenity. She accepted him just as he was, not the hero of the wizarding world or the chosen one, but simply as her friend. And for that acceptance, he was very grateful. As the trail ran deeper into the woods, it began to slope downhill into a shallow river valley and turned in the direction of the sea. Much of Devonshire is made up of low, rolling hills used as pasture land and orchards. But the forest in this one corner of the county was wild and dense, as the entire country must have been before man arrived and cut down the trees to make room for his sheep and cattle. After an hour of walking, the two teens emerged from the forest, and after climbing over the remains of a tumbled-down stone wall, stepped onto a narrow gravel lane. The countryside here looked more familiar to Harry, with green pastures and apple orchards, and in the distance he got his first glimpse of the small village of Ottery Scent, Catchpole, children's books. As they walked, Harry chanced an occasional glance over at his friend and wondered how he should phrase the question that he very much wanted to ask. After all of the help and support that Luna had given him over the past months, Harry now considered her to be one of his very closest friends, along with Ron and Hermione. While in the past he had been content to accept Luna and her strange beliefs without really understanding them, he now really wanted to know what made her the unique person that she was. Can I ask you something, Luna?" he asked very tentatively. "Of course you can, Harry," she replied with a dreamy smile. You're able to accept a lot of things that others can't. How can you? Harry's question trailed off into silence, as the last thing that he wanted to do was somehow challenge her beliefs. Luna stopped walking and turned to look at him carefully, even though he was still looking uncomfortably at his feet. She could see that he was sincere in his desire to understand, so she decided to help him along. You want to know how I can believe in so many things that others don't, is that it? UMYA, he responded self-consciously, glancing up into her bright silver-gray eyes. Some of it I simply take on faith, until I can prove to myself one way or the other. But mostly I believe in things because I've found them to be true, she said simply. Seeing the confusion on his face, she attempted to explain. People see only what they expect to see and believe what others tell them is true. Think about how you grew up, Harry. Muggles don't see magic, so they don't believe that it exists, but we know that it does. Before you came to Hogwarts, did you believe that people could ride brooms? No, I didn't, Harry responded with a dawning comprehension. Most people believe only what they can see, or like Hermione, what they read in books. But I try to discover the things that aren't in the books, she explained patiently. As the two started to slowly walk again, Luna saw a familiar overgrown field up ahead that gave her the perfect opportunity to make her point. The stone wall surrounding it had suffered from many years of neglect, and the stones were falling down in many places. Let me show you something, Harry, she said as she took his hand, and led him through one of the gaps and into the waist-high weeds. She led him up a narrow dirt path towards a pile of rocks near the back of the field, smiling at him mysteriously. What do you see, Harry? Luna asked, waving her arm in a sweeping motion to encompass the entire area. Harry's first instinct was to answer that he merely saw the evidence of a poor farmer, but he realized that she must have a purpose in asking the question, and studied the landscape in more detail. I see what appears to be an abandoned field, he answered carefully. And up there, Luna asked, pointing to the mound of stones at the back of the field. It appears to be a pile of rocks, Harry declared, feeling more than a little bit silly about the whole thing. That's right, Harry. That's what it appears to be. That's what most people would see, but come have a closer look. And she led him up the narrow trail to the pile of stones. Now look again, Harry, more closely. And as he looked at the rocks, she sat down on a small gray boulder next to the pile. This time, Harry studied the pile of stones more carefully, trying to discover what it was that Luna wanted him to see. They were the same kind of gray river rocks that could be found in most of the southern counties of England, and had for centuries been a standard building material for farm cottages and rock walls. The stones on top of the pile were a loose jumble of different shapes and sizes, but those on the bottom seemed more organized, almost as if it were planned. And then it hit him like a rogue blodger. It was planned and had clearly once been the foundations of some type of structure. What was this place? The boy asked in surprise. Luna smiled at him proudly. She knew that he would figure it out. 1,000 years ago, this was one of the strongest Saxon keeps in this part of the country. The Normans destroyed it during their invasion so that it couldn't be used against them. It's laid here in neglect for all of these centuries, with passers-by thinking it nothing more than a pile of rocks. Things are not always what they appear to be, she said knowingly. Before Harry could say a word, Luna reached into her pocket and pulled out a small canvas carry bag, of the kind that was common for young women to carry in that part of the country. At first, Harry's attention was drawn to the remains of the ancient structure which he had just discovered, but as Luna continued to unfold her bag into a larger and larger size, his attention was drawn back to her. As the bag reached a size that could only be described as enormous, Harry was reminded of the magical chest that the fake Moody had used in his 4th year, and he knew that Luna's bag must be charmed as well. Finally, she reached the proper compartment and withdrew a small magnifying glass, which she then handed to Harry. Now look at this, she said, pointing to the ground at their feet. Harry looked down and saw a trail of ants running from the field, between their feet, into a small gap between the lowest course of gray stones. His first instinct was to discount them as unimportant, but then he hesitated. Using the magnifying glass, he looked closer at the moving stream of life, and what he saw utterly shocked him. Under the power of the glass, What he thought to be ants now showed themselves up as a stream of tiny blue, fairy-like creatures. And they weren't crawling on the ground at all, but were actually flying slightly above it on tiny, translucent wings. "What are they?" Harry asked in awe. "They're called pixie sprites, and most books say that they don't exist," Luna declared with mirth evident in her voice. Harry was still looking through the glass, and the tiny sprites seemed fully as interested in him as he was in them. A bulge had appeared in their line of flight, as several of the tiny creatures stopped moving and began to hover directly below the magnifying glass, seemingly determined to study the large green eye that was staring down at them. Finally satisfied that the enormous creature had no malicious intent, the sprites resumed their organized movement. Harry looked up at Luna in absolute astonishment and knew that she was right. Hermione and the rest of the school would quickly dismiss these creatures as just another one of Luna's fantasies, but here they were. And if these tiny sprites existed, then why not crumple-horned Snorkax and all of the other creatures that Luna believed in? "The world is full of wonderful things, Harry, but most people never see them. You have to look closely to see the truth, and sometimes you just have to believe without seeing," Luna said carefully. It was at that moment that Harry realized that if Hermione was the smartest witch at Hogwarts, then Luna must certainly be the wisest. "How long have they been here?" he asked in a whisper. "We can't know, but this colony has probably existed for hundreds of years. My great-grandmother found them when she was a little girl, and she persuaded her father to buy the land in order to protect them. Her father gave the land to her, and she passed it down to her daughter, who passed it down to hers, and now it's mine. And if I ever have any children, I'll pass it on to them," Luna said, a very slight note of sadness creeping into her voice that Harry noticed. "What do you mean, if? Aren't you planning on having a family of your own someday?" Harry asked with concern. "I know that everyone thinks I'm crazy, and I realize that I'm not very pretty," she said with a note of sad resignation. Harry felt the anger welling up in him. He had come to realize that Luna was someone very special, and for her to have doubts about herself was just wrong. "I don't think you're crazy, and I never did, and I think you're very pretty," Harry declared in a boldness born of anger, and then he blushed slightly at his own words. They walked back towards the lane in silence, both trying to think of something to say to end the awkwardness they were both feeling. "You know, these sprites are really quite unique," Luna began awkwardly. "Oh, how so?" Harry asked, grateful that Luna had found a way to change the subject. "Well, all living things need certain minerals in order to live. Pixie sprites are the only creatures known to science that can take their energy from gold, and they must live in close proximity to it." "You mean there is gold buried here?" Harry asked in surprise. "Oh yes, the sprites wouldn't be here if there wasn't. At the time of the Norman invasion, many Saxon families buried their treasure to prevent its seizure, and some was never recovered afterwards. The sprites build their colonies around lost treasure hoards, but if the treasure is found and removed, the sprites will die. That's why there are so few of them left," she said sadly. As they walked back to the gravel lane, Harry realized that Luna trusted him with the lives of the tiny creatures, and he resolved never to tell anyone about the sprites or their treasure. Children's books. "I hope no one ever discovers them," Harry said with concern as he looked back at the innocuous pile of stones. He had heard how Muggle treasure hunters often destroyed unguarded sites in their search for gold. "Aren't you worried that someone might just walk in and start treasure hunting?" "No, the wards won't let them," Luna responded casually. "There are wards on that field?" Harry asked in surprise. "Oh yes, actually my grandfather put them on. Anyone uninvited who tries to enter the field feels an irresistible need to go straight home and have apple pie and ice cream." "Apple pie and ice cream?" Harry asked in amusement. "Yes, my grandfather loved it, so he thought it might be a nice thing to put in the ward." Harry thought for a moment and felt quite certain that he would have liked Luna's grandfather. "So, do you like pie and ice cream?" he asked coyly. "You'll find that out tonight. That's what we're having for dessert," Luna responded with a grin. They continued on in silence, but now it was once again the warm and comfortable silence that they had felt earlier, and after a few minutes Harry felt Luna slip her small, warm hand into his. He liked the feeling, and he gave her hand a gentle squeeze to tell her so. Then he smiled and thought to himself, "This summer is going to be so much fun." After a few minutes, Luna began to limp slightly, and she seated herself on the ancient wall that bordered the lane. The side of the wall facing the lane was only about a meter high, while the side facing into a wide, sunken pasture dropped off a bit more. "I need to stop for a minute. I have a pebble in my shoe," she said casually as she removed her shoe. Harry sat on the wall beside her as she tapped the heel of her shoe on the gray stone, worn smooth by years of wind and rain. Glancing into the field, he saw a very shaggy bull peacefully grazing on the rich grass 100 or so paces away. It was all rather idyllic, and Harry loved his blissful escape to the country. He looked over at his friend as she retied her shoe and realized that Luna was really quite pretty, in her own rustic way. Her long, sandy blonde hair gently caressed her back and shoulders as it reached nearly to her waist, and her large silver-gray eyes, which looked particularly bright in the early morning sunlight. In some ways, Luna reminded him of a gentle ghost from some past age that simply couldn't fit in with the modern world. She was simple, sincere, and natural in a way that was different from other girls, and Harry found himself thinking about how very appealing she was. Pulling himself out of his reverie, he shook his head as if that would suppress the strange feelings that he was experiencing. This was Luna. She was his friend, and he liked her a lot, but not in that way. As he glanced back into the field, he was surprised to see the bull was much closer, moving towards them with a determined look in his eyes. Luna, I think we better." But before Harry could complete his thought, the bull had broken into a charge, directly at them. "Luna!" Harry screamed, as he stumbled back off the wall and into the ditch beside the road, arriving at just the same moment that a rickety old lorry was making its way slowly up the hill. The driver laid on his horn, and Harry, caught off guard between the two possible threats, fell down on his bum in the grassy ditch. With his eyes tightly closed, Harry sat in the ditch trying to regain his composure and figure out what had just happened. As his wits returned to him, the boy was conscious of wild, uncontrolled laughter coming from the other side of the stone wall. He opened his eyes cautiously and noticed that the lorry, the bull, and Luna were nowhere in sight, but he still heard the hysterical laughter. Getting unsteadily to his feet, Harry stumbled over to the wall, praying that the bull had not hurt Luna. The sight that greeted him on the other side left the boy totally speechless. Luna was lying on her back in the tall grass, laughing uncontrollably, the bull lying placidly in the grass next to her. She looked up at Harry, her eyes full of mirth, and she began to laugh even harder. In spite of his heart-stopping experience, Harry felt a smile creeping onto his face, and he began to laugh as well. Once Luna's laughter had subsided, Harry's smile turned into a smirk. "A friend of yours?" he asked, eyeing the bull with suspicion. She laughed softly, in a tone that sounded quite musical to Harry. "An old friend, actually," Luna said, gently patting the bull's shaggy back. "Harry, this is Ferdinand, and Ferdinand, this is my friend Harry." The bull raised his head and gave Harry a friendly snort, and then returned to eating his breakfast of grass. It suddenly occurred to Harry that Luna had probably set him up in the surprise meeting with the intimidating, yet friendly bull. "Do you have other animal friends that I should be worried about?" he asked with a smirk. "I have many animal friends, but none that you need to worry about," she answered with a smile, but there was the slightest trace of sadness behind her words. He realized that what she wasn't saying was that although she might have many animal friends, Luna had very few human friends. Harry just couldn't understand why so many people took pleasure in tormenting the quiet, good-natured girl, but he had already resolved that the coming year was going to be different for his friend. He was determined to do whatever was necessary to ensure that the year would be a good one for Luna, and if a few Ravenclaws had to suffer in the process, it was something that they had brought upon themselves. Putting a forced smile on his face, Harry clambered over the low rock wall and down into the pasture, sitting down cautiously next to the large animal. "Well then, I guess that I should get to know him," he said bravely, as he laid a cautious hand on the animal's broad, shaggy back. A bright grin immediately illuminated Luna's face as she moved to the animal's other side and began scratching his forehead. "Bulls are really rather misunderstood creatures, you know," Luna said sincerely. They are not really aggressive unless people try to make them that way. Ferdinand and I have been friends since I was 7. Harry certainly couldn't argue with her statement, as the large animal dozed off into a peaceful sleep in the tall grass between them. He knew all too well what it was like to be misunderstood, and looking over at his friend Harry knew that she too knew the loneliness of that condition. Trying to lighten the slightly sad mood he was feeling, he plastered a smile on his face. "Well, I think that we should start a club for people." And then glancing down at the large animal, he added, "And animals that are misunderstood. The 3 of us can be the founding members." Luna giggled slightly. "You can count me in," she said with a musical laugh. The two remained in the pasture for another half-hour, enjoying the warm sun and the friendly company. And when it was finally time to leave, Harry gave Ferdinand a friendly pat on the head and followed Luna as she climbed back over the rock wall. As they continued their walk into town, Harry felt a new respect for his friend. He had learned 2 very important things about Luna. She was far wiser than people gave her credit for, and she had a truly devilish sense of humor. As he glanced over, he realized that there was so much more to this young girl than met the eye, and he rather eagerly looked forward to what the next revelation might be. He wouldn't have to wait long in finding out. Chapter 2. Ice Cream and Other DLGHTS. After a few minutes walking, the gravel lane crossed over an old stone bridge and joined the main highway, which was little more than a 2-lane country road. It was then that Harry got his first good look at Ottery St. Catchpole. The village was quite small and hugged the right bank of the Ottery River, which ran lazily through the hamlet towards the sea. The town itself looked rather old and a bit threadbare, consisting of only a few dozen rather run-down buildings. It was clearly a place where people who worked the soil would feel comfortable, as it lacked the pretensions of a more urban community. As they approached the hamlet, Harry could see an aged lorry parked in front of a green-painted feed store with 2 red-faced men laboring to unload heavy bags of grain. 2 young boys of about 10 sat on the riverbank, poles in hand, hopping to surprise their mothers with a dinner of freshly caught fish. What little traffic there was seemed to consist mainly of green and red tractors, which moved in and out of town like bees around a hive. All in all, Ottery St. Catchpole was the kind of small farming village that might be found anywhere in rural England or Wales, and was about as far away from the magical world as one could get. "A lot different from where you live, I imagine," Luna said in her dreamy voice. "It certainly is," Harry responded, but it was clear from his voice that the young boy didn't necessarily think that difference a bad thing. In fact, Harry rather liked the small hamlet. Privet Drive was full of people trying to outdo and outshine their neighbors, but here people lived simply, without the need to impress others. Harry found that extremely refreshing. Lined up along the main street of the hamlet was the same assortment of small businesses that might be found in most English country villages. There was a small grocery store, its wares spreading out onto the wooden sidewalk out front, a chemist's shop, a dry goods shop, and a small cinema, together with a half-dozen other small businesses. Near the edge of town was a small ice cream parlor, its faded red and white sign proclaiming its name as Ice Cream Delights. They had arrived in the village at lunchtime, and the cool air of morning had given way to a muggier feeling as the temperature had risen. Dark storm clouds had begun to pass across the valley, and there was the feeling of a summer rain in the air. The 2 teens strolled around the small village, checking out the various shops and observing the residents, which didn't take long at all. "Would you like some ice cream?" Harry asked on impulse, uncertain whether the very question might qualify their outing as a first date or not. "I'd like that," Luna replied a bit shyly, but with a warm smile. "Well, it's my treat," Harry responded, emboldened by her smile and returning one of his own. He reached out shyly and took her hand and led her up the steps to the front door, and held it open as she entered. The interior of the establishment was a bit shabby, and Ice Cream Delights had clearly seen better days. There were a few small parfait tables near the front windows and some booths along the back wall. The tables were topped with inexpensive formica, and the chairs were covered with a threadbare red chintz material. On one side of the room was a glass-fronted display case containing an assortment of bottled soft drinks and wrapped sandwiches, and it seemed clear that the owner of the shop was attempting to expand his source of income. Harry was a bit disappointed as he looked around. He had hoped to take Luna to someplace that was nice, but for her part, the young girl seemed extremely happy in Harry's company. As the two entered the dining area, they heard giggles coming from a booth in the back of the room. Harry looked over and recognized two blonde girls that he remembered from the previous term at Hogwarts. He thought for a moment, trying to remember, and then it came to him. Fawcett! Sarah Fawcett! The younger girl had to be her sister, who he had also seen around school. Luna had apparently noticed the two girls as well, because she immediately stiffened next to Harry. As he turned to look, he saw a very rare frown clouding the features of his friend. And it was clear from her expression that she didn't regard the two girls as friends. For their part, the two sisters were looking at Luna in a very haughty and condescending manner. But when their gaze turned to Harry, they giggled like star-struck 10-year-olds. Harry wondered if these were two of the girls who had been taking Luna's things over the previous term, and he immediately decided that he didn't like them. "Would you like to sit here by the window?" Harry suggested, indicating a table for two by the large glass window and as far away from the sisters as possible. "That would be nice," Luna said with a slight smile. Putting on his best manners, Harry helped Luna with her chair and then took the seat opposite her. He noticed that she took a quick glance at the two girls before returning her attention to Harry. "You know them?" he asked in a neutral tone. "Yes, they are the Fawcett sisters. They live here in town. Sarah is in your year and Rebecca is in mine," Luna responded quietly. "Not exactly your friends, I take it." "No, not exactly," Luna said, looking down at the table. "They are the ones that take my things every year," Luna said honestly. Harry noticed that there was no self-pity in Luna's voice. She was simply stating a fact. "Well, let's not think about them today," Harry responded with a smile. "What do they have here that's good?" "Oh, any number of things," Luna responded brightly. "Well, why don't you order something special for us while I wash my hands?" "You want me to order for you?" Luna asked, her eyes widening in amazement. "Of course, I trust your judgment," Harry responded with a warm smile. Then he got up from his seat and made his way to the washroom in the back of the shop, pointedly ignoring the greeting that came from the two sisters as he passed. After washing his hands, Harry glanced in the mirror over the sink and noticed that his hair was being as undisciplined as ever. This was partly due to his hair's contrary nature, and partly due to the fact that the wind had been blowing all morning. He reached into his pocket for his comb, but felt something else as well. Fishing down into the bottom of his pocket, he pulled out two bright cherry-red gumdrops with a coating of lint on each. It was then that he remembered his train ride from Hogwarts a few weeks before. Fred and George Weasley had cornered him on the train and had given him the two red candies, asking him to test them out on his cousin Dudley. Harry had been so despondent about the death of his godfather that he had simply stuck the candy in his pocket and forgotten them. This was the first time that he had worn the slacks since his return from school. His first instinct was to simply toss the candy into the waste basket, but then he returned them to his pocket. After all, Draco Malfoy would still be at Hogwarts. As he left the washroom, Harry chanced a glance over to the booth against the back wall. A woman in a white apron was just sitting two ice cream sundaes down on the table, but the two girls were missing. Looking towards the front, he saw that the two sisters were talking to Luna, their backs turned to him. He heard ridicule in the tone of the older girl's words, and he felt his temper begin to rise. But Luna simply sat at the table with a quiet courage and didn't react at all, which caused Harry to respect her all the more. His first thought was to rush forward and curse them with the worst hex he could think of, but then he got a better idea. He carefully edged over to their table, and reaching into his pocket, he fished out the candies that Fred and George had given him. Glancing up front, he noticed that the two girls were still preoccupied in berating Luna, and in spite of his anger, he concentrated on accomplishing his plan. He held the two candies up to blow the lint off them, and then carefully placed one atop each of the sundaes. As Harry turned, he caught Luna's eye, and she smiled at him mischievously. At that moment, Sarah Fawcett started to turn back to her table, and Harry was certain that he was about to be caught. "There's a gnatwinder in your hair," Luna screamed and pointed at the surprised girl. "What?" Sarah screamed and stared at the girl in panic. "A Norwegian gnatwinder. I just saw one in your hair, Luna exclaimed, pointing at the girl's head. The Sarah Fawcett looked at her sister in fear and confusion, but the younger girl simply shook her head in disgust. You are so weird, Sarah declared in a voice loud enough for the entire room to hear. But then there was another voice heard. Harry had crossed the room and stood behind the two girls. I think you had better return to your table, he said menacingly, as the two sisters jumped in fright and spun around to face him. There was something in his eyes that made them realize that they didn't want an encounter with this dangerous young man, and they made a hasty retreat to their table. Harry sat down across from Luna and gave her a warm smile. A bit annoying, were they? He asked gently. Nothing that I'm not used to, she responded with just a touch of embarrassment. Harry frowned slightly and decided to change the subject. What's a Norwegian gnatwinder? He asked curiously. I don't know. I had to make it up to keep their attention, Luna replied with a slight blush. Harry burst out laughing, and Luna soon joined him. It was fun being with someone who you could laugh with. The two then slyly watched the sisters' table as they were starting to eat their sundaes. What did you do over there? Luna whispered. Just testing out a new product for Fred and George, Harry answered with a smirk. As the two sisters dug greedily into their sundaes, Harry couldn't help but be reminded of a litter of pigs that he had seen on his walk into town. He saw the gumdrops disappear into the mouth of each girl and the pleased expressions on their faces from the taste. It won't be long now, he whispered to Luna. The first thing that Harry and Luna noticed was a change in the color of their hair, as it darkened from blonde to a reddish brown. Then Harry realized that the texture also seemed to be changing, and looking less like hair and more like, well, feathers. Reddish-brown feathers were also forming on their exposed arms and legs, and finally on their faces. It was then that the girls realized that they were indeed changing, and both screamed loudly. The trouble was that it didn't sound like screams, but rather like the panicked clucks of frightened poultry. They're turning into chickens, Luna managed to giggle, and that was in fact exactly what was happening. Their continued loud clucking had attracted the attention of everyone in the ice cream parlor, and everyone was laughing loudly at the strange and humorous sight. Harry and Luna were laughing so hard that they had to hang onto each other to keep from falling off their chairs and onto the floor. As they hugged each other, teetering in their seats in an effort not to fall, their eyes locked, and they both realized that they had never had so much fun in their entire lives. All of the commotion coming from the back booth had attracted the attention of the shop's owner, a portly man in his early 50s. He rushed out of the kitchen to discover what was going on and skidded to a stop at the sight that greeted him. There in one of his booths sat two people wearing chicken costumes, flapping their wings wildly and clucking at the top of their lungs. He threw back his head and laughed loudly, for by temperament he was a good-natured man who loved to laugh. The ways of teenagers were a complete mystery to him, as he saw different fads come and go, but he always tried to be accepting of the younger generation. But dressing up like farm animals was a sight too ridiculous for even him to accept. He walked over to the table and stared down at the two enraged chickens as tears of mirth rolled down his ruddy cheeks. At first, he couldn't say anything, he was laughing so hard, but finally he managed to choke out a few words laced with the mirth he was feeling. I'm afraid we don't serve chickens here. You'll have to leave. The two chickens air. Girls clucked at him angrily and flapped their wings wildly as they tried to communicate their frustration and anger, the whole while giving the two teens sitting by the front window evil chicken glares. The shop proprietor was having a problem catching his breath, and he sat down in an empty chair and closed his eyes for a moment to regain control. I'm sorry, I don't know what you two are playing at, but you will have to leave now, he managed to say. The two girls rose from the booth and started to move towards the door with as much dignity as they could manage, which wasn't much. As they crossed the floor, a loud, splat sound was heard. Everyone stopped laughing and looked at the floor, where the liquid from a broken egg was flowing out in all directions. An egg had apparently fallen from under Sarah's skirt and had broken upon impact. The two girls had looked down at the broken egg with a mixture of horror and embarrassment, and then they ran out of the shop. That was just too much for Harry, as he fell laughing from his chair onto the floor, dragging Luna down on top of him in the process. The owner and other patrons had reacted in the same way, and the ice cream parlor had descended into hysteria. It took a long time for the patrons to regain their composure, but they finally managed. Harry managed to get to his feet and helped a still laughing Luna to her seat. "How did you do that?" Luna managed to ask. "I got them from Fred and George Weasley. It's a new product of theirs that they wanted me to test," Harry answered with a chuckle. "I think that it definitely rates as a success," Luna declared with a giggle. "Yes, but it's a shame that the effects only last for about 30 minutes. I'll send them an owl tonight giving them all the details and ask if they have any other products that need testing. I'm sure that Malfoy would love to be laying eggs all over Hogwarts," Harry said with a grin. "That sounds like fun. Can I help?" Luna asked hopefully. "You want to help play a prank on Malfoy?" Harry asked with some surprise. "Well, him and maybe a few others. I think that if I worked at it, I might be almost as good at rule-breaking as you are," she said mischievously. "Well, you might be at that. Have I ever told you about the first Marauders?" he asked thoughtfully. "The first Marauders? No, I don't think so. Has there been more than one?" she asked with her curiosity thoroughly piqued. "Well, you or I are about to become the second. Several years ago, there were 4 Hogwarts students who loved to play pranks on their classmates, and they called themselves the Marauders. My father and godfather were 2 of them." As Harry proceeded to tell Luna about his father's days at Hogwarts, there was no sadness in his voice, but instead a real feeling of pride. "Well, I think it's time that the Marauders returned to Hogwarts," Luna declared with a grin, and Harry was in full agreement. The rest of their lunch went along pleasantly as the 2 teens talked happily about school, Quidditch, and the wonders of the magic world. The red and blue sundaes that Luna had ordered looked strange, but tasted delicious, and the 2 left the parlor wearing identical grins. As they walked up the street, they noticed the remains of several broken eggs, and the sight of each caused them to break into uncontrollable fits of laughter. Apparently, Fred and George had included the egg-lying feature as a way to further embarrass the victim. The sky overhead was dark and ominous, and the wind was picking up, but Harry and Luna were having far too much fun to notice. It had been a perfect day. "So, does this count as a first date?" Luna asked shyly. "Definitely a first date," Harry responded with a grin. "And will we have a second?" Luna asked impishly. "I was hoping that we would. What are you doing tomorrow?" "Well, that's up to you," she answered with a grin. "How about seeing a film?" Harry asked, nodding to the small cinema that they had just passed. "I'd like that. I've never seen a Muggle film. Do the pictures really move like ours?" Luna asked, real excitement evident in her voice. "It's a bit like ours, but the pictures tell a story and they can talk too," Harry responded. The information really seemed to amaze Luna, and Harry thought about how much fun it was going to be to take Luna to see her first film. "Wait here and I'll see what's playing," Harry declared, and releasing her hand, he ran across the street towards the cinema. On his way back, he saw the 2 Fawcett sisters confronting Luna on the sidewalk, and he broke into a run. He came up behind them just in time to hear the older girl declare, "You'll pay for this, Loony." "You will leave my girlfriend alone," Harry said in a menacing voice that made the 2 girls spin around to face him. For a moment, no one said anything, as all 3 girls thought about the words that Harry had chosen. The look of cold rage in his eyes made the 2 sisters step backwards in fear, as they considered what few alternatives they had left. Sarah Fawcett took a bold step forward, summoning up every bit of courage that she could master, but before she could even say a word, Harry spoke again. "Don't you 2 have eggs to lay somewhere else?" he said with a smirk. The girl turned red with embarrassment, but then suddenly went pale as she glanced at her sister with concern. A breaking sound was heard, and everyone looked to the ground, where a yellowish liquid was flowing away from a broken eggshell. The girl's color changed to crimson red, and she and her sister ran into a nearby house. Harry turned to Luna and saw that she was still staring at him with her wide, expressive eyes. "Luna, are you all right?" he asked with concern. "Did you mean it?" she whispered in disbelief, blushing slightly. "What?" Harry asked, surprised by her reaction. When you said that I was your girlfriend, did you really mean it? She asked even more shyly. Harry thought about how very sweet she looked and how wonderful the past few days with her had been. Well, I would like you to be, he said softly. I think I would like that too, she whispered, and reaching down, she took his hand. Hand in hand, the two teens left town, not even noticing the angry glares they were receiving from two frustrated sisters in a nearby house. Oh. As they reached the gravel cutoff from the main highway, they heard the first distant rumbling of thunder, announcing the coming of the summer storm. They knew that they would have to quicken their pace in order to beat the downpour home, but somehow, after such a wonderful day, a little rain didn't matter much. The two had just climbed over the tumbled-down stone wall that marked the boundary of the Lovegoods forest when the first heavy raindrops could be heard in the green canopy far above their heads. The wind had picked up in the treetops, and so, in addition to the occasional raindrops, a shower of leaves descended upon the two teens. It reminded Harry of how beautiful the woods would be in October, and he wished that he and Luna could be there to see it together. It soon became clear that they were not going to be able to make it home before the storm broke, and so they sought shelter against the trunk of an old oak tree. Luna had explained to Harry on their first day together that the ancient wards that protected the forest made it impossible for the Ministry to detect underage magic within its bounds, and now the two used that knowledge to make themselves more comfortable as the storm approached. Luna waved her wand above their heads to create an invisible umbrella to deflect and rain that found its way through the leaves and branches of the oak tree. Harry, meanwhile, transfigured the grass beneath the tree into two warm blankets, which allowed them to wrap themselves up warm and cozy as they listened to the peaceful sound of the falling rain. A little self-consciously, Harry put his arm around Luna's narrow shoulders, and she took the opportunity to lean her head against his chest. I'm not very good at this, he mumbled a bit shyly. I disagree. I think you're very good at it, Luna replied in a dreamy voice and snuggled a bit closer. I guess maybe you inspire me a bit, he replied, feeling a little bolder. Just a bit. Well, I guess I'll just have to try a little harder, she replied with a mischievous giggle. Harry was a little surprised by her boldness, but he liked it nonetheless, and he hugged her a little tighter. And then they just listened to the soft music of the falling rain, gradually drifting off to sleep in each other's arms. Harry's last thoughts before he drifted off were that everything was as right as it could possibly be. The war, the prophecy, and his own dark destiny seemed very far away as he held Luna tightly and listened to the rain. If only it could stay that way a little longer. But at that moment, and not so very far away, two very angry sisters were taking steps that they hoped would constitute a suitable revenge on the two teens and destroy their budding romance. That night, the Muggle residents of Ottery Catchpole were surprised by the number of owls that were flying around their peaceful community. Some residents estimated their number as nearly 100, but the truth was that there were even more than that. The Fawcett sisters were well aware that the information they possessed was literally gossip gold, and they weren't in the least bit hesitant in passing it on to the other teenaged girls at Hogwarts. Soon hundreds of owls were crisscrossing the country carrying the unbelievable news that Harry Potter and Luna Lovegood were a couple. The two sisters snidely proclaimed that this was another example of the boys' mental instability. An unbelieving Ginny Weasley received the news that same night from owls sent by Lavender Brown and Parvati Patil. She immediately sent her owl back demanding the source for the absurd rumor, which she didn't believe for a minute. Ginny and Luna had been friends since they had attended Muggle primary school together, but the thought of her and Harry Potter being together was laughable. Hermione Granger, who religiously avoided teen gossip, didn't learn the incredible news until the following morning. She and her parents were sharing a peaceful breakfast in their kitchen at home when an owl carrying the morning issue of the Daily Prophet arrived. Hermione dropped 5 nuts into the small bag that the owl carried and took her newspaper, preparing herself for the meaningless drivel that usually crowded its pages. She took a drink of her orange juice and opened the paper on the kitchen table. The headline that greeted her eyes caused her to spit out the orange juice all over her mother's clean tablecloth. After a sincere apology and a hasty attempt to clean up the mess, she concentrated her attention on the article. It carried the shocking headline, Harry Potter TOMARRY, in bold black letters, and carried the byline of Rita Skeeter. Reliable sources have brought us an incredible story, which calls into question the moral values being taught our children at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Harry Potter, the 16-year-old boy who lived, will soon take on to himself a wife. The object of Mr. Potter's affections is 15-year-old fellow student Luna Lovegood, commonly known to her schoolmates as Loony. This shocking news once again brings into question Mr. Potter's mental stability. According to a reliable source at Hogwarts, both Mr. Potter and Miss Lovegood are known for their wild and reckless behavior. Could this be a marriage of necessity? In the light of these events, Albus Dumbledore must answer serious questions regarding the moral direction that he is giving to the youth of the wizarding world. Has Professor Dumbledore lost touch? Is he too old to occupy a position of such importance? This reporter feels that the Ministry of Magic should immediately initiate an investigation. Hermione could not believe her eyes and hastily dashed off a note to Harry to find out what was going on. She told her owl to take the message to Privet Drive as quickly as possible and to wait for a reply. When the bird arrived, it was greeted by a dozen other owls from Harry's other friends, all patiently waiting to deliver urgent messages to a boy who was no longer there. Within 24 hours, all of Wizarding Britain was aware of the shocking news, all that is except the two young people directly concerned. Neither teen read the Daily Prophet, Luna out of loyalty to her father's newspaper and Harry because he thought it a worthless scandal sheet. When the two teens woke up the next morning, they were happy and blissfully unaware of the storm that raged around them. But that peace wouldn't last for long. Chapter 3. Carnivorous Calla Lilis. Fred Weasley was feeling distinctly uncomfortable as the large purple vine reached out and caressed his arm affectionately. He was certain that he had seen this same vine twice before, and it seemed to be getting more friendly on each occasion. It didn't help his confidence that his little sister kept making cute remarks about the carnivorous calla lilies growing next to the trail, or the cannibalistic chipmunks that kept running around his feet. After all, this was the Lovegood Forest, and if things like that could exist anywhere in the world, it was here. As they went around a bend in the trail, Fred shuddered at a massive giant, and apparently very well fed, calla lilies that were arching over the path up ahead. He thought back to that morning and tried to remember how he and his brother had gotten themselves into this mess. He remembered how just the night before he had received an unexpected owl from Harry Potter, in which his young friend had raved about their latest invention, which the twins had asked Harry to test for them. Fred remembered how surprised he was when he read that Harry was staying with the Lovegoods, who everyone regarded as being rather strange, and even more surprised to learn that Harry and Luna had apparently been in Ottery St. Catchable that very day on what might be considered a first date. But Harry's praise for their new, clucking candies made him push aside any questions he might have about Harry's place of residence or his relationship with the very odd Luna Lovegood. The twins had made the impulsive decision to visit their friend the very next morning, bringing with them a complete selection of their latest inventions. After all, they felt their benefactor deserved nothing less. What they read in the Daily Prophet at breakfast that morning changed their whole attitude, and they knew that Harry needed to be warned about the storm that was about to break. The Weasleys knew better than most people that the Daily Prophet did a land office business in lies and half-truths, and unfortunately most people seemed to believe the rubbish that the paper contained. The twins had contemptuously brushed aside their sister's offer to guide them to the Lovegood cottage, and had totally ignored her evil grin as they walked out the back door. Within an hour, they were back at the Burrow eating apple pie and ice cream, with no idea how it had happened. They didn't even like apple pie, but the craving had been irresistible. After finishing Thepai, they started out again, entered the creepy Lovegood Forest, and immediately afterwards found themselves walking into the back door of the Burrow, desperately craving pie and ice cream. The bowls of pie were already sitting on the table with Ginny sitting opposite, a Cheshire cat smile on her face. "I thought you two might like some delicious apple pie," she said sweetly. "What's going on?" Fred demanded as he plunged his spoon into the hated apple pie. George, his mouth already full of the gooey substance, nodded his head in confusion. Well, I offered to help you, but no, you had to do it the hard way. Enjoying your pie. On my first attempt to visit Luna, I ended up eating 4 pieces. Now do you want to visit Harry or continue to stuff yourselves? Ginny was positively loving their confusion. And so, as his thoughts returning to the present, here they were in this creepy forest with man-eating chipmunks and carnivorous flowers. Fred had no idea if his little sister really knew where she was going, as all of the paths looked exactly alike to him. Making it worse was Ginny's running commentary on the fearful plants and animals which surrounded them, which only served to unnerve him further. At that moment, a brown and white rabbit hopped onto the trail in front of them, and after an initial shudder, the twins breathed a sigh of relief. It was the first normal thing that they had seen in almost an hour. Ginny froze in her tracks, a look of real fear evident on her face. "Be very careful here," she said cautiously, as she led them off the trail and around the creature, which was twitching its nose at them menacingly. "He's a meat eater," she added as she pulled her brothers further away from the sinister creature. Finally, they emerged into a wide meadow with a strange mushroom-shaped house in the middle. "I told you I'd get you here," Ginny said with a sigh of relief. "If I had known how bad that forest was going to be, I would have stayed home and eaten pie all day," Fred declared with a shudder. "But you hate pie," Ginny reminded him. "I'd have made an exception," Fred answered, glancing back at the dark forest. "If you can stop discussing your diet, we can see if Harry and Luna are here," Ginny declared, following the path that led towards the house. It turned out that no one was home, but their knocking did result in a strange howling from inside the house, and Fred and George visibly shivered at the mournful sound. "What is Merlin's name was that?" George asked, clearly near the end of his tether. "Don't worry, that's only Grimmy," Ginny replied casually. "What's a Grimmy?" Fred asked, unsure if he really wanted to know. "Luna's pet wolf," Ginny promptly replied, enjoying the looks of fear her brothers wore. "Luna has a pet wolf?" Fred asked, his eyes positively bugging out of their sockets. "Yes, and her name is Grimmy, and she's very sweet." "I think that I want to go home now," George whined. "Me too," Fred responded, as he cast worried looks in all directions. "Go ahead, the trail is that way. But I'm waiting here for Harry and Luna," Ginny declared with a mischievous smile. "Go back into that forest alone. Not on your life. We'll stay here and protect you, little sister," Fred responded, looking even more nervous. "My heroes," Ginny answered sarcastically. At that moment, 2 figures emerged into the meadow coming from the direction of Ottery scent, Catchpole walking hand in hand towards the cottage. Luna had loved seeing her first motion picture and had peppered Harry with a million questions on how the wondrous moving pictures worked. She never ceased to be amazed at how inventive Muggles could be, and she marveled at all they could accomplish without the aid of magic. For his part, Harry enjoyed the experience as much as his girlfriend did, and he valiantly tried to answer her sometimes very technical questions. After the film was over, the manager let the 2 teens see the projection room and explained how everything worked. The 2 finished off their day by having lunch and dessert at Ice Cream Delights, which they now regarded as their place. It had been a perfect second date, and both looked forward to more such outings in the future. Ginny, Fred, and George saw the 2 friends walking across the meadow, holding hands and laughing, and completely oblivious to everything else. Suddenly they stopped walking and leaned in close together, and it was clear to those watching that they were exchanging a gentle kiss. "Ah, that's so cute," Ginny said softly. Fred and George wondered if the Prophet article might just possibly have a grain of truth in it, but Ginny realized that the 2 were just at the beginning of a relationship and were still very shy with each other. "Boys are so thick," she thought as she glanced at her brothers. "Sorry, Jin, it looks like you've lost him," George said mournfully, completely forgetting that Ginny was their only hope for a safe return to the burrow. "Don't call me that," Ginny declared, bristling like a cat. "I have no interest in Harry that way, and I haven't since my 3rd year." "Certainly, George. Don't you know that our Jin has a new man in her life? I heard her tell Hermione just the other day how big and strong he was," Fred responded, batting his eyelashes and clasping his hands over his heart. "You don't mean Neville Longbottom?" George responded in an appalled voice. "The very same, our future brother-in-law," Fred answered with a smirk. Ginny's eyes narrowed as she whipped her wand out of her robes and aimed it at Fred's nether regions. "One more word, and you'll be missing something," Ginny said with real menace in her voice. Fred crossed his legs defensively and had the decency to look truly afraid. "Not another word, Jingy, ere Ginny." "There had better not be," she said in a warning tone. By that time, Harry and Luna had almost reached the house and saw that they had visitors. The thing that surprised the visitors most was that Harry, who was normally quite shy about girls, didn't release Luna's hand. "Where have you two been?" Ginny asked, slightly relieving the tension that they were all feeling. "Luna and I went to see a film in Ottery Catchpole," was Harry's prompt reply. "First date?" George asked with a grin. "Second, actually," Harry responded unabashedly. "Having a fun summer, are we, Harry?" Fred asked with a smirk. "Well, I don't know about you, but I'm having a great summer," Harry answered honestly. "Well, I'm sorry I have to ruin it, but have you read the Daily Prophet this morning?" Ginny asked, handing over the newspaper. Harry's smile turned into a frown as he and Luna read the article. "How can they print these lies?" Harry asked, his temper rising. "The Prophet has been printing lies for years," Luna replied honestly. Harry looked at Luna sadly, and he knew that she had been dragged into this mess because of him. It was always to be his destiny to be a target, and she was being attacked simply because the two had gone out on a single date. They had only been together for 2 days, but Harry had never felt so comfortable with anyone in his life. "Could you guys excuse us for just a minute?" he said gravely, and he led Luna away from the others to where he could have a private word with her. "This isn't going to be good," Ginny said sadly, as she followed the couple with her eyes. But then she noticed that Luna had her wand behind her back and an old wooden bucket was floating along a few meters behind the pair. "Look!" she declared with glee, as she pointed to the bucket just as it sloshed some water over the rim. "What's going on?" Fred asked in confusion. "I think Harry is just about to get Luna's patented remedy for depression," she giggled. "I got it once myself, and I can tell you that it works." When they were out of sight of the others, Harry stopped and focused Luna's eyes onto his own. "This has all happened because of me. If I wasn't who I am, they wouldn't be attacking you. If you want to stop seeing me, I'll understand," he said in a tone of quiet resignation. Luna stepped closer to him and looked up into his emerald eyes sadly, and he knew that he was losing her. "Harry, I just want you to know that this is for your own good, and I only take a moderate amount of pleasure in it." Then she took a step backwards just as the bucket, which was hovering over his head, dumped its contents over the boy who lived. Harry was so stunned that he fell backwards and landed on his bum, water dripping from his hair and clothing. "What in the hell did you do?" he sputtered out in confusion. "Just a little reality check to get your attention," she replied with a grin. "This is not just about you, Harry. It's about both of us. The Prophet attacked you because of who you are, but they also attacked me because of who I am. Ever since you gave the Quibbler that interview about Voldemort, it has been steadily gaining market share against the Daily Prophet. They are attacking me to get at my father, and I intend to fight back. You're a fighter, Harry. That's one of the things that I've always liked about you." "Please don't stop fighting now," Luna declared sincerely. And then in a much softer tone she added, "You're the first boy that I've ever liked and the first boy that has ever liked me, and don't intend to give up on you, and I don't want you to give up on me." "All right, but only on the condition that you don't dump any more water on me," Harry said with a grin as he struggled to his feet. But he also recognized the courage in her words, and he was really glad that she wasn't going to give up on him. He thought that the two of them just might have something together. He certainly hoped so. As they walked back to join the others, Harry reached out and took Luna's hand. "That was a rather sneaky trick, you know. So how do you intend for us to fight a newspaper?" "With another newspaper, of course," Luna replied with a giggle. "What happened to you?" George asked in surprise as a dripping wet Harry Potter approached the group. "Luna just adjusted my attitude a bit," Harry replied with a smirk. "Effective, isn't it?" Ginny said, giggling. Oh yes, very effective. Now I think I'll go inside and change into some dry cloths, Harry said, holding his wet t-shirt out from his body. No need for that, Luna declared, and placed a drying charm on the surprised boy. Why didn't you do that back there? He asked, nodding in the direction from which they had come. 2 reasons, actually, Luna said mischievously. First, I wanted the others to see that there is a price to be paid for depression around here, and second, she said hesitantly as her cheeks blushed a little pink, you do have a rather nice chest, and it showed up quite well through that wet t-shirt. Luna, Ginny declared in shock. Well, he has, Luna replied defensively. Now it was Harry's turn to blush as they all burst out laughing. You just wait until later, he said in a mock-threatening way. Don't put off until tomorrow what you can do today, Luna replied in a sing-song voice as she smiled shyly at him. It's easy to see who's in control here, Fred said sadly. Our poor Harry, whipped already, George sighed. And so young too, Ginny lamented. Tragic, absolutely tragic, Fred lamented. Thanks a lot, Harry said sarcastically. So what are you going to do about the prophet? Ginny asked, putting them back on track. Harry glanced at Luna with a degree of uncertainty, unsure how exactly one would go about fighting a newspaper. Harry and I are going to write an article that will be published in the next issue of the Quibbler, Luna responded decisively. They quite clearly libeled him, and we need to respond immediately. If a lie isn't refuted immediately, people think it's the truth, she declared knowingly. Harry smiled at his friend appreciatively and realized once again why Luna had been assigned to a house noted for their intelligence. Then Harry had an idea himself. We can include that Rita Skeeter in as unregistered animagus. Hermione found out in my 4th year. But she agreed not to inform the authorities if Skeeter didn't write any more negative stories about us. Well, the year is over, and I was never bound by that pledge anyway, Harry declared fiercely. They are going to be in so much trouble, Luna declared with a grin, delighted to hear this latest bit of startling news. I wish we could get Hermione to check the article over for us, Harry said wistfully. The 3 Weasleys shared identical grins before George broke the silence. Well, that would mean that you 2 would have to come over for lunch tomorrow. Hermione is going to spend the rest of the summer with our dear brother. Which will mean that Ron will have to observe some level of personal hygiene, Ginny observed with relief. And someone else is coming to visit our dear sister, Fred said evilly as he looked at Ginny. Oh yes, we can't forget Mr. Neville Longbottom. Our little sister would simply pine away without him, George said with a mischievously leer. Ginny Longbottom, that has a rather nice ring to it, don't you think? Fred asked no one in particular. You 2 are both dead, do you know that? Ginny declared as she fought to keep the blush out of her cheeks. You wouldn't murder your 2 favorite brothers, would you, sweet sister? Fred asked coyly. Of course she wouldn't, oh brother of mine. Our little sister is just too nice for that, George declared. Seeing her chance to regain the upper hand, Ginny replied sweetly. Of course I wouldn't, but that doesn't mean I won't let the forest do it for me. It should be dark in about an hour, and that's when the really nasty things come out. I'll just leave you to find your own way home. For the first time, a look of real fear crossed the faces of the twins. Worse than the carnivorous calla lilies? Fred asked nervously. And the cannibalistic chipmunks? George asked. And that nasty purple vine with the pink flowers? Oh, much worse than any of them, Ginny answered with glee. What in the world are you talking about? Harry asked in confusion, having never heard of any of the strange creatures before. Why, the plants and animals that live in the forest around this house, of course, Fred answered in fear. There's nothing in my forest that would hurt anyone, and that purple vine with the pink flowers that you're afraid of is called a friendship vine, Luna declared in a clearly amused tone. Well, if that is true, then why did Ginny? But she said. The twins were now completely confused as they looked from Luna to Ginny, and then the truth suddenly hit Fred and George with the force of a stunning spell. No carnivorous calla lilies, no cannibalistic chipmunks, Fred asked. Nope, Luna answered simply. "But if you ever find any, I would love to see them," she added with a hopeful giggle. The twin glared at their baby sister, but there was clearly a degree of pride as well. Ginny threw up her arms in victory as her brothers acknowledged her triumph over the pranksters. Luna invited the three of them to stay for dinner and suggested that they could use the flue to return home afterwards. The 5 teens laughed and talked until late that evening, having a wonderful time. Fred and George produced samples of their newest products and demonstrated their effects using each other as test subjects. That was until Harry and Luna decided to join in the fun and tried some of the products themselves. The latest Weasley invention was a powdered polyjuice potion that could transform a person into an animal for a brief period of time, and all 5 teens took turns experiencing the effects. The next morning, Harry sat at the kitchen table working on the article, while Luna did some special baking for the twins. Between the two of them, they were able to produce a very well-written article that they hoped would swing public opinion against the Daily Prophet. Luna's baking project also turned out well, and she hoped it would help the twins to market their new creation. The two arrived at the Weasleys late in the morning and found Ginny setting the table in the garden for an outdoor lunch. Harry and Luna immediately volunteered to help and went into the kitchen to get dishes and silverware. Fred and George were seated at the kitchen table, discussing plans for future chaos, and Luna took the opportunity to show them what she had made with their invention. That morning, she had baked off a batch of her delicious chocolate snorkacks with a dose of powdered polyjuice in each, and included hair or feathers from different animals in each cookie. She transfigured packaging for the snorkacks and named them party animals. Luna thought they could be used to liven up parties. Fred and George thought that it was a brilliant idea and insisted that Harry and Luna come up to their combination laboratory bedroom to look at some of their other new inventions. While they were away, Ron and Hermione returned from a walk in the woods and settled down at the kitchen table for a cup of tea. Ron absently reached for the package of cookies and began munching on one. Try these, Hermione, they're great," and he passed the package across the table to her. Ron was just reaching for his second cookie when Harry, Luna, and the twins re-entered the kitchen. "Ron, don't," Harry yelled, as he lunged for the table and grabbed the cookies out of his friend's hand. "What, they're just cookies," Ron declared, looking at his empty hand in annoyance. "Ron, Luna baked those cookies for the twins. Each contains a dose of polyjuice powder," Harry answered, no longer able to control his laughter. A look of absolute horror spread across Ron's face, and he grabbed for his throat like he had been poisoned. He glanced over at Hermione looking for sympathy and saw her glaring back at him angrily. Ron's look of horror was quickly replaced by one of shock as he found himself rapidly shrinking until finally there was only a pile of clothing on the bench where Ron had been sitting. Out of the pile hopped a very confused rabbit with Weasley red hair. Seconds later, the same thing happened to a terrified Hermione, and a cat with thick brown fur emerged from the pile of clothing on her side of the table. The cat arched its back angrily and bristled at the confused rabbit, and then leaped off the bench and chased the frightened creature out the back door. "I've got to get my camera," Ginny squealed with glee and ran towards the stairs. Meanwhile, Fred and George had fallen to the floor and were laughing so hard that they seemed to be having trouble breathing. Harry and Luna were holding onto one another to keep from falling, and Harry hoped that Ginny could find her camera before the two changed back. "Maybe we should go after them," Luna suggested, a slight look of concern on her face. "Why?" George asked, regaining some control. "Well, you said the potion wears off after 15 minutes, Luna explained dreamily. "So, well, their clothes are here, and they are out there," Luna said as she began to blush a bit. The 3 boys thought about what Luna said for a moment, and then they all burst out laughing. At that moment, Ginny entered the kitchen with her camera. "What did I miss?" she asked suspiciously. "We have to go get your brother before he and Hermione flash each other," George declared with glee as he pointed at the 2 piles of clothes. "We want pictures, Jin. Lots and lots of pictures," Fred declared as the laughing teens ran out into the garden. As they approached the picnic table, they saw Hermione, the cat, had backed Ron the rabbit into a corner and was hissing at him angrily. Ron, for his part, was trembling with fear and looking for an avenue of escape. Ginny rushed forward gleefully and started to snap one picture after another. "You take Hermione up to Ginny's room, and we'll take care of our dear brother," George said with sincerity that Harry found rather troubling. Luna scooped up the angry brown cat and carried her into the house as Fred and George exchanged whispers. "Harry, if you'll take Hermione's clothes up to Ginny's room, we'll take Ron up to his," Fred said as he made to pick up the confused rabbit. Harry could read between the lines, and he departed for the kitchen without looking back. A few minutes later, a furious Hermione came stomping down the stairs and entered the kitchen, her face red with embarrassment and anger. "Where is that idiot?" she demanded in a tone that made it clear that Ron was in for trouble. At that moment, they heard a familiar voice yelling for help from the garden. Rushing out the back door, the teens saw the twins standing smugly in front of an old rabbit hutch that stood against the garden shed. Through the wire, they could see Ron Weasley on his hands and knees, stark naked, screaming threats at his two grinning brothers. Ginny screamed with glee and rushed forward with her camera, determined not to miss the rare opportunity. "Ginny, stay away. Can't you see I'm naked?" Ron screamed in panic as she approached the hutch. "Oh yeah, like I haven't seen that before," she declared with a smirk. "But these pictures should be worth quite a bit of money. I'm sure the girls in Gryffindor will pay plenty for them," she said with an evil leer as she continued to snap pictures. "You wouldn't dare," Ron declared in panic. All of the anger instantly disappeared from Hermione's face as she watched Ron try to hide in the back corner of the hutch, while shouting about the terrible things he would do when he got his clothes back. "And who says we're going to give them back?" Fred asked in a perplexed tone. "That's right, Ron, you really have us scared. We better let Mum return your clothes. We would be too scared," George said with a grin. "No," Ron screamed as his face turned to the color of ash. After a little more teasing, Harry took Ron's clothes down to the hutch and shooed Ginny away. Soon, everyone was settled in the living room of the burrow as Hermione proofread the article that would appear in the Quibbler the next day. After some adjustments to spelling and grammar, she pronounced that it was ready for release. The one major change that she did make was the article's title, which she said lacked the punch necessary to grab the public's attention. Harry and the others agreed that the new title was certainly sensational, but Hermione's explanation of its historical importance was completely lost on them. I accuse the daily profit of printing lies in order to deceive the public and increase their own circulation. Luna Lovegood and I only started dadding a week ago, and we have certainly never discussed anything as important as marriage. Rita Skeeter deliberately twisted the truth in order to make a sensational headline while attacking me and Miss Lovegood, who is the daughter of their major competitor. The reliable source to which she refers is Draco Malfoy, the son of Lucius Malfoy, who is a known Death Eater and an avowed supporter of Voldemort. It is not surprising that Miss Skeeter would employ such a source, as she herself chooses to violate the law. She is, and has been, an unregistered animagus. During the Triwizard competition at Hogwarts, Miss Skeeter used her insect form to eavesdrop on the contestants and print their personal conversations. I consider the article by the Daily Prophet to be nothing less than libel, and unless a full retraction is published within 24 hours, I will file a lawsuit against the newspaper and Rita Skeeter. Harry Potter, the article was published the next day in the Quibbler, with the name Voldemort omitted in favor of he, who must not be named, to protect reader sensibilities, and it caused a major sensation in Wizarding Britain. Since the confirmed return of the Dark Lord just 2 months previously, Harry Potter had once again become a national hero. For any publication to take cheap shots at him simply to boost circulation was regarded by the public as an outrage. Demands were made both inside and out of the ministry for an investigation of the Daily Prophet and its methods of reporting the news. Circulation dropped dramatically as over 100 wizarding families showed their displeasure by immediately canceling their subscriptions. It was clear that the Prophet was in serious trouble, and it responded with an immediate retraction and a front-page apology to Harry Potter, Luna Lovegood, and the rest of the wizarding world. The blame for the article was laid at the door of Rita Skeeter, and one of the paper's senior editors, both of whom were immediately fired. The next day, the publisher of the Prophet offered to publicly meet with Harry Potter to personally offer his apology. It appeared that the teens had achieved a complete victory, but as is often the case, looks can be deceiving. Chapter 4. A Premature Celebration. Ron Weasley didn't like it. He didn't like it one bit. But as usual, no one would listen to him. And as he sat in the living room of the burrow, waiting for his sister to come down, he liked it even less. When they had first received the party invitation from Luna Lovegood, he had tried to tell everyone that it was a bad idea, but they just wouldn't listen to him. He had a really bad feeling about what kind of party the strange girl was likely to come up with. Ron shuddered as he thought about how weird she was. He simply couldn't understand his best mate's obvious attraction to her. Harry had half the girls at Hogwarts mooning over him, so why would he like the very strange Luna Lovegood? She certainly wasn't what might be described as pretty, not with that long, stringy hair and those enormous silver eyes. It just didn't make any sense. And the more that he thought about it, the more he came back to the only reasonable solution possible, that Harry must be under the influence of some kind of a spell. But when he suggested that idea to his brothers and sister, they simply laughed at him. He even thought that his brother Fred might be a bit attracted to the odd girl, and that idea gave him cold shivers. From the first moment he first saw Harry and Luna together, he had been worried. They seemed to positively glow around each other. Hermione and Ginny, being typical girls, had thought it all so sweet and romantic. But Ron had never seen his mate act like this, not even when he was dating Cho Chang, one of the prettiest girls in the school. It must be some kind of a love spell, and Ron wondered if somehow Draco Malfoy hadn't had something to do with it. His disturbing thoughts were interrupted at that moment when his sister entered the room with the twins, and Ron prepared to meet whatever destiny the Fates and Luna Lovegood had in store for them. Oh. Later that night, the Lovegood cottage was the scene an unusual degree of joviality, as Luna Lovegood held her first party to celebrate the recent retraction printed by the Daily Prophet. Luna had decided to invite her new friends over for the evening, the guest list consisting of the 4 younger Weasleys, Hermione Granger, Neville Longbottom, and of course Harry. Luna wasn't exactly sure what a teenage party should consist of, having never been invited to one, but she was determined to try nonetheless. Harry tried to assist wherever possible, but he too had missed this particular part of the teen experience and was equally clueless. But a lack of experience would never stop Luna Lovegood from plunging forward into anything, and the event that resulted uniquely matched her rather offbeat personality. After a supper which included such surprisingly tasty delicacies as acorn and pine nut bisque, candied chestnuts, baked tamarack root with goat cheese and wild berry compote cooked in honey, the 8 teens settled themselves comfortably before the fireplace in the living room. Luna and Harry excused themselves to get what Luna described as a special surprise, and only Ron seemed to wince at her words. They returned a few minutes later, carrying 2 long-handled copper kettles and 3 wooden bowls containing what looked like hot rubber balls. Luna handed the copper kettles to Ron and Hermione, who had absolutely no idea what to do with them. Then she passed out the wooden bowls to the others, who were equally clueless. "What do we do with this?" Neville asked a little dubiously, as Fred and George poked their ball carefully with their wands. "Why, you pull it, of course. Haven't you ever been to a taffy pull?" Luna asked in astonishment. "Has anyone?" Ron asked, regarding the colorful balls as representing some kind of work. "My mum and I used to do it all the time," Luna said, her eyes misting a bit as the memories came flooding back. "Well, Luna is an excellent teacher," Harry declared, trying to be as supportive as possible. He remembered fondly how Luna had introduced him to the art of taffy pulling just a few nights previously, as a summer storm raged outside the old house. Harry reached an arm around Luna's back and gave her a reassuring hug, inhaling the sweet scent of the old-fashioned perfume that she wore. Then Harry picked up a ball of red and blue-striped taffy, and he and Luna demonstrated the process of stretching and refolding required to complete the candy. The others soon joined in and quickly discovered that it was a surprising amount of fun, although the twins got a little carried away when they tried to use magic to accomplish the task and ended up looking like colorful candied mummies. Meanwhile, Ron and Hermione were busy shaking their popcorn kettles over the open fire in the stone hearth. For Hermione, the experience was a new one. As a Muggle-born witch, she had grown up using a microwave oven for this simple process. But for Ron, it just represented unnecessary work, and he grumbled to himself continuously. "I'm surprised you've never done this before," Luna said with surprise. "I thought all parties roasted popcorn and pulled taffy." "Well, they did 100 years ago," Ron declared sarcastically. "What's next, bobbing for apples?" Completely missing the sarcasm, Luna smiled at him brightly. "Do you like to do that too? I've always loved it. I don't know why I didn't think of it myself. There's a big tub right at the foot of the cellar stairs," she declared excitedly. Ron was about to respond when Ginny caught his eye. She pulled a stack of rather embarrassing photos from her pocket and was waving them with an evil smile. The unspoken threat was all too clear. Bobbing for apples sounds great," Ron responded weakly. Soon all the teens were having a wonderful time, and even Ron had to admit that it turned out to be a great party. Oh. Xenophilius Lovegood apparated into the garden of his home near Ottery Scent, Catchpole later that same evening, glad that his Swedish trip was finally over. He inhaled the sweet fragrance of summer jasmine and felt the warm breeze coming off the grasses of the meadow. How he loved the old house in the woods. From the first moment that his future wife had brought him home to meet her parents, there could never be any other place in the world for him. Light streamed out through the windows of the old house, lighting his way to the front door. Stepping inside the vestibule, he heard happy voices coming from the living room and the sound of teenaged laughter. Staying in the shadows, he looked into the room and saw his daughter surrounded by her friends and laughing along with the others. It did a father's heart good to see his daughter so happy, as she buried her head in the shoulder of the raven-haired boy who sat at her side and had his arm around her shoulders. Xenophilius loved his daughter, but he worried about her as well. She had always marched to her own drummer rather than follow the path taken by others, and her father knew that could often be a very lonely road. But judging by the happy laughter coming from the room opposite, he would say that his daughter had found friends willing to accept her for who she was. He edged into the room a bit more and prepared for the usual generational stress that accompanied the arrival of an adult in the midst of a group of teenagers. "It looks like quite a party," he said, in what he hoped was a non-judgmental way. "Daddy!" Luna exclaimed as she jumped up from the sofa and ran to her father. She threw her arms around his back and hugged him tightly, everything else in world fading to the background in this moment of happy reunion. It was at that moment that she realized how much she had truly missed him, even with the company of Harry and her other new friends. "Pumpkin," he responded lovingly, as he held his child close to him. He had missed his little girl terribly over the past few weeks, as well as her quirky personality, which reminded him so much of his late wife. But he also appreciated how important it was that she aid her friend Harry Potter, and he believed that the young boy would benefit from the association as well. Meanwhile, the other teens in the room watched the two in a respectful silence. Seeing the father and daughter together, Harry understood that in one respect at least Luna was a very lucky girl. Fred and George were the first to recover from the reverence of the moment, as Fred mouthed to George the questioning word, "pumpkin." George responded by acting like he had been gagged and grabbed his throat. It was at that moment that Ginny Weasley, with tears in her eyes, reached over and whacked her brother sharply on the side of his head. But Luna and her father were too wrapped up in their reunion to take any notice of this Weasley family comedy. And Harry, for his part, was delighted to see Luna so happy. Completely forgetting the rest of her guests, Luna pulled her father over to meet the boy who had become her special friend. "Daddy, this is my friend Harry," she said, coloring slightly. Her father noticed the blush with a touch of amusement and extended his hand to the young man. "It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Harry." "It's nice to meet you, Mr. Lovegood," the boy responded respectfully. "Please, Harry, call me Phileas," Xenophilius Lovegood implored. "Did you find anything?" Luna asked hopefully, unable to restrain her natural curiosity a moment longer. Harry realized that Luna was asking about her father's search for the legendary crumple-horned snorkack, of which she had spoken often. But the others were thoroughly confused by the change in subject. A few tracks and what might have been a nesting site, but nothing really concrete, he answered, disappointment evident in his voice. I made Byzantium spiced pudding for tonight, she responded, sensing her father's disappointment. The man's eyes brightened, and the wrinkles seemed to leave his face immediately. You always know how to make me feel better, Pumpkin. I'll just take some upstairs and talk to you in the morning. Won't you please stay and join us, Phileas? Harry asked boldly. Yes, please stay, the others urged. All right, I'll stay for a bit, he said, and settled down in a comfortable overstuffed chair near the fire. The chance to get to know his daughter's new friends was just too great for Phileas Lovegood to resist. Would you like to try some spiced pudding? I made it fresh today, Luna asked the others in the room. While the other teens hesitated a bit, Harry enthusiastically volunteered. He had been eating Luna's cooking for almost 2 weeks, and he thought she could probably give the Hogwarts house elves some pointers. The rest took a cue from him and agreed to give it a try, even though the bright blue color of the pudding was a bit intimidating. Anything but apple pie, George declared with conviction, and his sister burst out laughing. You tried to visit on your own, didn't you? Phyllis asked with a grin. Yes, but never again, Fred pledged. We've never seen wards like those before. One minute we were following a trail through the woods, and the next minute we were sitting in our kitchen eating apple pie, George added in disbelief. Yes, the wards around this house are ancient and quite unique. My wife's family always had a remarkable talent for spell crafting and ward creation, talents that I'm proud to say Luna has inherited, Phyllis declared with pride. You know how to craft spells? I've always wanted to learn, but Professor McGonagall says I have to wait for my 7th-year Transfiguration class. Do you think you could show me the basics? Hermione asked hopefully. I would be happy to show you, Hermione, Luna said a little shyly. This might be a good time to give Harry the spell you created for his birthday, Phyllis suggested to his daughter. You made me a spell for my birthday? Harry asked in amazement. Yes, I thought it might help the next time you run into some Death Eaters, Luna responded sincerely. Can we see it, Luna, please? Ginny begged. Well, it's up to Harry. It is his present, she responded sincerely. I would love to see it, Harry answered, a little overwhelmed that anyone would give him such a unique gift. Luna nodded shyly and withdrew her wand from her pocket. Now no one should be alarmed when it gets dark. That's just part of the spell, she said reassuringly. Then she made a vertical slashing movement with her wand and said Obscurus Opticus. The room was immediately plunged into total darkness, darker even than the blackest night. Watch your hands, Hermione squealed. Sorry about that, Hermione, Ron responded meekly. At that moment, the lights returned and nothing appeared to have changed. But then Hermione screamed loudly, using a particular word that no one had ever heard Hermione use before. She was staring down at her bare knees, and her eyes were wide with shock. Her scream was quickly followed by exclamations from the others seated in the room. Apparently the effect of Luna's spell was that a person would switch appearances with the person nearest them. The girlish scream and questionable expletive came not from Hermione Granger, but from Ron Weasley, who was now in uncomfortable possession of Hermione's body. Harry Potter was shocked to discover that he was now wearing a plaid skirt and had long blonde hair, and he was feeling extremely uncomfortable. He was holding the hand of, well, himself, and the person who looked like Harry Potter was wearing a very Luna-like smile. It was all just too weird, and he could tell that the others in the room were experiencing the same weirdness. It's a proximity change spell, Luna explained in a very masculine voice. I thought that Harry could use it if he was ever surrounded by Death Eaters. He could change his position in the darkness, and then they would be shooting spells at one of their own. That's absolutely brilliant, Harry declared, and then almost choked to find himself speaking with Luna's soft, musical voice. Putting aside the weirdness of the situation, Harry wondered how girls ever managed to deal with long hair, as he brushed the long, dirty blonde tresses out of his face yet again. Ron! Shouted Ron Hermione from across the room, attracting everyone's attention. What? Hermione responded in confusion. Keep your hands to yourself, Ron declared angrily and pointed at Hermione's knee. Hermione looked down and realized that he was absently scratching her leg just above the knee. She turned bright red and pulled her hand away like it had been in fire. I'm sorry, but you itch, Hermione stuttered out, turning redder still. Ron turned white with anger and hit Hermione in the ribs. That is none of your business. Meanwhile, Ginny and Neville were doing little better. Both were red as beets with embarrassment and were avoiding each other's eyes while keeping their hands well away from their bodies. Luna, this is all very interesting, but could you please reverse this spell? Ron asked, trying to be as patient as she could in the embarrassing circumstances. Well, if you are certain that you're all ready, Harry answered sincerely, but there was a twinkle in his eyes. Definitely ready, Neville declared, and Ginny nodded her head vigorously. Very well, Harry responded and made a quick vertical slash with his wand and mumbled an incantation. The lights went out, and when they came on again, everyone had returned to their own bodies. There was a collective sigh of relief from most of the people in the room, but the twins seemed less than happy. Having changed bodies with each other, they claimed that they had missed out on the whole experience. But we'll forgive you if you show us how to do that spell, Fred declared eagerly. Absolutely, that spell would be smashing for parties, George added, a noticeable gleam in his eyes. Well, don't invite me to any of them, Hermione said flatly. Oh, Hermione, you're no fun at all. You need to let your hair down, George declared. And exchange it for Ron's, Fred added with a grin. Is your knee still itching, Ronikins? George asked in glee, as Ron and Hermione both blushed red. Well, it's Harry's spell, and he can share it with anyone he wants, Luna declared, interrupting the playful banter. Two pairs of playful eyes zeroed in on Harry. All right, I know I'm probably going to regret this, but I'll tell you on the condition that you don't share it with anyone else until after the war is over. I don't want Voldemort finding out about it, Harry declared firmly. The twins were as giddy as schoolgirls and readily accepted his terms, thinking about the mayhem they could cause with such a perfect spell. Harry, you can't. They'll be forever changing me with some girl or the other, Ron begged in fear. Never fear, Ronikins, we have bigger fish to fry, Fred said with glee. Imagine switching the sex of all the Slytherins and then not changing them back, George added with delight. Just think of Snape and old McGonagall switching bodies, Fred suggested. No more, please. I won't be able to sleep tonight as it is, Harry begged, realizing that he had unleashed two monsters. Phileas Lovegood was taking a great deal of pleasure watching his daughter interact with her friends. He had always hoped that she would find people like these. This is a wonderful party, but what's the occasion? He asked. The room sobered noticeably as Luna handed her father the issue of the Daily Prophet, which contained the article about her and Harry. The room was completely silent as he carefully read the article. I'm sorry, Harry, but I really couldn't allow Luna to marry before she turns 17, Phyllis Lovegood said with regret, but there was a twinkle in his eyes. There was a collective gasp from the assembled teens at the thought that Luna's father could possibly believe the lies printed in the Daily Prophet. But Daddy, Harry and I love each other and we want to get married as soon as possible, Luna declared, urgency clearly evident in her voice. But as she spoke, she looked at Harry and gave him a sly wink. Harry could see Hermione starting to hyperventilate and decided to play along with the obvious prank. That's right, Mr. Lovegood. I want to marry your daughter as soon as possible. No, Harry, you can't, Hermione positively screamed. You're both too young for such an important step. You just can't be serious. It would be a mistake that would ruin your entire lives. As Hermione rambled on, her face turning from red to purple with emotion, Ron caught the smirk that Harry gave Luna and her father, and he decided to get in on the fun. That's right, Harry. You shouldn't even think about such a thing at your age. Last year, I was seriously thinking about asking Hermione to marry me after graduation. Boy, would that have been a mistake, Ron declared with a grin. Hermione spun about to face him like he had stabbed her in the back. What do you mean a mistake? How dare you? I wouldn't marry you if you were the last man in the world, Hermione declared, white with rage. It was at that moment she realized that everyone in the room was laughing, and putting two and two together, she realized that she had been had. "Oh, you, I'll get you for that," she said to Ron as she blushed in embarrassment. "I'm sorry, Hermione. It was just too good to pass up," Ron answered with a grin, as he put an arm around her shoulders. Everyone in the room took note of the fact that Hermione allowed Ron's arm to remain where it was. "But what about the Prophet article?" Hermione asked, anxious to turn the spotlight away from herself. "I do admit I'm impressed. Rita Skeeter managed to slander both Harry and my daughter in the same article. I didn't think she had the talent. As to the article, it's the typical mud that the Prophet's been throwing for years," Phileas said grimly. "Well, we responded with this article in the Quibbler," Luna declared, handing her father the most recent issue of the Quibbler. As he read the article, a smile came to Xenophilius Lovegood's face, and then a chuckle, and finally he set the article down with a sigh of satisfaction. "Very well written, I must say. May I ask who composed this article?" he asked. "Harry did," Luna responded with pride. "With a lot of help from Hermione," Harry promptly added. "Well, if either of you are interested in a career in journalism, I would be happy to give you a start. After you graduate, of course. So what response did your article get?" Phileas asked. "The Prophet printed a full retraction and fired Rita Skeeter and a senior editor," Hermione answered, barely able to contain her glee that her old nemesis was out of a job. "Well, getting Skeeter out of journalism is certainly a step in the right direction. That witch has twisted and distorted every story that she has ever touched. She's a blight on our profession," he said with disdain. But Luna knew her father too well, and she knew there was something that he wasn't saying. "Daddy, you and I have always been completely honest with each other. What is it that you aren't saying?" Luna asked with concern. The man smiled slightly. "She's so like her mother, I was never able to get anything by her either," he thought, and then after a moment's reflection he decided to be completely forthright with them. "Getting rid of Rita Skeeter is a major accomplishment, and don't you doubt that for a moment. But I'm afraid that she is merely a pawn in all of this. The Daily Prophet still goes on." "But they printed a retraction," Ginny Weasley declared, speaking up for the first time. "Of course they did. The Daily Prophet is very careful in the way it operates. When public outrage is generated, as it was in your case, they simply print a retraction, select a scapegoat, and then lay low for a while. Once people forget the matter, the Prophet returns to their old way of doing business. I'm afraid that your actions will only prove a minor inconvenience to them. I'm going to tell you all something that might be a bit dangerous to know, but you have a right to know it. Did you ever wonder why the Daily Prophet turned on you so viciously last year, Harry?" "I always believed that it was orders from Fudge," Harry stated with a note of distaste. "No, Harry. Minister Fudge is a pawn just like Rita Skeeter. He does what he's told, which is essentially to do nothing. He's controlled by certain pure-blood families who have a great deal of wealth and influence in our society," Phileas said with regret. "Those families couldn't include the Malfoys, could they?" Harry asked with dawning awareness. "Perceptive as always, Harry," Phileas said, smiling at the young man. "But back to the original question, the Daily Prophet attacked you so viciously because Voldemort told them to." A gasp sounded from those in the room, both at the mention of the Dark Lord's name and because of the charge that he apparently had control of the leading newspaper in the wizarding world. In spite of the shocking news, Harry was rather pleased that Mr. Lovegood could call Voldemort by his name without flinching. "Do you know this to be true?" Harry asked. "Yes, but I can't prove it. The Death Eaters are very careful to conceal their involvement. The Prophet is a publicly traded company, and its stock is held in the name of a family member with no known ties to Voldemort. For example, the Daily Prophet stock held by the Malfoy family is in the name of Narcissa Malfoy, who has no known contacts with the Dark Lord. Nevertheless, Voldemort is in overall control. Voldemort is using the Prophet to subtly undermine the morale of the wizarding population of Britain and keep it from forming a unified resistance." But the Daily Prophet has run numerous stories proclaiming Harry as a hero. Why would they do that? Neville asked, entering the conversation. A very good question, young man. I'm sorry I don't believe that I know your name, Phileas said. Neville Longbottom, sir, Neville responded respectfully. A genuine smile appeared on the man's face, and a nostalgic look appeared in his eyes. Of course, I knew your parents in school, Neville. They were good friends of mine, and I miss them very much. But to answer your question, the Daily Prophet uses a very carefully crafted strategy to destroy public morale. First, they run a series of stories declaring that Harry is the only hope for the wizarding world, so that people will pin all of their hopes upon him. And then they run stories that Harry is unstable, a liar and a fraud. The people are left with no hope at all. They hope that when Voldemort finally steps in to take over, there will be little resistance because people won't know who to trust. It's a strange thing about human nature, but people seem to want to believe the worst about their heroes. It's an element of human nature that's sad but true. People believe gossip, and Rita Skeeter was no doubt told to attack you in any way she could. You've chopped off the head of the snake, Harry, but it's already grown another, Phileas Lovegood said sadly. Well then, we will just have to kill the snake once and for all, Harry declared forcefully. Does Dumbledore know about the Voldemort's connection to the Prophet? George asked soberly. I'm sure that he does. There's precious little that gets past Dumbledore, Phileas said with certainty. Why didn't he tell me? Harry asked in frustration. Harry, Professor Dumbledore is an old man who is long past his prime. He's carried a heavy burden for many years now, first in the fight against Grindelwald and now against Voldemort, and it has taken a terrible toll on him. I think he wanted to spare you the burden and allow you to live as normal a life as possible. All men make mistakes, and it seems his worst mistakes have involved you. After all these years, it's difficult for him to pass the torch on to someone else, even when he realizes that he must. Can't he close the Daily Prophet down? Asked Fred, hopping to redirect the conversation back to the central topic. Not without proof. The public would regard any attempt as interference with a free press, and perhaps as a prelude to a takeover by Dumbledore himself. The public always harbors a degree of distrust for anyone with a great deal of power, and the Prophet has attacked Dumbledore as much as it's attacked you. Any move by Dumbledore against the Prophet would shatter what little unity we have in our world. Well, if Professor Dumbledore can't stop the Prophet, we'll just have to do it ourselves, Luna declared determinedly, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. The only way to take down the Daily Prophet is if they do it to themselves, and so far they've been very careful not to leave any evidence. Edward Trunniffin, the editor of the newspaper, is an extremely clever and crafty individual, Phileas declared. What if he confessed in front of witnesses? George asked, glancing at his brother. Yeah, we could use Veritaserum to get a confession, Ron declared in glee. And we can visit you in Azkaban, Fred declared in mock delight. I'm afraid your brother is right. Minister Fudge pushed through legislation making Veritaserum a controlled substance for everyone but the Aurors and courts. I think he was afraid that someone might slip him some, Phileas said. I've heard that there are other truth potions available. Wouldn't one of them work? Neville asked hopefully. I'm afraid that the other potions aren't nearly as potent, and a strong-willed person like Trunniffin could usually fight off their effects, Phileas explained. As Phileas was speaking, Harry noticed that Fred and George were exchanging grins. Fred got up from the sofa and picked up the bowl of taffy on the table. He popped one piece in his mouth and began to pass the rest around the room. Harry had a strange feeling about this and politely declined, as did Luna. Ron, on the other hand, grabbed a fistful. After he had eaten several, Fred and George were ready with their announcement. Actually, there is another truth potion that is every bit as effective at Veritaserum, but is not a controlled substance. It was recently developed by two brilliant wizards who shall remain nameless, but they would be more than happy to make it available to such a worthy cause, George said with a smirk. It's as strong as Veritaserum, Neville asked in amazement. Absolutely, but if you have any doubts, our dear brother Ron will be happy to give us a demonstration, Fred said with a grin. Well, maybe not exactly happy, but he'll do it, George added. I'm not taking anything from you two lunatics, Ron declared with a shudder. Lunatics, now I ask you, is that nice? Besides, Ronikins, you already took it, Fred declared happily. To begin, dear brother, will you tell us all exactly how you feel about Hermione? George asked sweetly. Don't you dare, Hermione declared fiercely, leveling her wand on the twins. But Hermione, this is necessary to prove the effectiveness of Out Potion and to fight the forces of evil, George said with sincerity. And you do want to know how Ron really feels, don't you? And you know he'll never get up the courage to tell you, Fred added with a leer. I'm leaving, Ron declared, his face turning red. He stood up and turned towards the door. No, I don't think so, dear brother. Please sit back down and answer the question. You see, the potion also contains an ingredient that imposes obedience on the victim heir subject. Ron tried his best to resist, but finally dropped back into the chair in complete defeat, a look of absolute horror on his face. He looked pleadingly to Hermione for help, but was startled to see that she had lowered her wand and was looking at him expectantly. Answer the question, Ron. How do you really feel about our dear Hermione? Fred asked gleefully. I swear I'll kill you too, he said through gritted teeth. But then the need to tell the truth became irresistible, and he knew he had to speak. I like her a lot. There, are you satisfied? Ron demanded, staring daggers at his brothers. Do you really, Ron? Ginny asked sweetly. Do you think she's just too pretty? Very pretty, he choked out, his face turning from red to purple. I think we've proven our point, George said with a smile as his brother nodded in agreement. So I only need to get Trunniffin to meet me in front of witnesses, give him the potion, and then ask about Death Eater involvement with his newspaper, Harry said with determination. We can do that when he makes the public apology he promised us, Luna said slyly. Not we, just me. Voldemort already has me targeted. I don't want him coming after you, and this is going to make him furious, Harry declared. We are going together, Harry. He attacked me too, and I have the same right to fight back that you do, Luna said firmly. I just want you safe, he said tenderly as he took her hand in his, having completely forgotten about the others in the room. While the war goes on, none of us are safe, but we have to keep fighting, Luna said forcefully. Suddenly Ron, and everyone else in the room, knew why Harry Potter was so attracted to Luna Lovegood. I better give you fair warning, Harry. Luna is just like her mother, and if she says she's going to do something, you had better get used to the idea, Phileas Lovegood declared with a smile. But I do have a suggestion to make the meeting more public. I have a friend who has an afternoon talk show on Wizard Radio, and I believe that we could arrange to meet at the studio and broadcast the whole thing. That's a great idea, and then the whole country would hear his confession, Harry declared. All right, let's assume that we can get him into the radio station, and he is willing to make his apology in front of the whole wizarding world. How do we get him to take the potion? We can't exactly walk up to him and say, Excuse me, Mr. Trunniffin, but would you mind taking this potion that will force you to tell the absolute truth? Hermione said in her usual logical way. There was silence for a moment as everyone considered her quite reasonable objection. How would they get him to take the potion? We could send him some of Luna's chocolate snorkax, Harry suggested, not believing that anyone in the world could resist the delicious confections. But that wouldn't help. He might not eat them at all, or eat them so early that the effects would wear off. We need him to take the potion immediately before you meet with him, so there's no chance for him to discover what the potion does, Hermione declared. He would take it if it was an order from his master, Phileas said mysteriously, as everyone in the room looked at him. What do you mean? Hermione asked. If Trunniffin thought that the orders came from Voldemort, he would do anything he was told, Phileas said with more conviction. We could send him a message from Lord Voldemort stating that the potion will allow him to read Harry's mind, and then he can embarrass him in front of all of Wizarding Britain. We could tell him to take it immediately before the meeting. Trunniffin would be delighted to take it. He would think that he was going into the meeting with an unbeatable advantage, Phileas said. But how do you convince him that the orders come from Voldemort? Harry asked. By using the Death Eater's own code. How did you find that out? Harry asked in amazement. By being a good reporter and keeping my eyes open. I thought perhaps it would someday give me the opportunity to send false instructions to the prophet that would cause them to be exposed, and I think that day has come. Phileas then took out a sheet of parchment and a quill, wrote something on the parchment and rolled it up, and then tapped it with his wand while mumbling the spell. The parchment disappeared only to reappear moments later in front of Harry. It unrolled itself with a black flower floating in the air above it. A black rose, Ginny asked incredulously. A narcissus, actually, Luna said knowingly. That's right. All messages from Voldemort come with a black narcissus as authentication, Phileas declared. But why is that the symbol? Hermione asked. Because the Malfoy family are the majority stockholders in the Daily Prophet and have controlled the newspaper for several years. With Lucius in Azkaban, all orders are funneled through his wife Narcissa, whose maiden name was Black. Her orders are carried to Trunnifen each week by the Malfoy family's Black Eagle Owl, Phileas declared. So if we had a Black Eagle Owl, we could send false orders of our own, Harry said, his excitement growing. But where do you get an eagle owl? They are the rarest owl in the world, George declared. Wood has one, Ron volunteered, glad that he was finally able to contribute something. I read about it in Pro Quidditch magazine. I'll send him a note in the morning and see if we can borrow it, Harry said with confidence. With the plan finally set, the party broke up for the night, but not before all those present told Luna what a wonderful time they had had. No one at the time mentioned it, but this party was destined to be the first meeting of the group destined to be the new Marauders. Chapter 5. Sleeping Under the Stars. Sleep did not come easily to Harry Potter on the night before his meeting with Edward Trunnifen, editor of the Daily Prophet. Over the previous 4 days, Harry and his friends had carefully arranged every detail of the planned encounter. But in spite of all the preparations, the young teen was still concerned that something might go wrong. This was Harry's first real opportunity to hurt Voldemort's efforts, while at the same time make the wizarding world aware of the threat, and he desperately didn't want anything to snuff it up. He went over the plans time and again in his mind, trying to catch some detail that they might have overlooked, but everything seemed to be covered. Phileas Lovegood had arranged for the meeting to take place in a hastily created broadcast station far away from the main offices of Wizard Radio, at a location that was kept strictly secret. It was only natural to expect that Death Eaters would try to interrupt the broadcast once its nature became clear, and they would likely launch an attack against the main offices of Wizard Radio. Harry had contacted Nymphadora Tonks and suggested that a trap be set, and the fewer people who knew about it, the better. After she got over her shock at the audacity of his plan, she readily agreed to help. Although Harry had some doubts about it, Fred and George Weasley had volunteered to meet Edward Trunnifen at the Daily Prophet offices and apparate him to the secret location where the meeting would take place. Earlier that day, the twins had dropped off a new batch of their truth potion, and Luna had already baked it into a batch of innocuous-looking wafers. She had wanted to make her delicious chocolate snorkax, but the others convinced her that as a follower of the Dark Lord, Trunnifen didn't deserve them. Phileas Lovegood had worked out the wording of the order, purportedly from Lord Voldemort, that would direct Edward Trunnifen to eat the wafers immediately before the meeting. Hermione, Ginny, and Neville had prepared the list of tough questions that would be asked at the meeting, and Ron helped rehearse Harry and Luna so that they were flawless. But now, as Harry lay awake staring at the ceiling, he realized that he couldn't remember a single question. What if he couldn't remember in the morning? This was so important that he didn't want to mess it up. In frustration, he finally got up and went down to the kitchen, thinking that a bit of food might help him sleep. Coming through the kitchen door, he saw Luna sitting at the old oak table that filled the middle of the room and sipping on a mug that he knew must contain hot cocoa. She was wearing a thick white robe decorated with orange and blue animals, which must have been of her own design. Something about Luna always made Harry smile, even if it was at 1 o'clock in the morning. When she saw him enter, she immediately brightened and pushed a second mug across the table in his direction. He sat down opposite and pulled the mug towards him, inhaling the rich, steamy chocolate smell. "It has a warming spell on it," she said offhandedly. I wondered how long before you would be down." "How did you know I'd be down?" Harry asked as he took a sip of the chocolate. The temperature was just right and it was just sweet enough. "You make an excellent cup of cocoa," he added with a smile. "Old family recipe. My mum created it when she was a girl and passed it down to me. The secret is the nutmeg and cinnamon. I knew you would be down," she said, switching subjects without warning. "You always worry about things so much. You need to relax and take life as it comes." "You may be able to do that, but it's not so easy for me. Sometimes I wish that I could forget who I am, if only for a little while," he said wearily. "I think we can arrange that. Will you join me for a walk?" Luna asked as she set down her empty mug. "You do know that it's almost 2 o'clock in the morning, don't you?" Harry asked as he looked up at the brass clock on the wall. "That's the best time," Luna declared like the fact should be obvious. "Oh, well then let's go," Harry declared with a smirk as he sat his own mug down. Luna took a couple of warm cloaks from a cupboard by the door, and they ventured out into the darkness. The first thing that Harry noticed was that it wasn't all that dark, not with a bright full moon that was bathing the landscape with its soft silver rays. The second was that he really didn't need the heavy cloak with the balmy temperatures, and Luna was in fact carrying her own cloak over her arm. It was a warm, comfortable night with a soft breeze coming up from the south. As they walked along the meadow trail, Harry began to understand why Luna enjoyed her midnight walks so much. The meadow seemed even more beautiful in the silvery glow of the moonlight than it had in daylight. Luna stopped and observed the tall grass along the trail appraisingly, as if trying to reach an important decision. Finally resolved, she spread her cloak on the grass and lay down on it comfortably, indicating that Harry should do the same. As he lay back on his cloak, Harry felt strangely at peace, and he wondered if there might be an enchantment on the peaceful meadow. The warm breeze caressed his skin with the sweet perfume of summer jasmine, and the sound of crickets in the grass nearby seemed to make him rather drowsy. As he glanced over at Luna, he saw she was lying on her back staring at the star-filled sky, the silver moonlight reflected in her unblinking eyes. "Thanks for sharing this with me, Luna," he said sincerely. "And thank you for sharing it with me," she replied with a warm smile. "Now go to sleep so the ginger fairies can bring us both sweet dreams." "The ginger fairies?" Harry asked contentedly as he closed his eyes. "Oh yes, they live here in the meadow. And if you fall asleep under the stars, they will sprinkle you with fairy dust to bring you the sweetest dreams." As sleep overtook him, Harry didn't doubt her words for a single moment. And indeed, the ginger fairies must have been working overtime that night, for the two teens had the most beautiful dreams, which not surprisingly seemed to revolve around each other. Oh. Harry felt more than saw motion around him. Very reluctantly, he opened his eyes and saw Luna waving her wand above him. "What's up?" Harry asked with a sleepy smile. "It gets cold around dawn. I'm putting a warming charm on you," she said. "I can think of a better way to keep warm," Harry replied boldly as he opened his arms to her. "Can you?" Luna replied shyly and lay down next to him with her head on his chest. After a few minutes and in a very sleepy voice, she added, "I think I like your way better," and the two drifted off to sleep. Harry was roused the next morning by a feeling of movement. He opened one eye and saw Luna sitting beside him looking towards the eastern sky. "Too early, come back to sleep," he grumbled, closing his eye again. "Oh good, you're awake. Look at this," Luna responded cheerfully. "No, sleep," Harry mumbled and rolled over away from her. "Oh look, it's Voldemort off for a sunrise walk," Luna said casually. The seconds ticked by as the boy's sleepy brain processed the information. "Voldemort, where?" Harry yelled as he leaped to his feet and started to wave his wand around. 6 seconds, Luna said appraisingly. "Not bad at all." "Luna," Harry said severely, "that's not funny." But then seeing her sweet smile, his mood softened and he added, "Well, maybe it's a little bit funny." She patted the ground beside her, and together they watched the sun rise above the treetops in its pink and gold splendor. As they walked back to the house, Harry put an arm around Luna's back. "You were right about sleeping under the stars. Do you think we can do it again?" "Of course, maybe if we're lucky it will be raining." It's even nicer in the rain, Luna replied dreamily. Harry looked up at the slightly cloudy sky. I can hardly wait, he said hopefully. Oh. Nymphadora Tonks hadn't known what to think when she received an owl from Harry Potter asking if she could meet with him. He wondered if they could meet at the burrow, and he asked her to please keep the matter confidential. She was curious about the article that she had read in the Daily Prophet, and so she readily agreed. There had been an angry reply to the article in the Quibbler, and a hasty retraction by the Prophet, but that was only to be expected considering Harry's celebrity status. Nevertheless, Albus had said that Harry was spending the summer with the Lovegoods, and he didn't seem happy about it. Could Harry possibly be so smitten with the young Lovegood girl that he was actually considering marriage, and what was Albus going to go about it? Tonks wondered. When she apparated into the back garden of the burrow the next day, she was shocked once again. On a bench by the pond sat Harry Potter, and he wasn't alone. He had his arms around a young girl with long, dirty blonde hair and bright silver eyes. And they were clearly oblivious to the presence of anyone else. A blind man could see that the two teens had intense feelings for one another. I hope Albus stocked up on the lemon drops, Tonks thought with a smirk. Not wanting to interrupt the two teens, Tonks slipped through the back door and into the kitchen of the burrow. Molly was at the stove working on lunch and Ginny was sitting the table. Hi, Molly, Ginny, Tonks exclaimed cheerfully. Tonks, you're just in time for lunch. Ginny, will you call Harry and Luna? Molly asked. Okay, but I hope Harry doesn't hex me, Ginny declared, giggling as she left the room. Tonks looked over at Molly questioningly and saw a smile on her face as she continued to stir a large pot on the stove. So that's Luna Lovegood, Tonks asked in a neutral tone. Yes, that's Luna, Molly replied, but there was a dreamy tone to her voice. And the article in the Daily Prophet, Tonks asked. Molly's smile disappeared and her eyes hardened. Lies, vile lies. The two of them are just fond of each other. Fond? Molly, just one look at them tells me they are more than just fond of each other, Tonks replied firmly. Well, yes, it is rather difficult to separate the two of them. Ron said it's almost like they are joined at the hip, but I think he's a little jealous that he and Hermione aren't quite as comfortable with each other. The relationship has really changed both of them. Oh, how so? Tonks asked, as she snatched two of Molly's cookies from the table. Harry's much more confident and happy than before. You'll see, Molly said. Hi, Tonks, Harry declared, choosing that moment to enter the kitchen. Hi, Harry, Tonks responded as she turned to face the teen. The first thing that she noticed was that he was holding the young girl's hand, and that gave the playful Auror an idea. There was nothing more fun than embarrassing a teenaged boy. So, is this your fiancé? Tonks asked, assuming that Harry would immediately turn to the color of a ripe apple. Yes, this is Luna, my bride-to-be, Harry responded casually, surprising almost everyone in the room. Over the past few days, he had come to expect a good deal of teasing over the article and was determined not to be embarrassed over the prophet's lies. Never one to give up easily, Tonks decided to try her luck with the other teen. So when is the wedding to be? She asked Luna innocently. Keep reading the Daily Prophet. They'll let us all know, Luna responded without a blink. You know, you two are no fun at all, Tonks declared with a pouting expression. As the two went upstairs to get Ron and Hermione, Tonks turned to Molly with a surprised look. You're right, he has changed. They've both changed, Ginny giggled as she grabbed a cookie from the stovetop. During their lunch, the young Auror observed Harry carefully. The teen was definitely more confident and determined, and Tonks had no doubt that the young girl sitting at his side was at least partly responsible for the change. Afterwards, Tonks joined Harry and Luna in the back garden where they could speak in private. So what can I do for you, Harry? Tonks said brightly. Do you know who controls the Daily Prophet? Harry asked seriously. The smile disappeared from Tonks' face as she turned serious as well. The Malfoys, Blacks, and McNairs, she replied. And behind them is Voldemort, Harry declared conclusively as Tonks visibly shuddered. And the Ministry can't do anything about it. Nothing. The stock is all held in the hands of people with no direct connection to the Dark Lord. We know who's pulling the strings, but we can't prove it. What if you could prove it? Harry asked with conviction. Then we could shut them down, Tonks declared in surprise. What about Fudge? Would he interfere? Harry asked. He wouldn't help, but if you had solid evidence, he probably wouldn't interfere. After the disaster at the ministry, and the proof that you know who has returned, Fudge is in a very precarious position, Tonks declared with satisfaction. Tomorrow Luna and I are meeting with the editor of the Daily Prophet so he can make a public apology. It will be broadcast on Wizard Radio at noon, and we think we can get him to make a public confession of Voldemort's involvement with his newspaper, Harry said with confidence. You can't use Veritaserum, Harry. It's a controlled substance, and any confession you get will not be legal, Tonks declared, becoming more serious still. But what if we don't use Veritaserum? What if there was something else? He asked. But there isn't. Only Veritaserum is powerful enough to override a person's willpower. There is a new potion just as effective, developed by two slightly demented individuals that I think you know, Harry declared with a smirk. Tonks' eyes opened wide at this new revelation. I always knew those two crazies were brilliant. What do you need from me? She asked eagerly. I would like you and some of your friends to be at the radio station tomorrow. I have a feeling that when Trunniffin starts talking, Voldemort is going to send some of his friends for a visit. Will you and Luna be there, Harry? No, Luna and I will be having the meeting in an off-site location, but the Death Eaters won't know that. When he hears the questions that we are going to be asking and the answers that Trunniffin will give, I think old Valdi will do anything to stop the interview as quickly as possible. It sounds like it might be an interesting party, Tonks said happily, nodding how confident Harry had become. My friends and I will be happy to attend. Will you keep this as confident as possible? We wouldn't want advanced word of our party to leak out, Harry declared with a smirk. I'll have to clear it with my boss, Amelia Bones, but she's on our side in this war, so it won't be a problem. Oh. Edward Trunniffin was a member of an old pure-blood family with strong connections to the elite families in the wizarding world. He was about 50, with dark hair that was slightly graying, raven-black eyes, and a reputation in the press room of being a severe taskmaster. He had first gone into the publishing business because he realized that controlling public opinion was a sure route to wealth and power, and as he laid the sheet of parchment on his desk with a satisfied smirk, he believed that his goal was almost in his grasp. It was almost too good to be true, he thought as he rubbed his hands together. He had not been looking forward to making a public apology to Harry Potter and Xenophilius Lovegood's idiot daughter, but now he anticipated the meeting with almost childlike glee. He had previously considered such an apology to be a personal humiliation, but now everything had changed. A letter that he had just received, along with a small packet containing some dark-colored wafers, came directly from his master. The message was not funneled through a go-between, like Narcissa Malfoy, but was written by the Dark Lord himself and signed with a distinctive V. He would always treasure this letter, he told himself, and when the Dark Lord is victorious, I will be rewarded beyond my wildest dreams. His lust for wealth and power kept him from questioning the letter for even a second. The message explained how the Dark Lord intended to turn the public apology to his own advantage. The wafers, the letter declared, contained a new and powerful potion. Trunniffin was ordered to eat the wafers immediately before the start of the meeting. The effect of the potion would be instantaneous, and he would be able to read the minds of both Harry Potter and Luna Lovegood. The Dark Lord ordered Trunniffin to use this power to embarrass and humiliate Harry Potter, and cause him to lose credibility with the public. Trunniffin looked forward to the opportunity with the greatest of pleasure. There wasn't a 16-year-old boy in the world that didn't have something to hide, and now Trunniffin had the means to find out what it was. As for the Lovegood girl, all he had to do was get her on the subject of her fanciful animals, and she would make a complete fool of herself. That would further discredit Potter, because a perceived romantic relationship with such a girl would again call his judgment into question. Maybe I can turn the subject to what the two of them do in private. The public eats that kind of thing up, he thought with a leer. Not long before Trunnifen had received the Dark Lord's message, he had received an owl from Harry Potter. The boy had declared that, for security reasons, the site for the meeting would be kept confidential, and that the editor would be escorted to the location by 2 wizards who would meet him the next morning. At first, he had been annoyed by such a cloak-and-dagger approach, but now he looked forward to it. At 11:00 the next morning, Trunnifen was waiting on the steps outside of the Prophet Building, scanning the street for his escort. It was a gray, overcast day with the threat of rain, and Trunnifen hoped that whoever was meeting him wouldn't be late. Suddenly he heard a loud explosion that was quickly followed by 2 more, and the editor began to look for a place to take cover. At that moment, an ancient black automobile turned the corner onto the street, backfiring regularly as it lurched forward down the block and leaving a blue-black cloud of smoke in its wake. The vehicle must have been 60 years old and was clearly American-made. Autos of that age were quite rare in London, and American-built vehicles of that age were rarer still. The vehicle lurched to a stop in front of the Prophet Building, and 2 equally strange men stepped out onto the sidewalk. If the 2 were trying to be inconspicuous, they were failing miserably. Both wore long gray trench coats and fedora hats pulled down low over their eyes. Their shoulder-length red hair seemed particularly conspicuous when contrasted to the rest of their ensemble. The 2 walked up the steps toward Trunnifen with identical grins on 2 identical faces. "We've come ta take you for a ride, sweetheart. De boss wants ta see ya," one said in dialogue that must have come straight out of a 1930s-era American gangster film. "Yeah, he wants ta fit ya for cement robes," the other added, trying to look as menacing as possible with a most comical effect. "Be feeding the fishes at the bottom of the Thames, lest I miss my guess," the first declared with a sneer. Rolling his eyes in disgust, Trunnifen climbed into the back seat of the rickety old sedan, and it launched forward dangerously. He felt a sudden pull behind his navel, and the car hit a rough road surface with a slight bump. The entire automobile had apparently been made into a portkey. Judging by the rolling pasture land that he could see out of his window, he knew he was many miles away from London. They drove on a few miles before coming to a stop in front of an old Victorian house. One of the strange men jumped out of the auto and opened the rear door for Trunnifen, and with a flourish of his hand, indicated that the man should exit. The 2 led him up to the front door and rapped sharply 3 times. Seconds later, the door was opened by a teenaged girl with bright red hair and a smile that seemed positively wicked. "Password," she said with a straight face. "Moldy Valdi," one of the men replied. "Enter," she ordered and swung the door open. She led the annoyed editor down a long hallway to another door, and as he passed into the room, she whispered, "Enjoy it." Harry Potter and Luna Lovegood rose from a heavy oak table as he entered the room. What unnerved Trunnifen most was that neither teen smiled nor said a word, but stared at him with a quiet resolve. Behind them, standing before a large circuit board, was an engineer monitoring the broadcast equipment. Trunnifen stepped forward and extended his hand with what he hoped was a sincere smile plastered on his face. He felt certain that he could deal with these teenaged adversaries, whatever their plan. "Mr. Potter, it's so very nice to finally have the opportunity to meet you. And Miss Lovegood, I know your father well, and it's a pleasure to meet you as well." As Trunnifen spoke the meaningless words, he was trying to peer into the minds of the 2 teenagers, but he saw nothing at all. Harry refused the opportunity to shake hands, and all but ignored his presence in the room. "We should get started," Harry said to Luna, and then nodded to the engineer. "Sit down, Mr. Trunnifen." Trunnifen knew there was something terribly wrong when his body instantly obeyed the boy, in spite of the fact that he didn't want to sit. The engineer nodded to Harry, and picking up a microphone, he switched on the key. "We interrupt our regularly scheduled programming at this time to present the meeting between Mr. Edward Trunnifen, editor of the Daily Prophet, and Mr. Harry James Potter and Miss Luna Lovegood," the engineer announced in a strong, clear voice. The man then picked up his coat, set the microphone on the table between the 3 people, and walked to the door. "It's all yours, Mr. Potter," he said as he left the room. "Isn't he going to stay to monitor the equipment?" Trunnifen asked the 2 teens, growing more concerned about how things were going. When no reply seemed to be forthcoming, Trunuffen decided that it would be best if he took control of the meeting from the very onset. With a wide smile, he began to speak. "I would just like to say—" "You're not here to make speeches," Harry declared, interrupting the man. "You're here to answer questions concerning Voldemort's involvement with the operations of the Daily Prophet." From 1,000 wizarding homes around Britain, there was a collective gasp at the mention of the Dark Lord's name. In the Ministry of Magic, Cornelius Fudge was listening in shocked silence, realizing that the shaky hold he had on his position was about to get shakier still. In his office at Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore knew that Harry Potter had now taken the conduct of the war out of Dumbledore's hands and into his own. The control that he so desperately wanted to maintain had disappeared in a single moment. But no one was more shocked than Edward Trunuffen. He turned deathly pale and felt like someone had just hit him in the face with a cricket bat. "I have to leave," he declared as he hurriedly got to his feet. "No, you will sit down and answer our questions," Harry said firmly. Under the influence of the potion, the terrified man dropped back into his seat. "What have you done to me?" he screamed in fear. "Just gave you a little potion to help you tell the truth," Harry declared. Trunuffen's eyes widened in panic, and sensing his next question, Harry answered it for him. "No, it's not Veritaserum, it's something new. Now let's begin with the questions." "How long has Voldemort controlled the Daily Prophet?" Harry asked, as the once proud man trembled in fear. The question cut through Trunuffen like a red-hot knife, and he looked for any avenue of escape. 2 years, he whispered against his will, knowing full well that his words were signing his own death warrant. "Why has the Daily Prophet alternately praised and attacked me in its articles?" Harry continued forcefully. "To undermine the morale of the public, we encouraged them to pin all of their hopes on you, and then we shattered that hope by printing negative stories," Trunuffen replied, streams of perspiration streaming down his face. "And why did you attack me?" Luna asked, with no less determination than Harry. "Your father's newspaper has been gaining market share on us. By attacking you, we hope to reverse that trend. Also, by suggesting some kind of inappropriate behavior between you and Mr. Potter, we hope to damage his image." Oh. In a decaying manor house on the Cornish coast, Lord Voldemort was taking care of some unfinished business. One of his Death Eaters had the audacity to suggest that the Dark Lord's plan for attacks on the homes of prominent wizards should be postponed for a few weeks. He had pointed out that after the failed raid at the Ministry, the Dark Lord's forces were severely depleted, and a delay would allow his ranks to be filled with new recruits. For his presumption, the Dark Lord was subjecting his servant to a most severe application of the Cruciatus curse, and the man's screams could be heard throughout the house. At that moment, Peter Pettigrew burst into the room uninvited and fell to his knees before the Dark Lord. Voldemort glared at the intruder, and then at the Death Eater who lay sprawled at his feet at the point of death. No further pleasure could be gained from the man, for he was already unconscious. Further application of the Cruciatus curse would only drive the man into madness, and he had proved moderately useful in the past. Wormtail, on the other hand, would prove a suitable substitute for the Dark Lord's wrath. "You dare enter this chamber, Wormtail. For that insolence you shall take his place," Voldemort hissed smoothly as he raised his wand to strike. "Please, master," Wormtail screamed as he felt the excruciating pain coursing through his body. "The radio Potter Trunuffen." Unable to say anything more, the helpless man collapsed to the floor in agony. Hearing the name of his arch-enemy, the Dark Lord released the curse instantly. "What was that? Speak quickly, Wormtail." Struggling against the unbelievable pain, the man raised his eyes to look at his master. "On the radio, master, Harry Potter is talking to Trunuffen." "That is of no consequence, Wormtail. Trunuffen is merely making a strategic apology," the Dark Lord said smoothly, and prepared to renew the curse. "But Potter is asking him about you," Pettigrew declared, as he trembled in anticipation of renewed pain. "What? Turn it on immediately," he ordered another follower who stood near the door. What he heard caused the Dark Lord to fly into a frenzy of rage. "All of you, stop that broadcast immediately. "Bring Potter and Trunnifen before me. Go now," he screamed. The 4 men in the room were more than willing to do anything rather than face the fury of the Dark Lord, and hastily apparated away. Oh. As Nymphadora Tonks sat in the offices of Wizard Radio listening to the broadcast over the room's speakers, she was as shocked as any by its contents. She had brought 4 other Aurors with her, and they were prepared for anything. As she listened, Tonks was glad that she had brought as much force as she did, for this was certainly an interview that the Dark Lord would want to stop at all costs. The station staff had been quietly evacuated earlier that morning, and the 6 Aurors were now alone in the building. "Get ready," Tonks ordered, certain that it wouldn't be long before the Dark Lord would react, and react violently. Moments later, 4 masked and hooded Death Eaters apparated into the broadcast booth of the Wizard radio station, their wands drawn. Alerted by the sound of their adversary's arrival, the Aurors starting to shoot spells through the glass partition that separated the waiting room from the broadcast booth. The windows were shattered into a million tiny fragments and forced the surprised men to find whatever cover they could. Soon the air was filled with red and green light as spells shot back and forth, destroying anything that their lethal beams impacted with. It was clear that the Death Eaters were both outclassed and outnumbered, and one of their numbers gave the order to apparate away. But here, too, they were to be frustrated, for immediately after their arrival, the Aurors had erected an anti-apparation ward around the building. Within a few seconds, too, Death Eaters lay unconscious on the office floor, leaving the remaining 2 to battle on alone. "We've got to get outside the wards," Wormtail screamed over the noise of the battle. He turned and fired a reductor curse against an outer wall, blowing open a large hole. Both men tried to make their escape at the same moment, but Wormtail was caught in the back with a stunning spell before he could get through the hole. His comrade didn't hesitate for a second as he scrambled to save his own life. He just managed to get beyond the silvery wards and apparate away safely, when multiple beams of red light cut through the place where he had been standing. As Nymphadora Tonks took an accounting of the captured Death Eaters, she was delighted to discover Peter Pettigrew was among them. His capture would especially please Harry Potter and all the friends of Sirius Black. While her team transported the prisoners to holding cells in the Ministry, Nymphadora Tonks went directly to Director Bones' office. Entering the office, she found her chief listening intently to the radio, a rare smile on his face. "Well, Trunnifen and the Prophet are finished," she said with satisfaction. "The girl with Potter, who is she?" Amelia Bones didn't like the Daily Prophet, didn't read it, and didn't follow gossip. "That's Luna Lovegood. She's the daughter of the Quibbler publisher," Tonks replied. "Oh, yes. Well, she has a great deal of courage. Trunnifen has already implicated Narcissa Malfoy as being an agent of you-know-who. Take a team to Malfoy Manor and place her under arrest," Bones ordered. "With the greatest of pleasure," Tonks said with delight. "There's also something that you should know about one of the Death Eaters that we just captured." In the hurried conversation that followed, the young Auror filled her chief in on the details of the capture of Peter Pettigrew and the effect that it would have on Harry Potter. Oh. Lord Voldemort was beside himself with rage, as one question after another systemically destroyed his carefully laid plans. Trunnifen had exposed Narcissa Malfoy as well as Voldemort's connections to the Black and Macnair families. The Ministry would move swiftly to cut off the funds that he received from those sources. And still Trunnifen continued to talk. Where were his Death Eaters? Why hadn't the broadcast been stopped? At that moment, an injured man stumbled into the room, his robes torn and his left arm clearly broken. "It was a trap. They were waiting for us. I was the only one able to escape," he said as he fell to the floor. "That is your misfortune," the Dark Lord declared, and a green beam of light hit the helpless man. Oh. The broadcast lasted for a full hour, and with each answer Trunnifen knew that he was sealing his fate. "You can go now," Harry finally said. "He'll kill me," Trunnifen said in complete despair. "Do you want to live?" Harry asked. "Yes," the man answered, a slight glimmer of hope in his voice. "There's an Auror outside the door right now. If you'll sign a full confession, naming names, they will take you to sanctuary outside the country." "I'll do it," he said sadly. It may interest you to know that the wafers that you believed came from Voldemort actually came from a new group fighting him, Harry said firmly. The Dark Lord will destroy them, Trunniffin said with certainty. No, the Marauders will destroy him and all who stand with him, Harry said defiantly. It was there that the interview ended, but a new word was on the lips of witches and wizards all over Britain. Marauders! Chapter 6, The Lady of the Lake. Harry woke up the next morning to bright golden sunlight streaming in through the windows of his bedroom. He looked out into the green meadow and the dark forest beyond and felt rather good. He had struck a real blow against Voldemort without suffering any causalities. As he started to get dressed, he wondered how Tonks and her team had fared. At that moment, a brown barn owl alighted on the sill outside of his window and tapped on the glass patiently. As Harry raised the sash, the bird took flight and glided into the room, landing on his dresser. Hedwig ruffled her feathers at the intruder and issued forth with a couple of challenging hoots. Harry could tell that the young bird wanted nothing to do with the larger and more aggressive owl, and he quickly removed its message so the bird could be on its way. Once its burden was removed, the owl hastily retreated out the window and flew back the way it had come. That wasn't very nice, Hedwig. He was only trying to do his job, Harry said with mild reproof as he stroked the feathers of one of his oldest friends. Hedwig ruffled her feathers proudly, making it clear that she was not the least bit sorry for her actions. After accepting his inability to control the natural instincts of his winged friend, the young teen turned to the letter. As he started to read the message, his smile disappeared, and a dark feeling of sad resignation took its place. Dear Harry, thanks to your information, we were able to capture 3 Death Eaters yesterday, including Peter Pettigrew. I know wherever Sirius is, he can rest a little easier. I'll see you soon and we can talk. Tonks. Harry's mood was quiet and reserved as he went down to breakfast, lost deep within his own dark thoughts. He silently took a seat at the table, unsure if he even wanted to eat. Luna took one look at him and knew that something was very wrong. She removed the frying pan of bacon from the fire and came over to sit down beside him. The two sat quietly together for some time before Luna broke the silence. Tell me, Harry, was all that she said. He passed her the note without hesitation. Pettigrew betrayed my parents to Voldemort and was responsible for Sirius being sent to prison, he said sadly. As she laid the parchment on the table, Luna reached out and took Harry's hand. She studied his face intently for a moment before beginning to speak in a soft and reassuring tone. Let's go for a walk, Harry, she whispered as she stood up, and still holding his hand, she led him out the back door towards the forest. I'm really all right, Lou. I really am, he said in a rather unconvincing way as they walked together, realizing that she was concerned about him. No, you're not, but I think I know someone who can help you, she said with a mysterious smile as they entered the shade under the trees. Harry was a little surprised when she used the phrase, someone that can help you. Luna had always seemed so independent that it was hard for him to imagine her ever relying on the help of anyone. The two continued in silence, each of them immersed in their own thoughts, but somehow comforted by the presence of the other. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the trees and bushes seemed to crowd close around the trail, forming a living cocoon for the two. If Harry had been claustrophobic, he might have found the closeness rather uncomfortable, but with Luna holding his hand, he felt only curiosity about what was to come. Finally leaving the green tunnel, the boy found himself on the bank of a small lake surrounded by tall trees. The profoundly blue water was completely still, without a ripple, reflecting the blue sky from above like a mirror. In the center of the lake was a small, wooded island, and as Luna directed him to a small boat, he deduced that the island was their eventual destination. Harry helped the young girl into the rear of the craft, and while she handled the tiller, he took the oars. The boat skimmed easily through the crystal water, leaving a silvery wake that was the only disturbance in the mirror-like surface. As they neared the island, more of it became visible. At the south end, there was a beach of dark-colored pebbles that sloped gently into the water and seemed the only possible landing place. As he ran the boat gently up onto the pebbles, Harry could hear the soft, grating sound of the smooth pebbles on the bottom of the craft. From his seat, he could see 3 blue standing stones and a small stone bench clustered together in a group, as if they were patiently awaiting the return of the ancient people who had once worshipped there. As the 2 teens walked up to the shrine, Harry noticed a shallow blue-green bowl sitting on a flat rock before the center stone, which was slightly taller than its compatriots. The stones were cracked and weathered, with ornate runic symbols carved into their gray faces, and it was clear that they had stood on this tiny island for many centuries. Luna guided him to a stone bench opposite the 3 standing stones. "Now close your eyes," she said in a soft and reverent voice. The young boy did as he was told, but felt rather foolish in doing so. He fell asleep almost instantly, and Luna held him to prevent his falling to the ground. "Harry," a gentle and very familiar voice called. Harry opened his eyes to see Sirius Black standing in front of him, a broad smile on his face and looking years younger than Harry had ever seen him. "Sirius," Harry shouted and leaped up to embrace the man that he had thought he had lost forever. "It's good to see you again, son," Sirius said as he hugged his godson tightly. "There are 2 other people here that you might want to meet as well," he added as he directed Harry's vision past him. There stood James and Lily Potter beaming proudly at their son. Lily Potter opened her arms, and Harry rushed forward to embrace the mother who had sacrificed herself for him so many years before. "My son," Lily whispered softly as she held the boy tightly in her arms, and at that moment Harry realized that tears were running down his cheeks. Finally to be held in his mother's arms was a dream come true for the young boy. He felt strong hands on his shoulders and realized that his father had joined the hug. After the 3 broke apart, Harry remembered that Luna was still behind him. He turned back towards the bench, wanting to thank her and to introduce the young girl to his parents. There she sat, frozen as if made of stone, holding a sleeping Harry Potter tenderly in her arms. Her arms were wrapped lovingly around his back, and there was a soft smile on her face. "Is this a dream?" Harry asked his parents in a shocked voice. "No, Harry, not a dream. Somehow your friend has managed to bridge the gap between life and death for you, if only for a second," James Potter said in admiration. "It's really quite a remarkable feat of magic. I don't know what could accomplish it." "I do," Lily said mysteriously. "Only love is strong enough to bridge that gap. You've chosen a very special friend, my son." The 4 spoke for what seemed to be hours, but was in reality only a frozen fraction of a second. Harry told his parents about his life at Hogwarts, his friends, his adventures, and about a young blonde girl who had become something special to him. There were times when Lily smiled, times when she cried, and times when she was absolutely furious. "I can't believe that Albus gave you to my sister. She shouldn't be trusted to care for a goldfish," Lily declared in a rage, and Harry noticed that both James and Sirius took a step back as she spoke. Harry realized that he must have inherited his temper from his mother. But when the young man spoke of his friend, Lily Potter smiled at him knowingly. "I like that girl, son. You take good care of her." "Always, mother," Harry answered sincerely. "I'm sure my godson knows how to romance the girls," Sirius said boastfully, but a withering glance from Lily silenced him completely. "My son doesn't need any of your lame advice, Sirius Black. It was only because of my help that you were able to get a date to the graduation ball. Harry knows the right way to treat a lady," Lily declared forcefully. Harry heard his godfather sigh, and the young teen couldn't help but snort with laughter. Finally, they all seemed to realize that their time together was ending, and sad goodbyes were said. Lily Potter took both of Harry's hands and focused his eyes onto hers. "I love you, son, more than anything else in the world. We'll be waiting for you when the time comes, but for now I want you to live a happy life." She glanced over at the young couple sitting on the stone bench. "I'm very proud of you, son," she said with a loving smile and gave him a hug to last until they met again. The scene before Harry's eyes blurred, and he knew the time he had with his parents had come to an end. When he opened his eyes, he found that his head was buried in Luna's soft hair, her arms still holding him. He wrapped his arms around the young girl and hugged her tightly. He tried to think of something to say to express his tremendous gratitude to his friend, but he lacked the words. Finally, he pulled back and looked into her bright silver eyes and whispered a very hoarse, "Thank you, Luna." She smiled at him warmly and rose to her feet, reaching down to help him up as well. "When my mum died, my father brought me here so I could say goodbye until we could be together again. It helps," she said wisely. Then she reached over and pinched off a red, hibiscus-like flower from a bush nearby and carefully placed it in the bowl below the stone. "Who is that for?" Harry asked. "The lady," was Luna's simple reply. "Lady?" Harry asked curiously. "Vivienne, the Lady of the Lake. My mother told me that this is her last shrine and that her spirit lives here. The lady can guide us through our dreams, but they aren't really dreams." Harry wasn't really knowledgeable on magical history, having slept through most of Professor Bin's lectures, but he had heard of the Lady of the Lake. "But why here?" Harry asked, confused that such an important mythological figure would choose a small pond in a remote corner of Devonshire for her habitation. "The old gods can only exist where people still believe in them," Luna explained patiently. "And you believe in them," Harry declared more as a statement than as a question. "Harry, I believe in everything, and especially in you," Luna replied with a warm smile. "And I believe in you too," Harry declared, walking over to a nearby bush where he pinched off a white twin to Luna's flower and placed it reverently in the bowl next to hers. Stepping back, he reached an arm around Luna's shoulders and pulled her close. "They look well together," he said as he admired the two flowers. "Perhaps they are meant to be together," Luna added with a dreamy smile. Turning, Harry locked eyes with his special friend. "Yes, I believe they are," he said sincerely, knowing full well that neither of them were really talking about flowers. He took Luna's hand and led her back to the boat. As he prepared to push off, he looked back to the 3 stones and whispered a very sincere "thank you." Neither teen would ever know it, but a certain nearly forgotten goddess appreciated this particular offering more than any that she had ever received. Her powers had long been on the decline, and this small pool was now the extent of her world. But she was still determined to do all that she could to help the young couple. Reaching the shore opposite the island, Harry felt extraordinarily good, and a wide grin threatened to split his face in two. Glancing over at his friend, he was surprised to find her wearing a sad, rather contemplative look that rather unnerved him. "What's wrong?" he asked with concern. "So many girls are going to be disappointed," Luna said sadly as she shook her head. "At what?" Harry asked, more confused than ever. "Why, you, of course. Ginny told me that girls at Hogwarts are drawn to moody, troubled boys like bees to honey. Although I think that's rather silly, because everyone knows that bees are attracted to pollen, not honey," Luna declared as she veered off on her own particular tangent. "Anyway, Ginny told me that half the girls in school have a crush on you, and now they are all going to be so disappointed," she said sadly. But he caught the glint in her eyes. Harry had learned to love Luna's quirky sense of humor and decided to play along. "Oh, and why should I disappoint them?" he said with a smirk. "Well, they won't be interested in you now. You just don't fit into the moody, troubled teen image anymore," Luna declared sadly, but with a tiny smile. "Well, do you think any girl at Hogwarts might be interested in me?" Harry asked coyly. "Well, there just might be one, but she's rather odd," Luna declared after a moment's thought. "So there's still hope for me?" Harry asked hopefully. "Well, not much. She really thinks that Draco Malfoy is cuter." "Draco Malfoy," Harry declared in outrage. "Well, you know, Harry, girls really go for the bad boy type," she declared sincerely. "Is that what Ginny told you?" "Well, yes, but I believe it's common knowledge. And Draco has that long blonde hair and deep blue eyes. I'm afraid you don't have much of a chance." That was quite enough for Harry, and he took a bold step forward, closing the gap between them. "I'll get you for that, Lou," he declared, and made a lunge for the young girl. Luna neatly sidestepped his attack and ran laughing up the trail, with Harry in hot pursuit. He was amazed at how quick and agile she was, as she lightly dodged around trees and bushes, leaving him panting in her wake. Finally, as they neared the meadow, she slowed down enough so that he was able to catch her. Grabbing her from behind, he spun her around and kissed her soundly on the lips. Now tell me again that there isn't at least one girl at Hogwarts that would like me, he said, cocking an eyebrow. Yes, there's definitely one girl, Luna replied breathlessly, and then leaned in to kiss him again. As the two walked back to the cottage, Harry decided that Draco could have the rest of the girls. He had found the one that he wanted. As they approached the cottage, they saw at least a dozen owls waiting patiently to deliver their mail. The two teens quickly collected the envelopes and carried them into the kitchen. Have a nice walk, Phileas asked with a slight smile as they entered, and then noticed the envelopes that the two teens carried. More owls? He asked in surprise. A few, Luna replied as she sat down and noticed several more envelopes lying on the table. They've been coming all morning. We certainly stirred things up yesterday. Today's special edition of the Quibbler has received more response than any issue we've ever published. I've already had 20 new subscribers, Phileas Lovegood declared with delight. As they sorted the envelopes, it was no surprise that most were addressed to Harry, but Luna had received a surprising number as well, including 2 bearing official seals. They opened the envelopes bearing the Hogwarts seal first, and were surprised to find they contained notes from Albus Dumbledore. Both teens were requested to attend a meeting scheduled to be held later that week at Grimmauld Place in London. It's a meeting of the Order of the Phoenix, Harry explained in response to their questioning looks. Is it really? Phileas asked in mild amazement. I've wanted to speak to a member of that particular organization for some time. You see, I received an invitation as well, he said with a grin as he held up a parchment. The second letter carried the seal of the Ministry of Magic, and Harry felt a little apprehensive as he broke the wax impression. He saw that it came from the office of the Director of Magical Law Enforcement, and Harry wondered if they had broken some obscure law in exposing Death Eater involvement with the Daily Prophet. The letter contained a request from Amelia Bones, director of the department, for a meeting with the two teens as soon as possible. Luna's father noticed the concerned looks on the faces of the two teens and wanted to reassure them. I'm certain that it's nothing more than a desire to thank you for your help, but I'll be coming along anyway. As Luna is a minor, she can't present herself for any kind of legal interview without a parent being present, Phileas said. Does that mean I'll have to get my aunt to come? Harry asked in horror. No, Harry, as long as there is an adult present to represent your interest. I'm certain that Professor Dumbledore would be willing to come. Then, at the less than happy look in Harry's eyes, Phileas added another alternative. Or I could be present for both of you. I think that I would like that better, sir, Harry answered sincerely. Please call me Phileas, Harry. But the letter that touched Harry the most came from Remus Lupin, the last true marauder remaining. Dear Harry, congratulations on the blow that you've just struck. I know your parents and your godfather are very proud of you at this moment, just as I am very proud of you. I heard you mention the Marauders on Wizard Radio yesterday. If a tired old wolf can help, I'd like to offer my support in any way that I can. Sincerely, Remus. Harry was very touched by the letter from his parents' last true friend, but it did cause him to think. His mention of the Marauders on the radio had been a spur-of-the-moment gesture to the past. He had never really considered doing anything more than bringing the Prophet down, but now he began to wonder. Should he and his friends continue their activities, and could they make a real difference in this fight? Well, of course we can, Harry. We already have, Luna declared in response to his question, her bright eyes shining in anticipation. Phileas Lovegood took the same attitude, and even suggested that the group gather that evening to discuss their future plans. Harry asked Luna for a quill and parchment, and hurriedly wrote Remus a response. Dear Professor Lupin, could you join us at the Lovegood cottage this evening, and we can discuss what needs to be done next? We would be proud to have you join us, and I would very much like to see you again. Please don't try to come directly here as the wards are unusual, to say the least. If you can stop by the burrow, I'm sure Ron can guide you over. I hope to see you soon. Harry. While Harry sent Hedwig off to deliver his message to Remus, Luna made flu calls to Ginny, Neville, and Hermione, alerting them to the planned meeting. They all gave positive responses and promised to come over that evening, and Ron promised to see that Professor Lupin reached the meeting safely. Phileas Lovegood, meanwhile, made an appointment with Madame Bones' office for 9 o'clock the following morning. Luna noticed that Harry still had a number of unopened letters on the table and called his attention to them. He reached over and picked up the top letter on the stack, which he noticed had a perfumed scent to it. Breaking the seal, he began to read the contents casually. He suddenly turned bright red and dropped the letter like he had burned his fingers. "Are you all right?" she asked with concern, noticing his change of attitude. "I'm not sure," he said reluctantly, and then with a good deal of hesitation he pushed the parchment across the table to Luna. As she read the contents, she herself colored, and in spite of the situation, Harry couldn't help but laugh at the fact that they both had the same reaction. The letter was from a romantically inclined young witch who made certain suggestions that made both teens blush, and they hastily put the parchment and the rest of the letters aside. "Well, I guess I was wrong," Luna said, trying to lighten the mood a bit. "You do have more than one girl interested in you." "You're the only one that counts," Harry said firmly. "Right answer, Mr. Potter," Luna said with a giggle and placed a quick peck on his cheek. Oh. That evening, the fireplace at the Lovegood cottage was more active than it had been in years, as one after another the friends arrived for a most important meeting. Remus and Ron were the last to arrive, as they had traveled by way of the forest paths. Phileas had warned them that Remus could only flew directly to the cottage after he had once visited it. Otherwise, the wards protecting the property would do strange things to him. Harry had been around the Lovegoods long enough to strongly advise Remus not to chance it. Remus hadn't known what to think as they walked along, and Ron described the cannibalistic chipmunks and carnivorous calla lilies that inhabited the Lovegood forest. On the darkening forest trails, he could almost believe in such things, because if ever a forest felt enchanted, it was this one. But then he saw the smirk on the young boy's face and realized that he was being had. "Is there a full moon tonight?" the man asked innocently. "I seem to be feeling a little strange," and then Remus made a low, guttural growl that made the young boy jump and go pale. "Got you, Ron," Remus said with a wolfish grin. The rest of the walk was spent discussing Quidditch and the chances for Team England to win the World Cup. Remus was welcomed warmly by all those present, and his concerns about perhaps not being accepted immediately vanished. Everyone had a positive attitude as they settled down in the Lovegood living room, joking about how Trunuffin looked like a frightened rabbit, as the Aurors had led him away for questioning. They all felt extremely good about the successful operation, but the question that was on everyone's lips was what they should do next. Harry's question about whether they should continue their activities as an organized group was quickly answered with a resounding yes, and it was clear that no one wanted to step back after such a success. "One thing that we might consider is investigating Death Eater connections to other major businesses in the wizarding world. I've already collected some documentation, but I still need more details," Phileas Lovegood suggested. "Well, we can tell you that there is something strange going on with Nightshade potion supplies," George Weasley said with certainty. "We get most of our potion stocks from them, and last week they sent us a catalog of outlawed poisons and dark potions," Fred added. "We're rather certain that it was a mistake, but who are they making those extremely nasty potions for?" George asked in wonder. "Well, they would be a good place to start. They do have a rather shady reputation. Would you two care to help me investigating some of these companies?" Phileas asked with a smile. "My brother and I are at your service," Fred declared gallantly with a flourish of his hand towards his twin. "But what can we do?" Ginny asked, determined to see more action before she returned to school. "We really need to get rid of Fudge," Neville suggested logically. "I agree that would be helpful," Remus said calmly. "The trouble is we might get someone worse to take his place." "Who could be worse?" Ron insisted. "How about someone who is openly supporting Voldemort?" Hermione pointed out. That terrible thought gave all of them pause to think, and they resolved to consider their next action carefully. Harry announced that Remus would be offering the group advanced training in offensive and defensive spells, and all the teens jumped at the chance to attend his first class 2 days hence. With that, the members adjourned for the night, determined to meet again the following week. Immediately after breakfast the next morning, Harry, Luna, and Phileas left for an early morning meeting with Madame Bones. The first step in their journey was to flew to the Leaky Cauldron in London, and then a short walk to the concealed entrance to the Ministry of Magic. Ginny had warned Luna about Harry's balance issues, and she was waiting to catch him as he stumbled out of the fireplace at their first destination. There was quiet laughter as patrons watched the young girl grab the dark-haired boy as he stumbled into the room, preventing him from falling onto his face. But the laughter quickly ceased when they realized who he was. An aged witch got up from her table and silently walked over to the two. "Mr. Potter, my name is Doris Spellcrafter. I want to thank you and your friends for exposing the truth about the Daily Prophet. It's good to know that there are people like you out there. It gives us all hope," she said sincerely. "Well, aye," Harry stammered, not knowing what to say. "Harry appreciates that very much," Luna answered for Harry sincerely, and led the blushing boy away. "Thanks, Luna. I didn't know what to say," Harry mumbled. "Your modesty is your most endearing trait, Harry," Luna said sweetly, causing him to blush even redder. After leaving the Leaky Cauldron, the three took the short walk to the innocuous telephone booth that marked the concealed entrance to the ministry. Harry was rather apprehensive about the coming meeting, as he had never had a good experience at the Ministry of Magic. As always, Luna seemed to understand him perfectly and gave his hand a reassuring squeeze. They took the lift from the shabby street entrance down to the atrium level of the ministry, where they observed dozens of witches and wizards as they hurried back and forth carrying out the work of government. They joined a short queue that was standing before the security checkpoint, and after their wands were weighed, they took another lift up to the fourth-floor headquarters of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. With directions obtained from a friendly clerk, they found their way to the office of Madame Amelia Bones, the director of the department. They had not even time to take their seats in the outer office before the receptionist announced that Madame Bones would see them immediately. Harry was rather surprised when a smiling and friendly woman met them at her door and welcomed them warmly. This was very different from the severe and rather intimidating woman that he remembered from his trial. Harry started to walk towards three straight-backed chairs positioned before an imposing desk, but Amelia Bones redirected him to a group of overstuffed chairs next to a large window. Glancing out, Harry noticed that Madame Bones had a rather impressive view of downtown London. "The best view is one of the perks that goes with the position, Mr. Potter," she explained when she noticed his interest. "If you'll all be seated, we should be able to start shortly. I'm waiting for one more person to arrive, but she should be here shortly. Can I get you some tea while we wait?" Harry politely refused, still feeling a bit nervous about what was to come, but Luna casually asked for tea with lemon while her father took his with sugar. Seeming to understand their apprehensions, the formidable woman tried to put the young people at their ease. "You needn't worry, Mr. Potter. This is a very different kind of meeting from our last encounter. Mainly, I wanted to thank all of you for your exposure of the Daily Prophet and for helping us remove some very dangerous men from the streets. The Minister of Magic really should be meeting with you, but... Well, I think we all know that Minister Fudge is somewhat overwhelmed as of late," Madame Bones declared, trying to defend the dignity of the office as much as she could. Somewhat overwhelmed as of late. Harry thought that description possibly the most tactful way of describing the incompetence of Cornelius Fudge. "I also wanted to thank you, Harry, for the instruction that you were able to give my niece last term. I know that Hogwarts has had a problem attracting and retaining a good teacher for defense against the dark arts, and it concerns all of us greatly. In my position as Director of Magical Law Enforcement, I'm afraid that I've made more than a few enemies among the darker elements of our world, and I'm afraid that makes my niece a possible target. I've tried to instruct her myself, but I'm afraid that I lack your gift for teaching," Madame Bones said, smiling. "I'm really not a very good teacher. We just did what we thought we had to," Harry responded modestly. "My niece tells me that you are an excellent teacher. In fact, if you were a few years older, I would suggest to Albus that he consider you for the defense position. In fact, I might anyway. I hope that you choose to continue training your fellow students when school starts. We all need to be as prepared as possible." Harry was just thinking about how much he liked Madame Bones' attitude when there was a knock at the door. Seconds later, Nymphadora Tonks entered the office and joined the others. She looked rather tired as she dropped into a chair next to Harry. "You don't look well today, Ms. Tonks. Are you feeling all right?" Madame Bones asked with concern. "After almost 48 hours without sleep, I confess I'm feeling a bit frayed," Tonks confessed. "But I couldn't miss this meeting." 48 hours? Madame Bones asked. "Yes, starting with the stakeout at the Wizard radio station and the capture of 3 Death Eaters. Then yesterday, we raided Malfoy Manor and the other properties controlled by that family, and finally an all-night session extracting information from our new guests. All in all, I'm rather done in," Tonks declared with a tired smirk. "You raided Malfoy Manor?" Harry asked in surprise. "Yes, and that is just one of the matters we want to brief you on this morning," Madame Bones said with a gleam in her eyes. "As your actions led to our success, I felt it's only fair that we keep you apprised of our activities. After Trunaffin's confession on Wizard Radio and his declaration that Narcissa Black was serving as an agent of the Dark Lord, I authorized Ms. Tonks to take a squad of Aurors and raid the Malfoy estate. I've issued a warrant for her arrest, charging her with conspiracy and attempts to undermine the government," Madame Bones declared. "Unfortunately, we missed her by just minutes. All we found were a half-dozen rather frightened house elves. We did, however, confiscate a good deal of outlawed materials, which adds to the evidence against her," Tonks declared happily. "We had other teams of Aurors raiding the other Malfoy properties, but they came up empty. Narcissa and her son seem to have gone underground," Madame Bones said with a slight note of frustration. Harry wondered if Draco would be returning to school in September. He almost felt sorry for his old enemy, with his father in Azkaban and his mother in hiding. But then, a question far more important than Draco Malfoy came into Harry's mind. "How does the arrest of Peter Pettigrew affect the case against Sirius Black?" Harry asked with emotion in his voice. Amelia Bones looked at the young boy appraisingly. Nymphadora Tonks had warned her to expect this question, and now she was determined to give Harry an honest answer. "Without question, Sirius Black was an innocent man wrongly sentenced to prison. If it were within my power, I would see him immediately exonerated of all charges and publicly acknowledged as the hero I now understand him to be. Unfortunately, that power rests only with the Minister of Magic, and Cornelius Fudge is unlikely to do anything that will serve to bring public attention to the failings of his administration. What I can do, however, is to publicly announce the capture of Pettigrew and offer my own apologies for how my department treated Sirius Black," Madame Bones said sincerely. "Tomorrow the Quibbler will run a special issue proclaiming the innocence of Sirius Black and demanding that Fudge immediately clear his name. It's time our minister started to do what's right, not merely what's politically popular," Phileas Lovegood said. "There is one other thing that I need to mention to all of you," Amelia said in a serious way. "By your actions yesterday, Mr. and Miss Lovegood, you've set yourselves up as targets for you-know-who. I know that you were both aware of that when you made your decision, but I want you to know that I and my department will do everything in our power to provide you with protection," she said. "We appreciate your support, Madame Bones. I believe that the time has come when we all need to stand up for our principles," Phileas said. As the 3 of them were leaving the office, Tonks asked if she could speak to them for a minute. She led them into an empty conference room and asked them to all sit. "I heard you mention the Marauders on the radio, Harry. Sirius loved to talk about the things the old Marauders got up to in school. Judging by its beginnings, the new Marauders looks like the kind of organization that will see plenty of action. I was wondering if there might be a place in it for me," she asked hopefully. "We would love to have you join us, Tonks," Harry answered sincerely. "What we really need now is training. I'm afraid that Hogwarts doesn't exactly prepare you to fight Death Eaters. Remus is coming over to help, but we can use all the aid we can get." "Remus Lupin is going to help you with training. Well then, I'm definitely coming. He's rather cute, don't you think?" Tonks asked with a grin. "That's not really a question that I feel comfortable answering, Tonks," Harry declared with a shudder. Later that night, Harry and Luna lay side by side in the tall grass of the meadow, watching as the warm summer moon passed peacefully across the midnight black sky. It had been an exciting day with the promise of more excitement to come, and they were too wound up to sleep indoors. Luna rolled over on her side to face the dark-haired boy. "Harry, would it be all right if Susan joined us for training?" she asked carefully. "Do you think she would like to join?" the young teen asked as he rolled on his side to face his girlfriend. "I think she would," Luna answered, a twinkle in her eye. Harry remembered what Madame Bones had told them earlier in the day, so he was fine with the shy Hufflepuff joining them. She had always worked hard in the DA, and even if she couldn't master a spell, she never stopped trying. But he knew his girlfriend well enough to realize that there was something more behind her request. "All right, Luna, it's time to tell. What is the other reason that you want her to come?" he asked with a smirk. She blushed slightly and wondered how he had come to understand her so well in the short time that they had been together. "Susan likes Fred Weasley," Luna said with a shy smile. "How do you know?" Harry asked, rather surprised that the shy Hufflepuff would have feelings for the very extroverted Weasley twin. "She told me," Luna said softly. "And you want to help things along," Harry concluded. "That's what friends are for," she declared. Harry hadn't realized that the two girls were friends, but did recall seeing the two studying together the previous term. "Go ahead and invite her," he said gently. "Actually, I already did," she said with a smile. "That was a rather Slytherin thing to do, don't you think?" Harry asked with a smirk. "I learned from Ginny. With 6 older brothers, she's the best," Luna declared. "I'll have to remember that," he said, and kissed the girl tenderly on the tip of her nose. Chapter 7, The Conquered Grape War. When the younger Weasleys arrived at the Lovegood cottage, they brought an unexpected guest with them. Alicia Spinnet walked up to the cottage door on the arm of George Weasley, her longtime boyfriend. As a new Auror with the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Alicia was not about to pass up the opportunity for some advanced spell training, and Nymphadora Tonks had trained under the famous Mad-Eye Moody himself. Luna was surprised and pleased to see the older girl. Her coming was lucky chance. It leaves Fred and Susan the only ones without training partners, Luna whispered conspiratorially to Harry. Luck had nothing to do with it. I sent George an owl asking him to invite her, Harry said with a smirk. You did that without telling me. Why, you insufferable sneak, Luna declared in mock outrage, but then her frown turned into a wide grin. I guess I have a little Slytherin in me as well, Harry declared as he put his arm around her back and pulled her closer. I'll have to remember that, Luna answered with a wary smile. The teens laughed and joked around as they waited for their trainers to arrive, and Fred and George demonstrated some of their most recent inventions. When none of those present volunteered as test subjects, the twins proceeded to use each other, much to the delight of the others in the room. Susan Bones, who was painfully shy by nature, remained in the background as much as possible. Fred Weasley noticed the shy redhead hanging back by the fireplace and felt strangely drawn to her. He had never really paid much attention to Susan when he was at school, but now he realized that she was really quite pretty. With George's girlfriend joining the group, Fred saw that he would need to find a training partner, and it would offer the perfect opportunity to get to know the pretty redhead better. He cautiously strolled over to greet her, and soon the two were talking like old friends, much to the delight of Harry and Luna, who were watching from a distance. Tonks and Remus arrived a few minutes later, carrying grocery bags, which Remus described as containing training equipment. They led the curious group out into the meadow near the edge of the forest, where they all settled on the grass under a large, spreading oak tree. Harry noticed that they were some distance from the cottage, and he wondered if that was because of the nature of the spells that they would be training with. Good morning, Remus began with a smile. You've no idea how much I've missed teaching over the last 2 years, and both Tonks and I are really looking forward to the opportunity of working with you. You've come here to learn some of the more advanced offensive and defensive spells that exist in our world, and I don't think that you will be disappointed. We spent a good portion of last night selecting spells that are relatively easy to master, yet very effective in execution. Some of these spells aren't even taught to 7th-year defense against the dark arts students, so you should be careful who you show them to. We will be starting with a particular favorite of mine, Tonks declared, picking up seamlessly from Remus. It's called Ossian Defindo, and it can incapacitate an opponent faster than any spell I know. It's also called the bone-shattering spell. As Tonks spoke, she carefully observed the reaction of the teenagers that she would be training, and was pleased with what she saw. They all wore a look of grim determination, which was exactly what she was looking for. In Auror School, she noticed that those who were eager to learn dangerous spells tended to be very aggressive and reckless in the field. They didn't live long and tended to endanger their partners. Likewise, those who feared to learn the damaging spells could freeze up when confronted by a real enemy, and likewise endanger others. An attitude of grim determination created agents willing to do what was necessary to protect themselves and their partners, but not rush into danger recklessly. Tonks was particularly interested in how Susan Bones would react to the type of material that they would be teaching. Luna and Ginny had proved themselves at the fight in the Ministry, but Susan was an unknown quantity. These were not the type of simple spells that most 16-year-old girls would be trained on. But although the young girl paled a bit, she appeared every bit as determined as her friends. While Tonks was speaking, Remus walked a few paces away with one of the bags. Opening the brown paper bag, he withdrew a large bunch of purple grapes. Remus used an engorgio charm to enlarge each grape to the size of a large watermelon, and then he floated each in the air using a modified Wingardium Leviosa spell. When he had finished, Remus had created a line of 36 large purple targets floating 2 meters above the meadow. At the same time, Tonks was demonstrating the spiral wand movement and incantation necessary for spell execution, along with some personal observations about the difficulties of hitting a moving target. The most important elements of this spell are intent and concentration. Lacking either of these elements, and the spell takes on the characteristics of a very mild reductor curse. Being struck by a defective Ossian Defindo spell is like being hit by a soft rubber ball, and that's not what you want when you're up against Death Eaters, she declared conclusively. Then, judging her moment to be correct, she fired the Ossian Defindo at a grape a few meters away from Remus. The purple globe exploded like a fountain and showered the surprised wizard with blobs of purple goo. Standing up from his stooped position, Remus looked at Tonks with the utmost indignity, completely ignoring the laughter of the assembled teens. "What in the hell do you think you're doing?" he demanded, shaking the purple glop from his arms. "Just demonstrating the spell for our students," she replied sweetly. "I'm really sorry, Remus," she said, batting her eyelashes at him. Remus cleaned the glop off himself with a wave of his wand, and then he bent down and picked up a large handful of the purple pulp from the ground. He stalked up to the young woman, an unreadable expression on his face, and waited. "You wouldn't dare. I'm too incredibly cute for that," she declared with a smirk. "Oh, wouldn't I?" he answered with a menacing expression. "Well, not in front of our students," she responded coyly. Remus suddenly remembered that they were not alone and looked around at the smiling young faces with a sheepish grin. He threw the glop onto the ground and then whispered to Tonks, "All right, but I owe you one." "I'll hold you to that," she whispered back. Harry realized that the two of them were flirting, and shamelessly so. It made him rather relieved that he and Luna hadn't played those kinds of games, for he had no idea exactly how to flirt. With Luna, it had all been so easy and honest and well inevitable, and he wouldn't have wished it any other way. Feeling the young girl squeeze his hand, he knew that she felt exactly the same way. Soon all of the teens were lined up trying out the spell, with very mixed results. Alicia, who had learned similar spells in Auror training, quickly got it right and shattered her grape. For the others, it took varying amount of time and coaching. Harry succeeded after his 4th attempt, and surprisingly Neville succeeded immediately afterwards. For the others, success came more slowly, as their weak spells pushed the grapes around the meadow in a weird kind of dance. Fred and George took it a step further, and actually made it into a game that somewhat resembled Muggle ping-pong. "This is not a game. Learning these spells can be life or death," Tonks declared in annoyance at the behavior of the two. "Oh, you mean like this, Tonks?" George asked as he and Fred shot the spell at two nearby grapes, shattering them in bright purple fountains. "Well, if you could do it, why didn't you do it before?" The two shared identical grins and then looked at the young Auror. "Not as much fun," they both declared in unison. Tonks rolled her eyes at the pair, but couldn't hide a small smile of pride. As each teen mastered the spell, they would in turn help their partner to learn it. Susan Bones was the last of the young people to master the bone-breaking curse, but with a great deal of encouragement from the others, she finally succeeded in shattering her grape. Harry could tell that it really bothered the young girl to learn such a vicious curse, but she never hesitated to follow the lead of her friends. Many Hogwarts students looked down on Hufflepuff House as being a place for duffers, but Harry had always admired their strong sense of loyalty, and in Susan Bones, he saw that strength once again. Harry knew that Luna was also bothered by the thought that she might have to hurt another human being, and he hoped that she would never need the spell. But the courage she showed in learning the powerful curse made the young boy wonder yet again why she hadn't been placed in Gryffindor House. By noon, the last of the grapes had been shattered, and Luna's meadow was a soupy mess of purple grape pulp. Remus and Tonks told their students how pleased they were with the progress that they had made. They released the group for the rest of the day, but asked that they arrive early the next morning when they would learn a number of valuable shield charms. Harry and his friends began to clean and restore the meadow using their wands. Using a standard shrinking charm, they began to make the mounds of purple glop vanish like, well, magic. Ron was talking with Hermione when he suddenly pitched forward into her chest, and they both tumbled to the ground. "What's the matter with you?" she angrily demanded of the confused boy as she pushed him off of her and rolled away from him. "He's a sex fiend, Hermione," George Weasley offered helpfully. Ron reached a hand behind his neck, and when he pulled it back, his hand was covered by a mass of stringy purple glop. "You two are dead," he shouted as he struggled to his feet and ran after his now fleeing brothers. Suddenly realizing what had happened, Hermione fired a tripping hex at George, causing him to pitch forward and slide face down in the purple goo. Arising from the swamp, he looked like a melting grape-colored snowman. He heaved a handful of the slimy substance back at a rapidly approaching Ron, who dived aside as the colorful projectile whizzed by. Ginny was laughing so hard that she didn't even realize her danger before she was hit in the chest. The impact knocked her back on her bum, but when she stood up, she was ready for war. Harry was watching the antics of his friends from the sidelines when suddenly he was spattered with goo. He turned to Luna in shock and was rewarded with a look of complete innocence, but the purple glop dripping from her right hand told the true story. He reached down and scooped up a handful himself, an evil glint in his eyes. "Harry, you wouldn't throw that at me, would you?" she asked sweetly, batting her eyes at him. But before he could respond, she shrieked loudly and took off at a run. Soon everyone was throwing and being hit with the purple goo, and the meadow was filled with the laughter of happy teenagers. "Want to join them?" Tonks asked Remus playfully. "I think not, maybe a cup of tea instead," he asked hopefully. "You're on," Tonks replied, and taking his arm, the two adults walked back to the cottage, leaving the meadow to the teenagers. After a half-hour of wild play, everyone was exhausted and filthy, but they had a wonderful time. Using the power of their magic, they quickly cleaned themselves and set the meadow back to rights, so there was no evidence that a major purple war had ever taken place. The day had grown warm, and with their major exertions, everyone was feeling hot and sticky. Luna's suggestion of a dip in a forest pool was met with universal agreement, even by the normally shy Susan Bones, and the teens followed her down a path leading into the woods. After a skinny dipping suggestion from George Weasley was overwhelmingly rejected, even by his brother Fred, swim suits were transfigured and suitable bushes sought for changing. Within minutes, they were all relaxing in the tree-shaded pool of crystal-clear water. "I could spend the rest of my life here," Ron said in relaxed bliss as he floated in the cool water, contented to just drift with the current. At that moment, the young teen was engulfed in a giant wave caused by his brother George cannonballing into the water next to him. The boy emerged from the water sputtering as he tried to expel the liquid that he had swallowed, and soon a water fight had erupted at that end of the pool. Surprisingly, Fred did not join in to assist his twin with the mayhem, as he was occupied at the peaceful side of the pool, quietly talking with Susan Bones, and wondering why he had never noticed her before. It turned out to be an enjoyable day for all, and it set the pattern that would be followed for the rest of the summer. In the mornings, they would meet Tonks and Remus for defense lessons in the meadow, and then in the afternoon, they would cool off at the secluded pool deep in the woods and enjoy a picnic lunch. In the days that followed, the group of friends learned a variety of defensive shield charms as well as offensive attack spells, and began to spend more and more of their time at the Lovegood cottage. Seamus Finnegan, who was helping out at Weasley Wizarding Wheezes in Diagon Alley, wondered why he was seeing so little of the joint owners, just a brief visit in the morning and then again in the late afternoon. But he wasn't complaining, as the twins had raised his salary and given him an assistant to make up for their absence. But not everyone was enjoying their summer as much as Harry and his friends were. Narcissa Malfoy lay prostrate on the cold stone floor, waiting for the pain that she knew would come. Potter's exposure of Death Eater involvement with the Daily Prophet had sent the Dark Lord into an insane rage that had already cost one man his life. Narcissa had her nose pressed hard against the stone floor, and she could still smell the stench left by Edward Hyde's burnt flesh. It was an unpleasant realization that just 2 days before a man had been tortured to death on the very spot where she now lay. While Narcissa had no part in Trunuffin's cowardly failure, it had been her husband who had first suggested using the Daily Prophet as a means of undermining the moral of wizarding Britain. Now Lucius was safely occupying a cell in Azkaban, and she was left to satisfy her master's rage. She never thought that she would envy her husband his dark, damp cell at Azkaban, but at that moment she did. But even if she wasn't tortured for the Daily Prophet debacle, she knew that she would receive severe pain for the suggestion that she had just made. In boldness born of fear, she had suggested a plan to capture or kill Harry Potter. Her sister Bellatrix informed her that Lord Voldemort neither appreciated nor needed her suggestions, and now she stood by gloatingly waiting for the torture to begin. Suddenly she felt the agony of 1,000 white-hot knives slicing into her flesh, as she writhed and twisted in pain. For what seemed an eternity, the pain curse was held, until she thought that she must certainly die. At last the curse was released, and Narcissa lay gasping for breath, every nerve in her body feeling like it was on fire. Finally, she was able to raise her eyes above the level of the floor, tears still streaming down her cheeks, and gaze into the thoughtful face of her master. "Can he do it?" Voldemort asked in a restrained voice, his red eyes literally burning into the woman's soul. "Yes, I know he can, master," the terrified woman choked out. "Very well, bring him before me at once," Voldemort ordered. Narcissa, her muscles still protesting, struggled to rise to her feet but collapsed in a heap on the cold floor. "Allow me to assist you," Voldemort said with a smirk as he cast a quick Leviosa charm that jerked the woman to her feet. Narcissa stumbled out the door and hobbled to the small chamber that she shared with her son. "Draco," she called hoarsely as she stumbled through the door. The boy, his eyes wide in shock, ran to grasp his mother's arm before she fell again. The woman grasped her son by the shoulders and focused his eyes onto hers. "The Dark Lord demands to see you immediately. You must be strong and maintain the position of our family while your father is away. I told the Dark Lord that you can do what we talked about. You must not fail. Failure is rewarded only with death. Come now, he is waiting." A very frightened young boy was led into the presence of a man who could murder him without a thought. He threw himself onto the ground at Voldemort's feet and waited for the Dark Lord to speak first. "Your mother says that you wish to serve me. Is that true?" he asked in a steely voice. "Yes, master, I do," Draco replied, still not raising his eyes. "There are great rewards for those who serve me faithfully, but great pain for those who fail. Do you understand?" he demanded harshly. "I understand, master. I will not fail you," Draco said, his body trembling. "Then arise and accept the mark of the serpent," Voldemort ordered. Draco got to his feet and stood before the man to whom he had pledged his life and rolled up the sleeve of his robes. The Dark Lord applied his wand to the boy's forearm, and the brand of the serpent appeared upon his pale skin. The boy gritted his teeth at the burning pain of the brand, but he did not scream or faint. "I see that you have the courage of your father. That is good. You will head your family until I return him to you," the Dark Lord said approvingly, and then turned to Narcissa. "I expect you to ensure that your son is well versed in the spells that he will need to remove the enchantments and complete his mission." "It will be done, Master," she replied humbly. "I assume that you have already been trained on the killing curse," Voldemort stated more as a matter of fact than as a question. "No, Master, I've never learned it," Draco replied hesitantly. "No, I'm disappointed in Lucius. That is one of the first curses that he should have taught you. Well, no matter, we can quickly rectify it. Bella, get Master Malfoy a few muggles to practice on. I want him to know the curse in case anyone attempts to interfere." And then, as an afterthought, he added, "I want you to train him yourself. You have a unique gift for that curse." "Yes, Master, it shall be done," Bellatrix answered with an evil smile. That night, under the tutorage of his Aunt Bellatrix, young Draco Malfoy took his first life. Looking down at the body of the dead girl, Draco's only regret was that it wasn't a certain filthy mudblood that he knew from school. But if Granger tried to interfere with his mission, he would gladly show her what he had learned on his summer vacation. Oh. Harry was not looking forward to his return to Grimmauld Place, even if it was only for a short meeting. Sirius Old House had too many bad memories about it, and the fact that his godfather hated it so much made Harry's return even more difficult. Luna's cottage in the woods had felt warm and friendly from the first moment that he had crossed the threshold, and even before he had crossed it. Conversely, the house at Grimmauld Place felt evil and malevolent, and left the young man feeling unsettled and uncomfortable. Somehow, the house seemed to have developed the same deranged personality as old Mrs. Black. As always, Luna had the ability to make him feel better, and the fact that she was accompanying him greatly reduced his stress. On the night of the meeting, the young man felt prepared for whatever the encounter might bring. They used a portkey to reach the derelict park in the center of Grimmauld Square, and then walked across to the dilapidated houses numbered 11 and 13. Harry looked at the dilapidated old building, its dark windows staring out at him threateningly, but he knew that Luna and her father couldn't see number 12. He walked up to the door and knocked loudly, and waited while someone on the inside struggled with the ancient locks and bolts which sealed the door. To Luna and her father, it appeared that Harry was standing before a brick wall, and they found the fact rather confusing. Finally, the door opened, and a smiling Molly Weasley greeted the boy warmly. "Good evening, Mrs. Weasley," Harry said, appearing to address the brick wall. And then out of nowhere came the voice of Molly Weasley inviting them to enter. "Give me your hand, Luna, and hold on to your father's," Harry instructed soberly, and once they were all linked up, he pulled them all into the entryway of the house. The slithering green carpet of the long hallway was dirty and threadbare from years of neglect, and the dark-colored wood paneling looked like it hadn't been polished in 100 years. The wallpaper above the paneling was stained with the black soot from the ancient oil lamps which adorned the walls. The decayed glory of the once powerful House of Black was all too clear to see. "Come this way and please be quiet," Molly Weasley whispered as she led them down the hallway past the dozing portrait of old Mrs. Black. Harry had already told Luna about the demented old painting, and she was curious to see it, but she followed Harry quietly into the living room and postponed the meeting until later. Looking around the room, Harry saw many familiar faces, most wearing smiles, but apparently Professor Dumbledore had not yet arrived. In one corner of the room sat a very sour-looking Severus Snape, scowling in disgust at the new arrivals. Harry and Luna went over to the opposite side of the room to join their friends, who had assembled in a group around the fireplace. Nymphadora Tonks had just related a story about something that had happened when she had attended Hogwarts, and they were all laughing riotously. The only words that Harry could catch were that someone's knickers had flown from the top of the tower for the rest of the term, and he was rather sorry that he had missed the story. Harry soon became involved in the conversation and related some of his own misadventures at the wizarding school. Ron Weasley, taking advantage of the absence of his girlfriend, related how Hermione had accidentally changed herself into a cat in second year. He combined his narrative by graphically acting out how he caught the girl cleaning her fur immediately after the transformation, using her tongue. The laughter that resulted from that story literally shook the room. But while everyone else seemed to be enjoying themselves, Harry noticed that Luna was concentrating her attention on Professor Snape, who was sitting alone on the other side of the parlor. She seemed in deep thought as she observed the potion's master, and then seemed to make up her mind about something. "Will you excuse me for a few minutes, Harry?" she asked, and without waiting for an answer she stood up and walked across the room, a determined look on her face. "Good evening, Professor Snape," the young girl said softly as she came to stand in front of the potion's instructor. His lack of a proper response would have proved intimidating to anyone else, but Luna didn't even seem to notice. "May I sit here?" she asked sweetly as she indicated the empty chair by his side. Snape looked up at the girl in annoyance and rolled his eyes, but didn't say a word. Luna remembered reading that in the highlands of New Guinea, certain tribes communicated through facial expressions, so she assumed that his expression was a positive response to her question and took the seat by his side. She considered asking the man what it was like to grow up in New Guinea, but then she thought better of it. His past was his own business, and he might not feel like discussing it. Instead, the girl allowed her eyes to wander about the room and observe the characteristics of her companions. Certainly a very Ravenclaw thing to do. When her eyes fell upon Harry, she saw the young man looking at her uncertainly, but then his face broke out in a crooked smile. "He's so sweet," she thought to herself, and then blushed slightly at the thought of the kisses they had shared the previous night. Snape was thinking as well, waiting for the moment when the young girl would ask him some insipid question, and he could strike back at her with biting sarcasm. But strangely, the girl said nothing, and sat calmly by his side and observed the room in silence. He chanced a glance in her direction, and saw that she was staring at him with large silver-gray eyes, and she smiled the minute their eyes met. The man immediately shifted his gaze to the other direction, but knew that the girl was still watching him. "Excuse me, Professor, could I ask you a question, please?" she asked softly. Snape knew that his moment had come, and he turned his severe gaze on the young girl. "Of course, Miss Lovegood," he responded, and waited for her to ask the question that he would turn against her. "Do you think there is a different level of potency to mugwort root gathered in southern England as opposed to at Hogwarts?" she asked expectantly. The potion's master raised an eyebrow in frank and honest surprise. This was certainly not the kind of question that he was expecting. He thought for a moment before answering. He did know that certain potion ingredients had different levels of potency based on the climate in which they were grown, but he had never heard of that applying to the mugwort family. "Why do you ask?" he asked cautiously. "I was brewing the muscle replenishment potion last month at school, and it came out a yellow-green rather than a bright green color," Luna responded. Snape raised his eyebrow yet again. The muscle replenishment potion was an extremely complex formula requiring careful timing and multiple steps. It wasn't taught at Hogwarts until 7th-year advanced potions, and a 5th-year student certainly shouldn't be attempting it. "And what were you making that very complex potion for?" Professor Snape asked, unable to restrain his curiosity, but attempting to maintain an attitude of disinterest. "My father has a touch of arthritis, and I usually brew him enough during the summer to carry him through the whole year. But last winter was unusually cold and damp, and he asked me to send him some from school," she replied honestly. "You've made the potion before?" the man asked in open surprise. "Oh yes, several times actually. I'm afraid that potion making isn't Daddy's best thing, but the batch I made at school doesn't seem to have the same potency of what I make at home." Mugwort root was not an easy ingredient to come by, and Professor Snape wondered if the young girl might have raided his very limited stock. After all, it had happened before, he reminded himself. "May I ask where you found the mugwort root?" he asked sternly. "In the forest. I was looking for osage bark in my 2nd year and found a patch of mugwort instead," the young girl answered honestly. Severus Snape knew that he should chastise the girl severely for entering the forbidden forest against repeated warnings, but he couldn't do it. For one thing, he had been looking for a source of fresh mugwort for literally years, and for another, he frankly respected anyone who would take the time to search out fresh potion ingredients on their own. Most witches and wizards were content to use the less potent dried ingredients supplied by the Potions Guild, even though they charged an astronomical price for their products. He very much wanted to ask the girl if she would show him where fresh mugwort could be found, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. The young girl seemed to understand his quandary because she gave him a warm smile. "I would be happy to show you the patch of mugwort I found. I'm sure there is plenty for both of us," she said sweetly. Thank you, I would greatly appreciate that," Professor Snape replied hastily, surprised that he would ever say such words to a student. Then he remembered that he had never actually answered her question. He thought for a moment, and then answered her as honestly as he could. "There just might be a difference in the potency of fresh mugwort gathered here as opposed to at Hogwarts," he said thoughtfully. "The process of photosynthesis is such that mugwort grown further south might indeed have greater strength than that grown in Scotland. We use a dried mugwort root in class because of the difficulty in obtaining fresh, and there may be potency issues that should be considered." Then, after a moment's hesitation, he made a startling offer. "Could you possibly bring some fresh root with you when you return to school, and we can compare the two?" "I would like that," Luna said sincerely. Soon the two were deeply involved in a discussion of different potions and their various ingredients. The other people in the room had ceased their own conversations to watch the impossible. Professor Severus Snape was actually being nice to a student that wasn't in his own house. As for the said professor, he was thoroughly enjoying this rare opportunity to speak to someone almost as knowledgeable about potions as he was. The young Ravenclaw was clearly one of those very few who had a natural gift for potion making, and he wondered why he had never noticed it before. The stubborn old potions master actually regretted it when they were called into the kitchen for the meeting to begin. As they filed into the kitchen, he made up his mind to watch this girl. She had real potential. Professor Snape took his usual seat at the far end of the large kitchen table, while the other order members filled the seats further away. The potions master was rarely agreeable, and the chance to sit next to him was not especially looked forward to. But when Luna entered the kitchen, she walked directly over and sat down beside him, dragging a less than enthusiastic Harry Potter with her. Professor Snape seemed rather pleased when Luna joined him and resumed their discussion, and he managed to diplomatically ignore the presence of Harry Potter, which suited the young man just fine. Soon the two were involved in a highly technical discussion on possible ways that the blood-strengthening solution could be modified for those with an allergic reaction to genup weed, one of the prime ingredients. After 150 years, it was difficult to surprise Albus Dumbledore about anything. He had seen too much in his very long life. But when the aged headmaster entered the room to find his least agreeable teacher and Luna Lovegood in a friendly discussion about potion making, surprised was the only way to define his reaction. In fact, he watched the two in amazement for some moments before he remembered that he had a rather important meeting to conduct. Poor Harry looked rather lost as he tried to follow the detailed discussion and appeared rather pleased when the meeting actually began. "Good evening, everyone," Professor Dumbledore began, taking on a role similar to a genial party host. "I'm glad that you could all be here tonight as we have matters of some importance to discuss. First of all, I would like to welcome Phileas Lovegood and his daughter Luna to our meeting, and of course you all know Mr. Potter. I wish to thank them for their successful exposure of Death Eater involvement in the operations of the Daily Prophet. That revelation seems to have had some very positive effects on our society as a whole. The most positive of these effects has been a weakening of Voldemort's power and his ability to control public opinion. Now that people realize how they have been manipulated, they seem less afraid and more willing to resist. Tonks also tells me that Madame Bones has been given a much freer hand on dealing with our opponents within the legal system, which can only have positive effects. Also, Cornelius Fudge has lost even more credibility with the public, and now seems quite willing to work with us, probably in hopes of saving his position. I wish that you might have let me know about your plans before you moved forward, but I can't argue with the results that you've achieved, Dumbledore said, in a very mild reproof, as he tried to maintain a positive atmosphere in the meeting. He hadn't forgotten that Harry Potter and Luna Lovegood had proved to be a rather formidable combination, and if he hoped to maintain any control at all, he had better move forward carefully. While listening to your broadcast, Harry, I heard you mention a new group that has joined the fight against the Dark Lord. I believe that you referred to them as the Marauders. It would be helpful if you could tell us what plans your group has for the future, though I suspect that some people in this room already know, Dumbledore said, as he gazed around the table at the other members of Order of the Phoenix. Phileas Lovegood could tell that the young man was a bit uncomfortable with the question, and decided to respond on his behalf. If you don't mind, Albus, I think that I can answer that for you. Then, receiving an appreciative nod from the young teen, he continued. Our current plans involve exposing Death Eater involvement in the business and political arenas. We're hoping that such exposure will force government reforms and cut off a major source of funds for Voldemort and his followers. With the help of two very energetic wizards, I've been able to uncover a surprising amount of corruption in both business and government. At the mention of two energetic wizards, the two Weasley twins broke into cheers, receiving a frown of disapproval from their mother. Well, I think we now know at least two of the members of this new organization, Dumbledore said with a smile. I should add that the information that we've gathered on Cornelius Fudge leads me to the conclusion that he won't be Minister of Magic for much longer, Phileas added soberly. The room was notably quiet for several seconds, as everyone considered what the resignation or impeachment of Fudge could mean in such troubled times. But who is there to take his place? Professor McGonagall finally asked, expressing the concerns of all. Yes, that is a problem, Professor Dumbledore said with a sigh. There just isn't anyone qualified that isn't tied to the corruption of his administration. What about Amelia Bones? Harry asked, speaking up for the first time. The room went silent for a moment as everyone considered Harry's suggestion. Luna gave her support immediately in the form of a supportive squeeze to his hand. Madame Bones has a spotless reputation within the ministry, and she has religiously stayed clear of Fudge and his manipulations. But would she take the job? Tonks asked no one in particular. She might be a very good candidate, Dumbledore said, deep within his own thoughts. And she certainly has no love for Death Eaters. I'm going to meet with her later this week, and I'll raise the subject and see how she reacts to it. And then, after a pause, he turned to his potions master. How is the Dark Lord taking all of this, Severus? Not well at all, I'm afraid. Those close to him have felt his anger frequently over the last week, Severus Snape said with a sigh. The sole Death Eater to escape the fiasco at the radio station was tortured to death to show the rest of us the price of failure. But something happened yesterday that seemed to please him, and that concerns me a good deal. He was in a private meeting with Bellatrix Lestrange and Narcissa Malfoy, and he emerged from it quite pleased. We were all certain that Narcissa would be punished severely for Trunuffin's betrayal, but as far as I can tell, she only received a slight touch of the Cruciatus curse. That treatment is quite normal for the Dark Lord, and when he's angry, the punishment is usually a good deal worse. Do you have an idea what was discussed? Dumbledore asked, interested in anything that would put the Dark Lord in a good mood. I've been unable to discover anything as of yet, but young Draco Malfoy was called into the meeting and spent a good deal of time in the presence of the Dark Lord. Lord Voldemort always avoids contact with children, so there must have been an important reason for him to make an exception. Draco is staying with Voldemort, Harry asked in surprise. Yes, after the raid on Malfoy Manor, both Narcissa and her son sought sanctuary with the Dark Lord. I would advise caution with Mr. Malfoy if he decides to return to school this year. He holds both you and Miss Lovegood responsible for the loss of his estates and status, Snape said warningly. Harry wondered if the sincerity that he noticed in the man's warning was a result of Luna's kindness towards him. And that brings us to our next topic, Dumbledore said with a sigh as he turned to Phileas Lovegood. With your actions, both you and your daughter have become likely targets for attacks by Death Eater. I would like to send someone to your home to check on the effectiveness of your wards. I appreciate your offer, Albus, but the wards on our home are more than sufficient to keep any unwanted visitors away, Phileas said with assurance. But it would reassure an old man greatly, Dumbledore said, subtly pressing the matter. Who would you send? Phileas said with a small smile. Bill Weasley can evaluate the effectiveness of your system. He is an expert on wards and is currently employed by Gringotts, Dumbledore said, as he gestured to Bill Weasley, who was sitting at the far end of the table. Very well, I'll be home all day tomorrow. If he can get through our current wards, I'll allow him to upgrade the entire system, Phileas said with a smile. Then I'll be looking forward to seeing you in the morning, sir, Bill said with confidence. Mum, do you think you could bake us some apple pies? George said with a smirk. Oh yes, at least 2 or 3, Fred added with glee. Their mother gave them a suspicious look, not understanding why such a mundane matter should be brought up during such an important meeting. But Harry knew full well and grinned across the table at the twins. Ron and Ginny, using extendable ears from outside the room, were rolling with laughter. Needless to say, the day that followed was not a pleasant one for Bill Weasley. From the moment he arrived at the Burrow for breakfast with his family, he had a bad feeling about what events would bring. For one thing, the unexplained grins on the faces of his younger siblings were rather annoying, as were the repeated questions concerning his fondness for certain fruit pies. Also, the twins had conjured a large blackboard in the kitchen and appeared ready to record some kind of a score. It was clear that they all knew something that he didn't, but they would only grin and tell him that he would find out. By the end of the day, he had definitely found out what all the grinning was about, and he lay uncomfortably on the sofa in the living room of the Burrow. He had learned 2 very important lessons. First, the wards at the Lovegood house were perfectly secure against a host of assorted dark lords. And second, he really hated apple pie, all 9 slices that he had consumed before conceding defeat. Chapter 8, The Fairy King. A week later, as Harry and Luna were sitting down to breakfast, a brown barn owl flew through the open window and landed gracefully on the kitchen table. Harry immediately recognized it as one of the school owls and realized that their book lists must have arrived. He relieved the owl of 2 envelopes, gave her a strip of bacon from his plate, and after she gave him a hoot of thanks, she flew out the window and back the way from which she had come. Hogwarts letters, Lou, he said cheerfully as he passed an envelope to the girl who sat on his left. I wish we were in the same year, Luna said wistfully as she studied her letter. And in the same house, Harry added with a grin. Oh, Harry, you're not smart enough to be in Ravenclaw, she said sincerely, but Harry caught the mischievous note in her voice. He quirked an eye at her and then answered her with assurance. Well, I figured that you could come over to Gryffindor. I saw the way you were throwing those hexes at me yesterday. You really seemed to be enjoying it. Only because it was fun to watch you dodge them, she replied with a very Dumbledore-like twinkle in her eyes. You gave me quite a workout, Harry declared as he remembered the previous day's training. It had involved physically dodging spells without the use of magic, and Tonks hadn't even allowed them to use their new shield charms. But he chuckled when he remembered how funny Ron looked as he hobbled his way to the pond after training. Hermione had hit Ron in the buttocks with a light stunning spell when he tried to spin away from her first attack. She had insisted that it was accidental, but Harry had noticed the smirk on her face as Ron gently eased himself into the water. Ginny and the twins were merciless as they imitated Ron's pained walk all the way down to the forest pool. Oh, look, a costume ball for Halloween, Luna said excitedly, interrupting his train of thought. Harry glanced down at the bottom of the letter, and there in gold lettering was a note that stated that a costume ball would be held in the Great Hall on Halloween. 4th-year students and above were invited to attend the ball and a special dinner. The note further stated that students could bring their own costumes or materials would be provided. That sounds like so much fun, Luna exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Harry realized that he had better seize the moment while his courage held, and taking Luna's hand in his, he asked her, Luna, would you go to the Halloween ball with me? I would be delighted to accompany you, Harry, she replied with a giggle and curtsied daintily. What costumes should we wear? Harry asked eagerly. I know just the... She started brightly, but then she stopped suddenly as a slight frown clouded her face. No, that's not a good idea. What do you think we should wear? Harry was more than a little perplexed by her sudden change of attitude. Moments before Luna had been almost giddy with excitement, but now she was quiet and seemed almost a little sad. I don't know. What were you going to say? He asked, trying to conceal the concern that he was feeling. Oh, nothing. I thought I had an idea, but it wouldn't work, she replied evasively and quickly changed the subject. At first, Harry passed over the matter as unimportant, but in the back of his mind, he began to wonder what had so suddenly changed her attitude. During the rest of the day, whenever Harry tried to bring up the subject of costumes, Luna would quickly change the subject or ask that he make the selection for both on them. That night, after she had gone to bed, Harry went downstairs to speak to her father. The senior Lovegood had the habit of working late in his study at night, and it was the perfect opportunity to have a private talk with him. Could I speak with you, sir? Harry asked, as he waited outside of the door. Phileas Lovegood immediately noticed the concern in the young man's voice and the serious look on his face, and he wondered what had happened to provoke such a formal request. I always have time for my friends, Harry, and please call me Phileas, he said, as he waved the young man to a comfortable chair opposite him. There seems to be something wrong with Luna, and it's worrying me, Harry said without preamble. The smile disappeared from his face, and Phileas Lovegood leaned forward in his chair. Can you tell me anything more about it, Harry? He said in a very serious voice. It was rather strange, actually. We received our Hogwarts letters this morning, and it said there would be a costume ball on Halloween. Luna seemed really happy when I asked her to go with me, but when I asked her about our costumes, she suddenly went silent, the boy explained in a confused voice. Luna's father sat quietly for a moment, deep in thought, before he sat up straight and addressed the raven-haired boy who sat opposite him. I think that I know what the problem is, Harry. When I was in my 6th year at Hogwarts, we had a costume ball for Halloween. The girl that I was supposed to take came down with a fever on the morning of the ball and wasn't able to attend, so I went alone. I was standing in the great hall and I looked across the room and saw the most beautiful girl that I had ever seen. She was wearing a shimmering green gown with a silver shawl, and I couldn't take my eyes off her. I went over and introduced myself, probably sounding like a prized fool, and she said that her name was Elizabeth. She and I spent the rest of the night together. Indeed, after that night, we were rarely apart. She was Luna's mother, Harry. I'm afraid that my daughter is quite the romantic, and she's always dreamed of wearing that same gown to her first ball. To her, it's a symbol of her mother, and of the love that she and I found together starting on that very night, Phileas explained with a faraway look in his eyes. That's wonderful, Harry said sincerely, but I don't see what the problem is. I would love to take Luna wearing her mother's gown. It isn't quite as simple as that. The costume that she wore was patterned after the royal gown that legend says is worn by Brigid, Queen of the Fairies. Luna's grandmother knew all of the lore of the fairy folk who supposedly live in this forest, and she passed those stories on to her daughter, Phileas continued. I still don't see the problem, Harry said in a perplexed voice. Well, if Luna would be going as Queen Brigid, then it would be expected for you to go as King Brez, the older man said with a very slight smile. What's wrong with going as a king? Wait a minute. If Luna's is going as the fairy queen, then I would be. Oh no, he declared as the reality hit him. Harry paled slightly as he realized that even if Malfoy didn't return to school, the other Slytherins would have a field day with it. He could already hear their jokes about his missing fairy wings and the uses to which he put fairy dust. Even the members of his own house would be merciless in their teasing. Harry Potter, the king of the fairies. Yes, Harry, I think that's why Luna wants you to choose the costumes, Phileas said seriously. Harry got up almost in a daze and walked towards the door. The king of the fairies, he mumbled under his breath and shuddered. Good night, Harry. Sleep well, Phileas said with a bit of a smile. Harry turned briefly with a glazed look in his eyes, like a deer caught in the headlights of an automobile. Yeah, sure, like he could possibly ever sleep again. As he lay in bed, the candles flickering nervously on his nightstand, Harry couldn't even think about sleep. King of the Fairies was a title that no teenaged boy would want, and it was clear to him why Luna didn't mention her mother's costume. He was still sorting out his feelings for the young girl, but he liked her. He liked her a lot. He had never felt that way about anyone before, and he wondered if he might even be falling in love with her. She was smart and funny and made him feel good like no one else could. And here she was giving up her dream for him, a dream that she had carried with her since childhood and was connected with her mother. She was giving it all up so he wouldn't feel embarrassed. Harry felt absolutely terrible and a bit ashamed. Around midnight, he heard a light knock at his door, and then it opened a crack. Luna stuck her head in cautiously, not wanting to wake him if he was asleep. "I saw the light under your door. Are you feeling all right, Harry?" The moment that he saw her, bathed in the silver moonlight from his open window, his mind was made up. "I'm fine, Luna. I've just made up my mind about the costumes that I would like us to wear to the Halloween ball. I would like to go as King Brez, and I would like you to go as my queen." Luna stood silently in the doorway for a second, her normal surprised look multiplied many times over. "Are you really sure, Harry?" she whispered, hardly daring to believe his words. "Absolutely," he responded with a warm smile. She ran forward and threw herself into his arms, nearly knocking the startled boy out of his bed. "Thank you, Harry, thank you," she sobbed as she buried her face in his chest. Harry held the young girl tightly and felt her warm tears on his chest as Luna continued to cry happily. At that moment, Harry knew that his decision was the right one. The only person in the entire world whose opinion really mattered to him was nestled in his arms. If Luna decided that she wanted to go to the ball dressed as a crumple-horned snorkack, he would gladly go as one himself. He held her for a long time, until he looked at her eyes and realized that she had fallen asleep. Shortly afterwards, he had fallen asleep himself, completely at peace. When Harry woke up in the morning, he felt a strange weight pressing on his chest. Opening his eyes, he saw Luna's face just inches from his own with her arm thrown possessively across his stomach. She had a soft smile on her face, and the very sight of her made Harry's stomach do a series of flips. He saw no real reason why he should wake her, and he was quite comfortable himself, so he just lay back on the pillow and watched her. A few minutes later, her eyes fluttered open, and she looked up at him with a sleepy smile. Even a sleepy smile from Luna literally lit up the entire room. "Good morning," Harry said warmly. "Morning," she replied in a sleepy voice and snuggled in closer to his shoulder. "Too early," she mumbled and closed her eyes to go back to sleep, a contented smile on her face. If she didn't want to wake up, he saw no reason why he should, so hugging her tightly, he closed his own eyes and peacefully dozed off. It was an hour later when the two woke again, feeling rested and curiously happy. "That was my best sleep ever," Harry said contentedly. "Mine too," Luna replied shyly. Oh. Breakfast was late that morning, but no one seemed to mind, and Phileas Lovegood was tactful enough not to ask questions. It was a peaceful Sunday morning, and an unexpected summer storm had moved in the previous night and was now sending sheets of rain against the kitchen windows, making all of the occupants of the Lovegood cottage feel just a little bit lazy. "So where do I get the costume for a fairy king?" Harry asked uncertainly. "Can I make it for you, Harry?" Luna asked in a hopeful voice. Harry looked at his friend appraisingly for a moment, and then he smiled. "I don't think that I could put myself in more trustworthy hands." Luna grabbed his hand and pulled the surprised boy up 2 flights of stairs to the attic. Like every other room in the cottage, the attic contained an abundance of windows, and the shadowy effects of the falling rain gave the chamber a strange and mysterious appearance. On one side of the attic, he noticed shelf after shelf of ancient books, while the rest of the room was stacked high with heavy trunks. "Don't ever let Hermione up here," he warned his friend. "Why ever not?" she asked, confusion written on her face. "Because with all of those books you'll never get her out," he answered with a smirk. Luna responded with the musical laugh that he loved, and then guided the young man towards the far wall where a large pile of ancient trunks were stacked up nearly to the roof. Luna used her wand to levitate the heavy trucks around until she found the one that she wanted. Opening the chest, she carefully removed an intricately carved green lacquer box and set it on a nearby table. Harry saw his friend softly run her fingers over the carved lid, and he realized that the contents of the box must mean a great deal to the young woman. Lifting the lid, she carefully removed what turned out to be a forest green-colored silk gown covered with an intricate pattern of silver ivy leaves. To Harry's eyes, the shimmering material seemed to almost glow in the dim light of the attic. As she held the gown in front of herself, Harry was rather stunned by how beautiful she looked, and he realized that he was really looking forward to the ball. He had always thought that Luna was pretty, but now he saw something more, something that made him want to be with her for a very long time. My grandmother always loved to sew, and she made this gown for my mother when she was a girl, and now I get to wear it myself, Luna said in a reverent whisper. Feel the fabric, Harry, she asked softly. As he touched the material, he was surprised that it felt like cool liquid slipping through his fingers. But there was also a strange energy running through the material, almost as if the dress itself was imbued with magic. What is it? Harry asked in awe. It's elfin silk. My grandmother had several friends who were elves, and they gave her the fabric as a gift, Luna replied. Then reaching deeper into the trunk, she withdrew another bolt of the same rich fabric, only in a slightly darker green. I'll make your costume out of this material, she said with a reassuring smile. As Harry touched the darker fabric, he felt the same strange energy that he had felt in Luna's gown, and he looked forward to seeing the costume that Luna would create out of it. In the days that followed, Luna spent every spare moment working on Harry's costume. Apparently, many of the books in the attic had belonged to Luna's grandmother and dealt with the lives and customs of the fairy folk. Harry was sure that Hermione would have been impressed by how much research Luna was doing, making his costume as authentic as possible. When the other teens gathered at the Lovegood cottage the following day, the subject on everyone's lips was the Halloween ball and the costumes that they were going to wear. Hermione had been staying at the Weasleys for almost a week and was excited about attending another Hogwarts ball. Ron, having learned his lesson after the Victor Crumb affair, had immediately asked Hermione to go with him. It was apparent that Ron had finally discovered that Hermione was a girl, and a rather pretty one at that, and he wasn't taking any chances with someone else asking her first. But when the question came to costumes, the young wizard was at a total loss, and gladly allowed Hermione to make the decision. Ron was a little uncertain when she selected characters named Romeo and Juliet, but was reassured when Hermione told him that his costume would include a sword and a cape. Never one to be concerned about details, Ron never thought to ask Hermione about the rest of the costume. But while Harry and his friends were eagerly looking forward to the upcoming school year, the forces of darkness were moving forward with their own plans. Oh, Kingsley Shacklebolt was not a drinking man. That kind of weakness simply did not go along with his responsibilities as a senior Auror. But if anything could drive him to that vice, it was his current assignment as chief of security for the fortress prison of Azkaban. He had been on the assignment for 2 months, and he had another month to wait until he would be rotated out. But those 4 short weeks seemed like an eternity. Located far out in the icy waters of the North Sea, the fortress of Azkaban was as much a prison for the Aurors as it was for the inmates that they guarded. The actual prison operations were carried out by a force of 100 Dementors, terrible creatures who could be best described as soul-sucking fiends. But a small force of wizard Aurors was also required to receive incoming inmates, process inmate transfers for trial, and make sure that the Dementors didn't allow the prisoners to starve to death out of carelessness. The Dementors which guarded the prison not only had a terrible effect on the prisoners, but also on the Aurors that rotated shifts on the island. After 12 hours in that accursed place, Kingsley would leave thinking that he could never be happy again. He had never particularly liked chocolate, but since coming to the island, he consumed an average of 3 pounds per day. The strange thing was that he hadn't gained weight with this strange diet, but had actually lost, along with all of the other guards. Each day Kingsley would follow the winding trail that led from the small cottage that he shared with the other guards. It turned north along the edge of the rugged cliffs and then curved down to the rocky shore. There he would wait to catch the morning boat for the long, cold passage across the North Sea to the accursed island. He tried to make the wait as short as possible, so he wouldn't have too much time thinking of the despair and depression that the day would bring. The boat to and from the island docked at an ancient stone wharf near the small Muggle village of John O'Groats, at the far northeast corner of Scotland. The wharf was well warded against both dark wizards and the local Muggle population, and served as home for two small pilot boats. As their tour lengthened, it became common practice for the oarers to stop by a local pub called the Silent Woman at the end of their shifts. The local Muggles, mostly fishermen and farmers, gazed at the strangely dressed men with curiosity, but never spoke to them. In that lonely corner of Scotland, a man's business was his own, and the men in the curious dress had long been patrons in the pub. There was sadness about these men that encouraged the sympathy of others, but not a desire for contact. Even the normally jovial barman kept his conversations as short as possible. They would stop by just after dark and order their drinks, and then go to a dark corner of the pub and drink in silence. After a few drinks, but never too many, they would make their way home for a few hours of sleep, and then in the morning the routine would start again. A supply of dreamless sleeping potion was standard issue for the oarers assigned to Azkaban, for there was no other way for them to sleep. It was for that reason that Kingsley found himself in the pub that night. The two guards who shared his shift had been too tired to go for a drink, but Kingsley felt that he really needed one. He ordered a glass of single malt whiskey and went to the small table that had been unofficially reserved for the strange men. He sat alone and in silence as he sipped the caramel-colored liquor, hoping that it would numb his thoughts and bring some warmth to his body. As he drank, he also took bites from a large bar of chocolate, a strange combination that the local Muggles had observed before. After drinking 2 glasses of whiskey, Kingsley felt sufficiently numbed to begin his walk home. He gave the barman a casual wave and left the warmth of the bright little pub for the inky darkness outside. An icy wind off the North Sea hit him in the face like a frozen slap, and he quickly applied a warming charm to his body. Pulling his heavy winter cloak tightly around himself, he trudged wearily up the trail, the wind fighting him every bit of the way. There was no moon, and the stars were obscured by the heavy cloud cover, making the trail almost impossible to follow in the dark. He would have to wait until he was away from the village before he could light his wand. Too many Muggles might otherwise see something that they shouldn't. Suddenly, the hairs on the back of his neck began to rise, and his keen senses warned him of danger. He spun about, wand at the ready, but there was nothing but darkness and wind. 2 red flashes warned him of the attack too late, and then there was only black. When he awoke, he found himself bound to a chair in a shabby room. The single window in the room was covered by heavy drapes, thickly coated by years of dust. The only light was provided by 2 candles on a table beside him. 3 dark-robed figures stood waiting in the shadows just opposite. "It's nice of you to join us, Auror Shacklebolt," said a woman's voice out of the shadows. "Just a few questions, and you can have a nice long rest." "I'll tell you nothing," the man declared bravely. "Oh, I think you'll tell us everything that we need to know," the woman said as she stepped forward into the light. Kingsley immediately recognized the demented features of Bellatrix Lestrange and steeled himself for the torture to come. Bellatrix saw the man's muscles stretch tight and knew that he was preparing himself. It would have pleased her greatly to oblige him, but unfortunately she didn't have the time. "You think torture?" she asked sweetly. "Oh, nothing so crude, I can assure you," she declared as she withdrew a small crystal bottle from her robes. The light blue fluid in the bottle sparkled brightly in the candlelight, and Kingsley's eyes widened as he recognized that it contained Veritaserum. Aurors were trained to resist the effects of Veritaserum, and Kingsley was as good as any. But no one could resist the effects of a double dose of the powerful chemical, which unfortunately also drove the victim into irreversible madness. He strained against his bonds as his mouth was forced open, and a quantity of the fluid was poured down his throat. Almost immediately, his will to resist disappeared, and his only desire was to cooperate fully with those who questioned him. "Now then, Kingsley, what is your Auror access code for Azkaban?" Bellatrix asked sweetly. Phoenix 435, the man replied in a monotone. And what is the procedure that is followed when transferring a prisoner from Azkaban to the mainland? The questioning proceeded for the next 2 hours, until finally Kingsley was no longer able to speak, and Bellatrix had gotten all of the information that she desired. "Do you wish us to kill him, mistress?" one of the Death Eaters asked as they prepared to leave. Bellatrix looked down at the trembling figure, lost forever in madness, and smiled wickedly. "He was so helpful to us that I don't think we should leave him like this. That would be unkind." Then she aimed her wand at his head and screamed, "Avada Kedavra." It was late that night when a man entered the cottage on the cliff. He walked into the bedroom, and after stripping off his clothes, dropped down into bed and went asleep. The next morning, as a gale swept across the North Sea, he led the 2 other oars down the trail to the boat, and they set sail for another shift on the island. As usual, few words were spoken during the trip, but his coworkers noticed that Kingsley seemed even more distant than usual. When the 3 reached the security checkpoint, the leader touched his wand against a flat, polished disc, and in a strong, clear voice declared the access code, Phoenix 435. From the disc came a tired voice. "Glad to see that the storm didn't delay you, Kingsley. It's been a long night and we're bone tired." After the change of shift was made, the 2 junior oarers went to check the posts and make sure the prisoners were fed, while Kingsley went to his office to wait. He felt the bone-numbing cold that was more than a matter of degrees, and he wondered how the prisoners could endure it. At noon, he called the others to his office and gave them some startling orders. "I've received instructions that 8 prisoners are being summoned to the ministry for further questioning," he declared as he handed a list of names to Ellis. The man scanned the list and a look of shock appeared in his eyes. "They can't be serious. These are the worst of the worst. They aren't going to say anything." "I don't make the decisions, I just carry them out. They will be picked up in an hour," he said without raising his eyes. When the 2 men left, Kingsley took another swig from the silver flask in his robes. Less than an hour later, the 3 oarers led the shackled prisoners out through the heavy steel doors and down to the dock, where they waited for the escort of guards to arrive. The 8 prisoners were under restraining as well as silencing spells, and were incapable of any movement more than gently swaying in the wind. A few minutes later, the 2 oarers lay dead on the rocks by the crashing surf, and 8 Death Eaters were on their way to freedom. Oh. The next morning, Harry and his friends were waiting outside for their teachers to arrive and give them another lesson in offensive and defensive spells. The teens had gotten up a scratch game of Quidditch and were flying joyfully over the wide meadow on brooms that had been brought from home for just such an opportunity. To Harry's surprise, Luna had turned out to be an excellent flyer in her own right, flying on an ancient orange-colored clean sweep that she had inherited from her mother. In spite of the fact that her 20-year-old broom was hopelessly obsolete, the young girl was able to get remarkable performance out of it. In the weeks that Harry had spent at the cottage in the meadow, the 2 teens had spent many happy hours flying through the trees of the Lovegood forest. Fred Weasley had just scored a goal against his brother Ron and was showing off a bit for a laughing Susan Bones when Remus Lupin walked slowly out into the meadow. The teens soared down to land gracefully in front of him, wide smiles on every face. But the minute that they saw his expression, they sobered up and prepared for bad news, and it wasn't long in coming. Yesterday there was a breakout at Azkaban, and 8 Death Eaters escaped. 2 of the Auror guards were found dead on the island, and Kingsley Shacklebolt was found dead near the village of John O'Groats on the mainland. The evidence indicates that someone used Polyjuice Potion to gain access to the island, killed the guards, and helped the inmates escape. Tonks has been called to duty to secure the island and the remaining prisoners, Remus said with a sigh. "I have to go," Alicia Spinnet said urgently, and kissed George on the cheek. "Be safe," he urged as she apparated away. Harry felt especially bad, as he had considered Kingsley a personal friend. The 2 had spent a considerable amount of time together at Grimmauld Place the previous summer, and had gotten to know each other quite well. Harry found that he particularly liked the imposing man. He had a good sense of humor and was always willing to talk about the relative value of different offensive or defensive spells. None of the teens felt much like training after hearing the news, but neither did they feel like going home. They settled down under a large oak tree on the edge of the meadow in silence, each deep within his or her own thoughts. Somehow being together made it easier for them to accept the fact that the war had now broken out, and that there would be no going back. Remus Lupin, though far from a teenager himself, felt comfortable enough with the young people to join them in their silent vigil. He realized that the coming war would likely strip away whatever childhood innocence they had left, and might cost them their lives as well. He noticed how Luna and Harry had moved close together, and each seemed to find a measure of security in the touch of the other. Indeed, all of them seemed to find comfort in the closeness of their friends, and for that Remus was happy. "What happens now?" Harry asked, breaking the silence. Remus sighed, a rather defeated look on his face, and hesitated a moment while gathering his thoughts. The Death Eaters that escaped were some of Voldemort's strongest lieutenants, as well as some of the most brutal of his followers. Lucius Malfoy had a particular gift for planning, and we suspect that he was behind the Death Eater attack at the Ministry. Walden Macnair and Rodolphus Lestrange are two of the most vicious of his followers, and seem to take pleasure in the torture of their victims. My guess is that Voldemort will follow the same course that he did in the First War and begin with a campaign of terrorism targeted against prominent wizarding families. Of course, he might also attempt some kind of dramatic attack to further destabilize the Ministry. At the mention of Walden Macnair and Rodolphus Lestrange, Neville Longbottom visibly stiffened. These were two of the Death Eaters who had tortured his parents into insanity, and it was something that he could never forget. "Remus, will you teach me the killing curse?" Neville asked grimly. Everyone was silent for a moment as they digested what their friend had just asked, and what he was clearly preparing himself to do. "Would you teach me as well, Remus? I think it's time that I learned," Harry said with grim resolution. Neville gave Harry an appreciative smile as Ron and Luna simultaneously asked that they be included as well. If this was to be war then, they were determined that they would know how to fight it. Remus looked at the teens sadly, knowing the terrible thing that they were asking. He was also certain that he would be breaking the law teaching the curse to anyone, and especially a group of teenagers. But he also knew that in the coming weeks their very lives might depend on knowing the deadly curse. Finally, he made up his mind. "Will those of you who wish to learn the curse please raise your hands?" he asked. One by one each of the teens raised their hands. "Very well, I guess you do need to learn," Remus said with regret evident in his voice. The wand movement for the Avada Kedavra is a short stabbing motion along with the incantation. The key to this spell is strong intent and determination. You have to be able to visualize your opponent dead and force your magic out to make it so. He looked at the teens carefully, but no one faltered. In spite of the fact that Susan Bones turned rather pale, she seemed as grimly determined as the rest. "Very well, I would like you all to try the wand movement and incantation. But be very careful, this is a very dangerous spell." By the end of the day, Remus was confident that the teens understood the mechanics of the spell, but whether they could use it against another human being only time would tell. A few days later, Harry stood next to Luna and her father at the funeral of Kingsley Shacklebolt and the other two Aurors. Harry felt he had to attend, and Luna was unwilling to allow him to go without her. They noticed that their other friends were in attendance as well, all wearing sad but determined faces. Luna wore a long black dress that Phileas explained she had last worn to her own mother's funeral. Now, with some alterations, she was wearing it again. Harry found the sight of Luna in black mourning to be particularly disturbing. He felt that she belonged in gay colors, and he never wanted to see her in black again. Professor Dumbledore conducted the service, and Harry never saw the headmaster looking so old and tired. Minister of Magic Fudge, who should have been present, was literally barricaded in the Ministry, fighting a losing battle to hold onto his position. With the escape from Azkaban, the last of his support had crumbled, and his few remaining followers had turned against him. Within a week, thanks in part to strong support from the Quibbler, Amelia Bones had taken over his responsibilities as the new Minister of Magic. But there was no jubilation following the succession, just a grim determination that the war must be won, whatever the cost. Oh. The summer had passed quickly for the teens, and they were rather surprised when the last week of August arrived, and it was time to get ready for school. Tonks had returned from her special assignment to Azkaban, and she and Remus had agreed to serve as a security escort for the group. Everyone was still in rather dark and somber moods, and even the combined efforts of Luna and Tonks seemed unable to bring them out of it. Fred and George made a half-hearted effort to tease Ron and Hermione, but dropped the idea when neither teen responded. After they had purchased their books and supplies, Tonks got a sudden idea. "I'm hungry and I'm going to get something to eat," she declared, leaving no room for discussion. She led the group down the alley to Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor. The group sought out a quiet corner, and Remus enlarged the table so that it could accommodate all of them. "Have any of you tried the new Harry Potter special that just came out?" she asked brightly. "The what?" Harry asked in surprise. "When you and Luna exposed the truth about the Daily Prophet, Florian created a new Sunday to celebrate, and it's named after you," Tonks declared with a wicked gleam in her eye. "We're all going to have one, and blushing won't help," she added as she saw the boy's face turn crimson. Harry groaned and wished with all of his might that he could become invisible. But when Luna slipped her hand into his, he relaxed a bit and resigned himself to the embarrassment that was to come. A few minutes later, Tonks emerged from the building leading a small troop of waiters who were guiding several floating trays. As a large bowl was set before Harry, he got his first look at the Harry Potter special. It consisted of a chocolate and vanilla ice cream castle that looked remarkably like Hogwarts and a strawberry version of himself charmed to fly above it. The castle was dripping with hot fudge and sprinkled with nuts, and Harry had to admit that he was getting hungry just looking at it. "It looks just like you, Harry," Tonks declared as she used her wand to direct the strawberry image from her castle into her mouth. "And tastes good, too," she declared to the amusement of everyone. Soon everyone was laughing and joking, usually at Harry's expense. But the young man was taking it all good-naturedly and admitted that he was having a rather good time. It was good that they could enjoy that last weekend of summer, for Voldemort was at last ready to move forward with his plans. Chapter 9, Day of Blood and Fire. As the Dark Lord waited for his lieutenants to assemble, he felt an emotion that was very rare, that emotion being a sense of deep satisfaction. It was the day, the hour, and almost the minute when he would launch the final attack which would sweep aside his enemies and bring him the power he had always desired. The only task remaining was to dispatch his followers to their appointed assignments and prepare for his own role in the final battle. The first step was the most important, for upon it could rest the fate of the whole operation. Harry Potter, the chosen one, must die, and the whole world must know about it. The death of Harry Potter would break the morale of Ministry forces and make them easy prey for his Death Eaters. To lead this phase of the attack, Voldemort had selected Walden Luckner, a faithful lieutenant with a particularly violent streak. The Dark Lord wanted Potter's death to be ruthless and bloody, with as much shock value as possible. While other wizards had more power, Luckner had a grim determination that would not allow him to fail, not while breath remained in his body. Since his release from Azkaban, he had begged the Dark Lord for a chance to prove himself, and that opportunity had finally arrived. Voldemort would have enjoyed killing Potter personally, but the presence of the Dark Lord was required for the second phase of the attack, the destruction of the Ministry of Magic. For that attack, Voldemort was retaining his most powerful Death Eaters. While Cornelius Fudge would have no doubt been cringing under his desk in fear, the newly appointed Minister of Magic was quite a different matter. The Dark Lord fully expected to meet Madame Bones and her Aurors in a fight to the death. His attack was intended to commence immediately after news of Potter's death reached the Ministry, when the morale of its forces would be at the lowest ebb. The prime targets of the attack were to be the Minister herself and every high-ranking government official present, and Voldemort felt that the more blood that was spilled, the better. With the government without leadership, the country would quickly fall into his hands. Actually, the Dark Lord held a faint hope that he might have it both ways. He had instructed Luckner to capture Potter and Lovegood if it was possible, but to make it appear that they had been killed. As to the other children who were with him at the time of the attack, they were all to be killed in the most savage way possible. He wished the act to be as bloody and brutal as possible to paralyze the rest of the wizarding world with fear. Once Potter was out of the way and the Ministry of Magic was in his hands, he would deal with Albus Dumbledore. With such a dazzling victory, his ranks would quickly swell with the many purebloods who had so long been vacillating about joining his cause. Then he would attack Hogwarts in force and destroy Dumbledore. Lord Voldemort's confidence in his plan was well placed, and was based on a piece of solid intelligence which had revealed a flaw in Harry Potter's routine, one that would give the Dark Lord the opportunity that he needed. Potter and his friends consistently occupied the last carriage on the Hogwarts Express during their trips to and from school. Anyone familiar with military tactics knows that falling into a set routine provides your enemy with an opportunity, and Lord Voldemort fully intended to exploit this one. Oh, for the first time that he could remember, Harry Potter actually regretted the start of the new school year. Harry's weeks with Luna and her father had been the happiest of his life, and he sincerely wished that his summer holiday could last forever. His feelings for young Luna Lovegood had deepened to the point where he knew that being separated from her for even a day would be unbearable. And yet, as the two passed through the barrier onto platform 9¾ they both realized that they were going to have less time together once school started. Being in different years, they wouldn't share a single class. The appearance of the two teens and immediately drew the attention of the parents and students standing nearby, and a hush fell over the platform. Recent events were on the minds of everyone, and the crowd stepped back to let the young couple pass. "Here come the love birds," Ginny Weasley declared in a voice that was a little bit too loud. Her remark earned her a scowl from Harry, which quickly turned into a sheepish grin when Luna kissed him on the cheek. "Didn't I just see Neville with Parvati Patil?" Ron said casually. Ginny's attention was immediately diverted as she scanned the crowd like a hawk. But when she saw Ron grinning, she gave him an ugly look that promised swift and severe payback, and the grin faded from Ron's lips. As they prepared to board the train, Molly Weasley gave them all a tremendous hug, which included Hermione, Harry, and Luna, and told them all to be very careful. Harry could tell that she was very fearful about what the coming year would bring, and Harry couldn't help but be a little concerned himself. The friends separated as soon as they boarded the train, with Ron, Hermione, and Ginny going forward to meet with the other prefects and the new head boy and head girl in the first coach. Harry promised that he would search for an empty compartment, and with Neville and Luna, he turned and walked towards the rear of the train. Harry was more than a little surprised to see Professor Flitwick approaching them from the opposite direction, helping students to get settled before the train pulled out of the station. "Good morning, Professor Flitwick," Luna said politely as she greeted her head of house. The diminutive charms instructor smiled warmly as Luna and her two Gryffindor friends approached. "Good morning, Miss Lovegood. It's good to see you again. I'm glad to see you two gentlemen as well," he said, addressing Harry and Neville. "From what I hear, you've all had a very interesting summer," he said, a very Dumbledore-like twinkle in his eyes as he observed the two teens holding hands. Yes, it's been a wonderful summer," Harry answered a bit shyly. "What are you doing on board, sir?" he asked, hopping to change the subject. "Professor Dumbledore felt that with everything that has been happening, we needed a little extra security on the train, and I volunteered to ride along," he said in a reassuring voice. Then, seeing two boys further along the carriage waving their wands about, he hastily excused himself and moved along to maintain the peace. At the same time, another pair of eyes was watching Harry and his friends from the shadows of a nearby compartment. He was eager to prove himself to his master, and his only regret was that he wouldn't see Potter's end. The three teens moved down the aisle, and finally in the last carriage their search was rewarded, and the three got settled in. It had become a habit for Harry and his friends to seek a compartment in the last carriage, in spite of the fact older students usually selected a carriage towards the front of the train. While they waited for the others to return, the three friends decided to play a game of exploding snap, and Neville pulled out a deck of cards. Luna seemed to have an uncanny knack for never getting her fingers burned, even when the stack was smoldering dangerously when she laid her card down. Harry, who followed Luna in the rotation, was usually the victim when the pile exploded. How does she do it? Neville asked Harry in amazement as she safely laid her card on the badly smoking pile. I have no idea, but I wish I did, Harry said as he very carefully tried to lay his card down on top of hers. The pile immediately exploded in flame, singeing his eyebrows slightly. After that experience, Harry readily conceded the game, and Neville quickly followed suit. A moment later, there was a tap on the door, and they all looked up to see a smiling Susan Bones standing in the corridor. In response to their wave, she opened the door and stepped inside. Would it be all right if I sat with you? She asked a little shyly. Of course, Harry answered, even though he knew the compartment would be a little cramped when the others returned. She settled down next to Neville and opposite Harry and Luna. Soon all three were talking about the events of the preceding weeks and their expectations for the upcoming year. They all wondered who Professor Dumbledore would name to the seemingly cursed position of defense against the dark arts instructor. Professor McGonagall had sent Harry a note that stated that his right to play Quidditch had been restored, and that she was nomming him the Gryffindor Quidditch captain. As a result, the chances of all four houses winning the House Cup were a main topic of discussion. At that moment, the train gave a sudden lurch and started to slow down. What now? Neville asked, as he stood up and walked out into the corridor to check things out. A moment later, he rushed back into the compartment, a concerned look on his face. Harry, we're loose from the train, he exclaimed excitedly. All four teens jumped up and rushed out of the compartment and towards the front of the carriage. Younger students were sticking their heads out of their own compartments in confusion, and Luna and Susan slowed to calm them. Harry and Neville reached the front of the carriage just in time to see the train disappear far in the distance. What do you think, Harry? A faulty coupling? Neville asked with concern. I don't think so, Neville, Harry replied grimly, as he pointed to the remains of the coupling, which was a melted mass of metal. He saw movement in the trees off to his left and looked up just in time to see a beam of green light miss his head by inches. The spell struck the carriage behind him, blasting a large hole in the wood. Back inside, Death Eaters, Harry shouted, as he fired two quick stunners at a black-robed figure emerging from behind some trees. Neville stepped back into the carriage and took up a position in the first compartment. He looked out the window and then dropped to the floor just in time to avoid a red beam of light that shattered the window and traveled across the space to destroy the compartment door opposite. He quickly stood and fired back a reductor of his own, blasting a small stand of trees in which a Death Eater was concealed. The man jumped to the side just before the slow-moving spell struck the trees and flattened them. Harry took a place by the glass door to the carriage and started firing spells at two Death Eaters concealed in some tall bushes near the tracks. Looking back into the carriage, Harry could see that Susan and Luna were getting the younger children to lie down on the floor in the aisle and were covering them with anything that they could find. At that moment, another reductor curse shattered the window of one of the compartments and showered the prostrate children with broken glass and wood splinters. Harry could hear little girls screaming under the cloaks on the floor, and he returned to the fight with savage determination. Luna left Susan to care for the frightened children and went to one of the shattered windows and started firing her own spells at several approaching Death Eaters, and Harry and Neville quickly shifted their fire to join her. We can't hold out in here, Harry shouted, as two more windows exploded inwards and part of the carriage wall was blasted away. He hurriedly looked around for a more defensible position, but couldn't see a possible shelter. Harry, the rocks, Luna shouted, as she pointed to a pile of boulders in the center of the field behind them. Right, Harry agreed, as he realized that pile made a natural fort and would be easier to defend than the train carriage. Susan, can you get the children over to those rocks if we provide cover? Harry shouted, as he fired several stunning spells at the approaching figures clad in black. I can try, Harry, Susan replied with determination, and she began to gather the frightened children together and led them towards the back of the carriage. While Harry, Luna, and Neville laid down a barrage of stunners and reductor curses, Susan jumped off the back of the carriage and helped the young children into the high grass of the field. They crouched low as beams of red and green light flashed through the air above them. One young third-year boy, who Harry recognized from the Gryffindor common room, resisted Susan's efforts and wanted to stay and join the fight. Harry couldn't help but admire his Gryffindor spirit, but he knew that it would be far too dangerous for the young boy to stay. Susan, however, was not about to tolerate mutiny among her charges, and persuaded the boy that he needed to come along to help protect the younger children. With his pride restored, the boy helped Susan guide the other children to safety. When Susan and her charges reached the comparative safety of the rocks, Harry, Luna, and Neville began a hasty retreat from the nearly destroyed carriage and into the field, firing spells at the advancing Death Eaters as they did. Susan had led the children, frightened first and second-year students all, behind the rocks to a place sheltered from spell fire. After directing the third-year boy to watch over the younger children, she climbed up in the rocks until she had a commanding view of the field below. Harry and the others were in the open, retreating slowly towards the rocks, while several Death Eaters were emerging from around each end of the battered carriage. Thinking fast, Susan started firing reductor curses at the ground in front of the Death Eaters, blasting large holes in the ground and sending a blinding curtain of dirt and dust up into the air. Taking advantage of the momentary distraction, the three teens made a run for it. They just made the safety of the rocks when their opponents emerged from the dust, looking more dirty brown than black. "Thanks, Susan," Harry called up to where Susan was perched above them. "Anytime, Harry," she called back with a note of pride in her voice. The 8 Death Eaters had spread out in a line about 5 meters apart and were advancing confidently across the field. They had no fear of the weak curses taught to the students at Hogwarts. The stunning curses could be easily blocked with simple shield charms, and the reductors were so slow-moving that they could be easily sidestepped. They had no idea that Harry and his friends had learned much more powerful spells in the past few weeks, and that ignorance would cost them dearly. Oh. At that same time events in the field were unfolding. Ron, Hermione, and Ginny were walking towards the rear of the Hogwarts Express. The meeting with the head boy and head girl had been extremely tedious and dull. Ron remarked that the head girl was particularly long-winded, as she had gone over her personal expectations in excruciating detail. "She's only trying to do her job, Ron," Hermione insisted, as she checked on the behavior of some rowdy third-years nearby. "But she kept saying the same things over and over again. And why did she keep looking at me when she was talking about troublemakers?" he asked in confusion. "I guess your reputation precedes you, big brother," Ginny said with a giggle. "Well, you and Harry do tend to get in quite a bit of trouble," Hermione answered logically. "Well, you're always with us," Ron answered defensively. "I don't get caught as often," Hermione replied logically. "Why did they have to pick a bookworm to be the head girl anyway?" Ron grumbled. "There's nothing wrong with being a bookworm," Hermione shot back defensively and punched Ron in the side. "I didn't mean you," Ron declared with a frown as he rubbed his side. At that moment, they realized that they had reached the back of the train, and they had not seen Harry or the others. "You distracted me so much that we missed them," Ron declared and started back the way that they had come. But Hermione stood frozen on the spot, a concerned look on her face. Ginny, who had started to follow her brother, now stopped as well. "What's wrong?" Ron asked, noticing that the two weren't following him. "Ron, this train has 8 carriages, and we've only come through 7. The last carriage is missing," Hermione declared in panic, and she ran to the platform at the rear of the carriage. "Look, Ron, someone has disconnected the last carriage," Hermione shouted as she pointed down at the melted hitch. Suddenly, Ron's attitude changed completely as his eyes widened in shock, and he ran to join Hermione. "We've got to get back there," Ron declared urgently. "We've got to let Professor Dumbledore know. You and Ginny try to get some brooms, and I'll see about contacting Dumbledore." "How are you going to do that?" Ron asked, knowing that there was no Flu connection on the Hogwarts Express. "Professor Flitwick is somewhere on board," Hermione declared as she hurried up the aisle. Meanwhile, Ginny had gone into a nearby compartment in search of 3 brooms that they could borrow. A few minutes later, the 3 teens were in the air, flying swiftly back along the tracks on borrowed brooms. Hermione had been unable to locate the tiny charms instructor, and instead had asked the trolley witch to apparate to Hogwarts and tell the headmaster what had happened. Oh. Meanwhile, 20 miles behind the Hogwarts Express, a battle was raging along a lonely stretch of track. In spite of the fact that they were outnumbered 2-1, Harry and his friends had fought their opponents to a standstill. The rock fort in which they sheltered provided a strong defensive position which they were able to use to maximum benefit, while the Death Eaters, on the other hand, were fighting from a field that was completely exposed. In spite of their numerical superiority, the followers of the Dark Lord were spending so much time dodging spells and throwing up temporary shields that they were unable to bring their full firepower to bear. Susan Bones found that her initial tactic of using the Reductor Curse for distraction had proved remarkably successful, and from her position high in the rocks, she continued using it to good effect against the advancing line of Death Eaters. Moving from one target to another, she blasted up great curtains of dirt and dust, which effectively blinded her opponents and kept them out of the fight for several seconds. After a few minutes, the Death Eaters seemed to realize that they could make little progress while the girl was showering them with dirt, and 3 of them concentrated their attention exclusively on her. Using Reductor Curses, the 3 men began to pulverize the boulder behind which Susan was sheltered, causing bits of rock to shatter with each impact and fly out like shrapnel. Harry noticed that Susan's situation was becoming desperate and shifted his fire to the 3 dark-robed figures. Taking a page out of Susan's book, he fired reductors into the ground in front of them, and then fired several bone-breaking curses into the cloud of dirt. Unable to see the incoming curses, the 3 men were struck before they even knew that they were under attack. When the dust cleared, 2 of the men lay on the ground unconscious, and the 3rd was cradling his right arm, which was obviously broken. The other Death Eaters stopped firing spells and stared at their downed comrades in surprise, having not expected such strong resistance and certainly not such powerful spells. The tallest of the Death Eaters, and quite clearly the leader, signaled his comrades to withdraw towards the burning train carriage. He had no intention of stopping the attack, but a frontal assault was clearly not going to work in these circumstances. Taking advantage of the lull in the fighting, Harry looked around to check on the condition of his own forces. Neville and Luna were standing at their posts with their wands at the ready, but when he looked up at Susan Bones, he was shocked to the young girl slumped down behind a large boulder and covered in blood. Harry gave a muffled cry and started to climb up the rocks to where Susan lay, Neville and Luna following close behind. When he reached her, he saw that she was still conscious, but barely so. Her left hand was clamped over a deep gash on her right arm, and she looked as pale as ash. "I guess I didn't duck in time," she whispered with a weak smile. Harry realized that she needed medical attention immediately, but he didn't have the faintest idea what to do. It was at that moment that Neville took charge. "Move over, Harry," Neville ordered as he quickly moved to Susan's side. He took his wand and held it just above the wound. "This may hurt a little," he whispered, and began mumbling a sealing charm. Susan closed her eyes tightly at the burning sensation, but she didn't cry out. When she opened her eyes again, she saw that the wound had sealed itself. "Thanks, Neville," she whispered sincerely. "What are friends for?" Neville answered warmly. Then he turned to Harry and whispered, "She's lost a lot of blood. We need to get her to Madame Pomfrey as soon as we can. Let's get her down from here before they start up again. Luna, will you watch the field while Neville and I carry Susan down?" Harry asked seriously. Luna nodded grimly and turned back to survey the field for any activity. As the 2 boys helped Susan down from the rocks, both boys marveled at her courage. Harry could see that she was weak from loss of blood and was in a good deal of pain, but she refused to allow her friends to carry her. The young man silently vowed that if he ever heard anyone making negative remarks about Hufflepuffs again, he would hex them until they wished they had never been born. The 2 teens helped Susan to lie on the ground at the base of the rock pile and directed the 3rd-year boy, whose name was Thomas, to take good care of her. Even though they knew that they had to get back to the rocks, the 2 boys took a moment to reassure the frightened children and exhorted them to be as brave as their friend Susan. "It's a pity you 2 have girlfriends. I've always liked heroes." Susan said weakly as she tried to lighten the mood of the two boys. They smiled at their friend and knew that she would be all right. "Harry, I need you," Luna called in an anxious voice and directed his attention to the field in front of them. When the two boys reached their positions, they saw that the 6 Death Eaters were advancing in a wide line towards them. Suddenly, 2 of the black-robed figures disappeared with a pop, as the others started to fire reductors at the teens. "Watch out, everyone. They're trying something," Harry shouted. "Let's ward the area so the rest of them can't escape," Luna called out, her voice ringing out over the sound of the spell fire. "Good idea," Harry declared, and the 3 combined their magic to create a strong anti-apparition/anti-portkey ward around their enemies. It was the first time that they had attempted to ward such a large area, but they were confident that they had cast the spell successfully. A moment later, Harry saw the telltale silver shimmer in the air that told him that they had been successful. The Death Eaters were so busy firing spells that they never noticed the ward going up. It was at that moment that Neville got an idea. "Fire, Harry!" he shouted as he pointed at the tinder dry grass of the field. "Brilliant, Neville," Harry answered, and the 3 teens began using the incendio charm to ignite the dry grass in front of the advancing men. The wards effectively acted as a dome over the Death Eaters, keeping the heat and most of the smoke confined within that small area. "Harry!" Susan shouted in alarm from behind them, and the young teen spun around just in time to see 2 Death Eaters moving towards the children. From where Susan lay on the ground, she was firing spells at them, while trying to get the children to cover behind some boulders. But in her weakened condition, she was no match for the 2 of them. Harry realized in a flash that the 2 Death Eaters who had apparated away earlier had actually moved to a position where they could attack from the rear. Harry and Luna immediately jumped down to face the new threat, while Neville used the incendio charm against the 4 men in front, who were already suffering from the dense smoke and heat. Luna's opponent was rather stocky and slow-moving, and her quick reflexes allowed her to take him down with a bone-shattering spell that propelled him backwards and left him unconscious. Harry, meanwhile, was involved in a serious duel with the 2nd Death Eater, who was proving to be quite a match. The man seemed to instinctively know what spell Harry was going to use and where it would be targeted, and he countered each with rapid movement and effective shield work. But when Luna joined the fight, the enemy was forced into a slow retreat. But even then, he proved a worthy adversary. It finally became evident to the dark-robed figure that the fight was hopeless, and he disappeared just as 2 bone-shattering spells sliced through his position. Not wasting a moment on thought, Harry and Luna rushed back to reinforce Neville. It was at that critical moment Luckner looked through the smoke and saw 3 figures flying in on brooms from the north, and he knew that help had arrived. His current position was hopeless, with smoke preventing accurate fire and heat that was becoming unbearable. There was nothing to do but regroup and attack from a different direction, but even at that critical moment, the thought of escape never entered his mind. "Portkey," he ordered, and grabbed for the object in his robes. But to his horror, nothing happened, and the fire was getting closer. "Apparate to the carriage," he screamed, but that too failed. "They've warded the area," Luckner yelled in startled disbelief. "We have to get outside the wards." It was at that moment Neville fired a bone-breaking curse that struck Luckner full in the chest, throwing him backwards a dozen meters and shattering most of his ribs. Without a leader, the remaining Death Eaters abandoned their injured and tried to flee, using freezing charms to blast a passage through the flaming walls that surrounded them. But as they ran back towards the ruined train carriage, they once again came under attack. Hermione, Ron, and Ginny swept low over the blazing field, firing reductors and bone-breaking curses at the retreating figures, further adding to their panic. The last Death Eater in the line attempted to get off one last spell before he apparated away. But as he raised his wand, he was struck by a bone-breaking curse fired by Hermione a second before. His wand exploded in a shower of red and blue sparks, and every bone in his right arm and shoulder shattered simultaneously. With a howl of pain, the man apparated away, leaving the field of battle to the 17s. Harry was amazed by how accurate his friend was firing from a moving broom, and by the fact that Ron was even able to get her on one in the first place. Harry well knew that Hermione Granger hated to fly. As soon as the Death Eaters started to flee, Luna ran out from behind the shelter of the rocks and towards the fire. The other teens followed, and using the Aguamenti spell began to spray jets of water on the fires that were threatening to consume their injured opponents. Harry quickly akioed their wands away, while Neville started to restrain them using ropes he conjured using an Incarcerus spell. "No!" Luna shouted, and threw up a Pratigo shield to block the ropes before they could reach the injured man. "Luna, what are you doing?" Neville demanded angrily. "They're hurt. We have to help them," she declared, stepping between Neville and the prostrate man. "He's a Death Eater. He's like a rabid dog," Neville shouted in anger. "He's a human being," Luna declared, a tear appearing on her cheek. "Luna's right," Harry said forcefully. "Keep your wands on them, but try to treat their injuries." Luna smiled at him appreciatively and dropped to her knees next to their helpless opponent. A quick numbing spell and the man's moaning ceased, and he lay quietly on the ground. As Harry watched Luna treat their injured enemy, he couldn't help but admire her compassion. Voldemort and his minions were controlled by hatred, but that would never happen to Luna. Hermione and Ron joined their friends after they had finished extinguish the fire, while Ginny went over to check on Susan and calm the younger children. "Are you all right?" Hermione asked Harry with concern. "Just fine, thanks to you. How did you find us?" Harry asked. "You can see that column of smoke for miles," Ron declared as he pointed at the still smoking train carriage. Marcus Flint, the one-time captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team, lay on the ground gritting his teeth in pain, the bones of his right arm and leg shattered in several places. It had been his first assignment for the Dark Lord, and he had failed miserably. But as he considered the likely fate of his comrades who had escaped, he almost preferred a stay in Azkaban. The Dark Lord did not accept failure well. "May I look at your arm?" a soft voice asked. Marcus Flint looked up into a pair of large, silver-gray eyes. His normal instinct would be to maintain the Death Eater persona and to order the girl away. But there was something about her gentle eyes that compelled her to accept his offer, and he nodded his head slightly. Even on his broken arm, her hands felt gentle, as she worked to ease his pain and immobilize his broken limb. He looked up to see Ron Weasley standing above him, his wand at the ready and hate evident in his eyes. But when he looked into the eyes of the young girl who was tending him, all he could see was compassion and a need to ease his pain. Minutes before, he had been prepared to kill without hesitation and destroy anyone who opposed him. But now, he felt rather ashamed of that willingness. He had become a Death Eater because his family had been supporters of the Dark Lord. But now, he was almost glad that he had failed. "Did that hurt?" she asked with concern. No, it's all right," Flint answered in a whisper, unwilling to betray his wonder at her compassion. He glanced over at Harry Potter. Did Potter even know that the Dark Lord had targeted this young girl specially? Did he have any idea the torture that his master would subject the girl to if he captured her? Suddenly, Marcus Flint felt sick to his stomach. "That should take care of you until a proper Mediwitch can examine it," she said gently. He raised his eyes and locked them onto hers. "Thank you," he said sincerely, as he made a decision that might cost him his life. She gave him a warm smile and moved on to his injured comrade, who lay unconscious nearby. He looked again towards Harry Potter. "Potter," he called in a hoarse whisper and jerked his head. Harry walked over stiffly and looked down at the prostrate man. "Guard her carefully. The Dark Lord knows about her and wants her," Flint said gravely as he looked toward Luna. Harry looked at his old Quidditch opponent in shock. "Thank you, Marcus," he whispered in disbelief. "You're welcome, Harry," Flint responded, and lay back on the grass. Suddenly he felt better about himself than he had in a long time, even if he was destined for Azkaban. Seconds later, Albus Dumbledore and a squad of Aurors appeared in the field. As they looked round at the devastated area and the captured Death Eaters, they were totally shocked. The only member of the rescue party that wasn't surprised was Nymphadora Tonks, who smiled with pride at her recent pupils. A few minutes later, Harry called Nymphadora over for a private word and told her what Flint had said. "Is there any chance for him?" Harry asked. "Maybe. Do you want him to have a chance?" Tonks asked seriously. Harry thought for a moment. Yes, I do, he answered honestly. Tonks nodded to him and went to join the other members of her team. The injured Death Eaters were taken into Ministry custody and whisked away for interrogation, while at the same time the younger students and Susan Bones was transported by portkeys to the hospital wing at Hogwarts, arriving 3 hours before the Hogwarts Express. Soon the field was empty except for the 6 teens, Albus Dumbledore, Minerva McGonagall, and 2 Aurors. At that moment, a gold and crimson phoenix appeared in a blaze of fire and flew to Albus Dumbledore's shoulder. The headmaster paused, and then a look of real urgency appeared on his face. "We have to go, the Ministry is under attack," Dumbledore declared fiercely, and then turned to Professor McGonagall. "Take them back to Hogwarts and alert the staff." "We want to go too," Harry declared fiercely. "No, I need the 6 of you at the school. If we fail to stop him at the Ministry, Voldemort will attack Hogwarts next, and I need you all there to help protect the younger children," the headmaster said firmly. With that, he and the 2 Aurors apparated away to join what was already a fierce battle. Minerva picked a piece of rope off the ground and transformed it into a portkey that would take them all back to Hogwarts. Harry could tell that she wanted to go with the headmaster, but her sense of duty demanded that she return to the school to protect the students. All 7 of them took hold of the rope, and a moment later felt the familiar sensation of the portkey being activated. Chapter 10: Pleasant Surprises. When the group of teens apparated to the hospital wing at Hogwarts, it looked like they had entered the middle of a lunatic asylum. Several of the beds were occupied by first- and second-year girls who were crying loudly, while a number of young boys were running madly around the room, determined to escape Madame Pomfrey's attentions. The usually indomitable school nurse seemed to be fighting a losing battle to restore some kind of order, and appeared ready to hex the next child that crossed her path. But the minute Harry and his friends appeared in the room, the ward went completely silent. The little boys stopped running and the girls stopped crying as they all concentrated their attention on the 6 teens in awe. One little red-haired girl got off her bed and solemnly walked up to Harry, tear stains evident on her red cheeks. She looked up at him in silence for a moment as she built up courage enough to speak. "Thank you, Harry Potter," she said sincerely in a soft voice, and then she threw her arms around him. Harry was both embarrassed and proud to receive such an unusual tribute, and he crouched down so he could be on eye level with the little girl. "My name is Harry," he said kindly. "Thank you, Harry," the young girl said, blushing like a beet. "And I want to thank you as well, Mr. Potter," Madame Pomfrey said with sigh, looking more tired and worn than Harry had ever seen her. As she stepped forward to greet the new arrivals, she turned to address Professor McGonagall. "Minerva, do you think you could escort these students to the Great Hall for some cookies and ice cream?" she implored, motioning to the now calm 11- and 12-year-olds. "I think that I can do that, and I'll let you all know about events at the Ministry as soon as I hear." Then turning to the younger children, her voice became gentle. "If you will all follow me, we can get things organized while we wait for the other students to arrive." She gathered the children together and led them out the door, the little red-headed girl lagging behind and smiling at Harry shyly. "It looks like you have a girlfriend," Luna whispered mischievously. "I'm afraid that she's going to be disappointed," he whispered back as he slipped his hand into hers. "Handled like a seasoned professional, Harry," came the familiar voice of Susan Bones. They turned around to see Susan lying in a corner bed smiling at them. "You're going to make a wonderful father someday, don't you think so, Luna?" Susan asked mischievously, hoping that her remark would achieve a humorous result. Those present were rather surprised when neither teen blushed at the question, and Luna promptly replied that she thought Harry would make an excellent father. "So how are you feeling, Susan?" Harry asked, changing the direction of the conversation. "I feel fine, except that Madame Pomfrey won't let me get out of bed," Susan replied in frustration. "That's right, young lady, and you're going to stay there until I say you can leave," the formidable witch announced as she walked up behind the teens. "Who sealed Miss Bones' wound?" she asked curiously. "I did," Neville replied hesitantly. "A very professional job, Mr. Longbottom. Did you ever consider a career in medicine?" she asked seriously. Someday I would like to be a healer, he replied with a bit of embarrassment as Ginny took his arm proudly. I think you might do very well in the medical profession. You seem to have a natural aptitude for it. If you would care to visit me next week, we can talk about it. I think I might be able to help you. Thank you, Madame Pomfrey, Neville replied in a surprised voice. None of you look exactly the worse for wear, the nurse stated in mild surprise. Anything that you think I should be checking? The 6 teens immediately responded that they were all feeling fine, and that their only concern was for their friend Susan. At that moment, the door to the room was flung open, and Arthur and Molly Weasley rushed in looking for their children. Completely ignoring the school nurse, Molly ran forward and grabbed her 2 youngest in a bone-crushing hug. Are you all right? I've been so worried about you since Albus told us. You don't look at all well, Ginny. You should lie down. And how are you, Harry? And you, Hermione? And what is this I hear about? As the Weasley matriarch continued to talk, not giving anyone a chance to answer, Ron and Ginny exchanged knowing smiles. Meanwhile, Harry and Luna stepped over to a smiling Arthur Weasley, who was standing back giving his wife plenty of room to carry out her maternal duties. Harry needed to know what happened, and he needed to know immediately. What happened at the ministry? Harry asked with concern as Luna stood by his side. Let's just say that you know who is not going to be very happy tonight. The minute the word arrived about what happened on the train, the whole attack seemed to grind to a halt. Then Dumbledore showed up and it fell apart completely. Voldemort and Bellatrix tried to rally their Death Eaters, but Dumbledore's presence was just overwhelming. We captured several Death Eaters, including Rodolphus Lestrange, and the rest apparated away, Arthur said with a smile. Did you say that Rodolphus Lestrange was captured? Neville asked, edging closer to the discussion. Yes, he was, by Luna's father as a matter of fact. The proud look on Luna's face was interrupted when several other adults entered the hospital wing, including Phyllis Lovegood and Amelia Bones. The new Minister of Magic went straight to her niece's bedside to satisfy herself that the girl was all right. Meanwhile, Luna ran to her father and threw her arms around the proud parent. I heard what you and your friends did today, Pumpkin. I'm very proud of all of you, he said as he reached out to shake Harry's hand. Did you really capture Rodolphus Lestrange, Mr. Lovegood? Ron asked in disbelief. He certainly did, and I've never seen such an angry Death Eater in my life, Nymphadora Tonks declared with a grin. Where did you ever find that spell? I've never seen anything like it, she asked the man in wonder. I've always had an interest in ancient magic. I found that particular spell in a book on Assyrian spellcraft, Phileas said casually. What exactly did the spell do? Harry asked, unable to restrain his interest. It sealed Rodolphus in an unbreakable bubble, Professor Dumbledore said as he entered the rather crowded room at that very moment. A remarkable bit of spell work, Phileas, he said, addressing the senior Lovegood. I've heard of the charm before, but I had thought the incantation was lost long ago. Couldn't he simply apparate away? Hermione asked, entering the conversation for the first time. No, Miss Granger. That's the really interesting thing about the spell. Once caught inside the bubble, a person can no longer use their magic, Dumbledore declared. It was wonderful to see Lestrange casting one failed spell after another as his face turned a lovely shade of purple. He finally dropped his wand and started to pound the bubble with his fists, Tonks declared with delight. Could you send the incantation to us, Daddy? I think that would be a good spell for us to learn, Luna asked as Harry nodded in agreement. I should also like to examine such a useful spell, Dumbledore said, a touch of eagerness evident in his voice. Me too, Tonks added with glee. I'll send it in the morning, Phileas answered, delighted that so many people were interested in one of his discoveries. Then addressing the 7 teens, the headmaster continued with a smile. I must say that I was rather impressed with the spells you used. The bone-shattering spell and anti-apparition ward charms aren't even taught at the 7th year level. I wonder if you can tell me where you learned them, Dumbledore asked with a characteristic twinkle. Remus and I taught them, Tonks volunteered without reservation. You should consider teaching as a possible career path, Miss Tonks. Amelia suggested to the young Auror with admiration. Not enough excitement, but then again with Harry around. Tonks responded with a grin. Before the conversation could proceed any further, a rather frantic Fred Weasley rushed into the room, eyes wide in fright. Completely ignoring Professor Dumbledore, his parents, and the Minister of Magic, he scanned the room in near panic and then rushed over to kneel at Susan's bedside. "Are you all right, Sue? I just heard that Death Eaters attacked the train," he exclaimed in panic. "I'm just fine, Fred. Everything's just fine," she said soothingly as she laid a gentle hand on his cheek. Amelia Bones and Molly Weasley exchanged surprised but knowing glances. Neither of their children had ever had a really serious interest in a member of the opposite sex, but apparently that had now changed. Noticing the reaction of her aunt and the other adults present, Susan decided that she had better make the introductions. "Aunt Amelia, this is Fred," the young girl said shyly as she introduced her special friend. "It's nice to meet you, Fred," Amelia Bones said warmly as she extended her hand. Now I see one of the reasons why Susan was so determined to be part of Mr. Potter's training classes this summer. "Aunt Amelia," Susan declared in horror as both she and Fred started to blush rather pink. Amelia and Molly couldn't help but burst out laughing at the two teens. "Before you embarrass these two any further, may I suggest that we all have some dinner," Professor Dumbledore said diplomatically. "Hear, hear," Ron declared, entering the conversation for the first time. "Do you mean the sorting feast?" Harry asked warily, as he was not looking forward to being the center of attention yet again. "No, I think I'll let Professor McGonagall conduct the sorting feast tonight. I was thinking of a small feast for just us, and you can tell us all what happened on the train," the headmaster said with a smile. "I'm sorry, Albus, but I won't release Miss Bones until tomorrow morning. I want to observe her condition for a time," Madame Pomfrey said firmly. "But would it be possible for Miss Bones to join us if the feast were held here?" Dumbledore asked with his characteristic twinkle. "I suppose that would be all right," the nurse answered, unwilling to confront both the headmaster and the Minister of Magic. With a wave of his hand, Professor Dumbledore vanished all of the beds except the one in which Susan lay, and a large dining table appeared that filled most of the room. "Then, if you will all join me," he declared as he motioned to the comfortable chairs waiting before the table. "If you wouldn't mind, Professor Dumbledore, I'm rather tired and would like to go to bed," Neville said rather sullenly, drawing the eyes of everyone in the room. "Are you all right, Neville?" Harry asked with real concern. "I'm just fine. I'm just very tired," Neville answered firmly, but there was a trace of coldness in his voice that both Harry and Luna noticed. "Very well, Mr. Longbottom. The Gryffindor password is Pacificus Italius. I hope a good night's rest will make you feel more like yourself," the headmaster said, a concerned look in his eyes. Ginny Weasley looked especially worried as Neville left the room without another word. "I'll check on him when we go up to bed. I'm sure he's just very tired," Ron said as he tried to reassure his little sister. "I think that we can all use a good meal and some rest after all that has happened," Professor Dumbledore said as he also tried to lighten the mood. "Dobby!" the headmaster called. A split second later, there was a slight pop, and an overactive house elf appeared in front of the headmaster, barely able to contain his excitement at being personally summoned. "Yes, Professor Dumbledore, how may Dobby serve you?" Dobby asked excitedly as he bounced up and down on his feet. "Would you arrange for our dinner to be served here tonight? We have a great deal to discuss," the headmaster said with a smile. "Right away, sir. Dobby is honored that the great Professor Dumbledore called on him," Dobby said proudly, and then he disappeared with a small pop. A few seconds later, gold plates and large platters of food appeared on the table. As they all took their seats, no one failed to notice how carefully Fred Weasley helped Susan from her bed to the table, and then sat down beside her. Soon, they were all fully involved with another wonderful Hogwarts feast, and thoughts of their recent confrontation was pushed to the back of their minds, all but Hermione's, that was. Sensing that the meal was coming to an end, Hermione asked the question that refused to leave her thoughts. Professor Dumbledore, how were they able to disconnect the last carriage on the train? The old man heaved a sigh and returned his thoughts to the near disaster of the morning. I'm not really sure, Miss Granger, but I have to conclude that it was done by someone riding on the train itself. Couldn't someone have apparated on board and disconnected the carriage? Susan asked, unwilling to believe that any of her schoolmates would deliberately expose young children to such danger. No, I'm afraid not. The Hogwarts Express is protected with a number of charms that prevent anyone from boarding the train using either apparition or portkeys. It had to have been one of the students, the headmaster said sadly. There was a moment's silence, as they all considered the possibility that one or more of their fellow students might be in league with Death Eaters. I would swear that it had to be Malfoy, except that he and Pansy would have been in the prefects' meeting at the time, Harry said logically. No, he wasn't, Ginny declared hotly. Pansy said that Draco wasn't feeling well, and he had stayed behind in his compartment to rest. Well, I guess that tells us who did it, Harry said with a touch of anger. I'll admit the circumstances don't look well for Mr. Malfoy, but we must give him the benefit of the doubt until his involvement can be proven. I'll speak to him first thing in the morning, though I admit that his absence does look suspicious. Harry was amazed that the headmaster could doubt for a second that it was Draco Malfoy who had disconnected the carriage. But then another thought entered his mind. What happened to Professor Flitwick? Wasn't he providing security on the train? Yes, I looked for him when I first saw the carriage missing, but I couldn't find him anywhere, Hermione declared. I'm afraid that Professor Flitwick is currently in St. Mungo's hospital and is in serious condition, Professor Dumbledore answered, his tone turning grave. He was apparently attacked by someone using a strong, stunning spell, and then his body hidden in a utility cabinet. He was only discovered later when Aurors boarded the train after the Ministry attack. Will he be all right? Luna whispered fearfully, her voice trembling. Harry knew that Luna was very fond of the tiny charms professor, and he reached out to take her hand in support. We believe that he will be fine after a few days' rest, but considering his advanced age and diminutive stature, the attack could have been fatal. Discovering the perpetrator of this attack is of the highest importance to us, and we will not rest until that person is uncovered and punished, Dumbledore said firmly. The teens sitting around the table had no doubt that they knew who the attacker was and resolved to help expose him. As Harry walked Luna to the concealed entrance to the Ravenclaw common room, he could tell that she was still terribly upset about Professor Flitwick. He reached an arm around her back and pulled her close. I'm sure he's going to be all right, he whispered reassuringly. He has to be all right, Harry, she replied as tears formed in her eyes. In my first year, I was all alone, but he would always take the time to talk with me and try to make me feel better. He was my first friend here, she said as she laid her head against Harry's chest and cried lightly. He'll be all right, I promise that he will, Harry said soothingly as he gently stroked her soft hair. Thinking about how lonely she must have been in her first years, he wished that he had gotten to know Luna earlier. It would have made both of their lives so much better. He cupped her cheeks gently in his hands and kissed her tenderly, wishing yet again that they were in the same house. When Harry entered the dormitory for the sixth-year Gryffindor boys, he found Ron just getting ready for bed. Seamus Finnegan and Dean Thomas were apparently still at the feast, but their trunks were already sitting at the foot of their beds. The curtains of Neville's bed were closed, and no sound came from within. Luna all right? Ron asked carefully. Yeah, she's just worried about Professor Flitwick, Harry replied. You know, Harry, I was wrong about her. I thought she was. Well, you know what I thought. But she's really a special person. I'm glad you two are together. Thanks, Ron, that means a lot. Neville asleep? Harry asked, still worried about his friend. I guess so. I haven't heard a sound from him. Neville, Harry called lightly. Getting no response, he decided to speak to his friend in the morning and started to get ready for bed. He had no desire to be grilled by his other roommates about what had happened on the train, and he was very tired. Oh. The next morning, Harry awoke to find that Neville had already left, and he guessed that having missed dinner the previous night, the boy must have gone down for an early breakfast. He and Ron dressed hurriedly, and going downstairs, they found Hermione reading in a corner of the common room by the fireplace. "Good morning, Hermione. No breakfast today," Harry asked in surprise. "It's not that. After all that happened yesterday, I wasn't about to enter the Great Hall alone, so I decided to wait for you too," she answered with a smile as she marked her place. "Well, let's go, I'm starving," Ron declared. Both Harry and Hermione began to laugh at their friend, making him completely confused. "What did I say?" he demanded. "Oh, nothing, Ron. It's just that you say the exact same thing every year," Harry responded with a grin, happy that at least some things never changed. As Harry, Ron, and Hermione entered the Great Hall for breakfast, a general hush fell over the room as every eye fell upon them. They made their way silently to the Gryffindor table and sat down beside Ginny. "What's going on?" Hermione whispered to Ginny. "I have no idea. It was this way when I came in," Ginny replied nervously. "I can tell you," Seamus Finnegan declared from where he sat nearby. "You missed the sorting last night, and it was all about you." "About us? What do you mean?" Hermione asked in mystification. "Just what I said," Seamus continued. "While you were in the hospital wing, they allowed the students you saved to come to the Great Hall for dinner and sorting, those that weren't too frightened, that is. They told us how 4 of you fought off a dozen Death Eaters until the other 3 arrived. They said you defeated them all and turned them over to the Ministry." "Actually, there were only 8, Harry said modestly, but Seamus didn't seem to notice. "But that's not all. The Sorting Hat only talked about you. It said that 7 heroes had stood up against the power of darkness, and that you were the only hope of defeating it," Seamus declared. "Oh no," Harry moaned, and put his head down hard on the table. "There's more," Seamus continued with a grin. "When they did the sorting, more than half the first years went to Gryffindor. It's the largest crop of first years we've ever had. One boy who was assigned to Slytherin broke down into tears and said that if he wasn't assigned to Harry Potter's house, he wanted to go home." Ron heard a thumping sound and turned to see Harry thumping his head against the table. "Why can't I just have a normal year for once?" He moaned into the tabletop. "Personally, I think normal is greatly overrated. And if you keep bumping your head against the table, people will think you have an infestation of Raxburts," a soft voice said from behind them. Turning, Harry saw Luna looking down at him with a warm smile on her face, and he immediately moved over to make room for her. As she sat beside him, a twinkle appeared in her eyes. "You don't, do you?" she asked curiosity. "What?" he asked. "Have a Raxbird infestation," she replied seriously, but Harry caught a slight glimmer of humor behind her words. "I'm not sure, is there a cure?" Harry asked coyly. Luna giggled and kissed him on the cheek. "That should do it," she said playfully. "Oh, please, it's 7 in the morning," Ron moaned in a disgusted voice, quickly followed by a groan when Hermione elbowed him in the ribs. "So who do you think the new defense teacher is?" Hermione asked, unable to control her curiosity any longer. "No one knows. Professor Dumbledore wasn't here and Professor McGonagall said we would all find out today. One thing that I did find out, there is only one Newt-level class in defense with all 4 houses together," Seamus declared. "Why is that?" Hermione asked in surprise. "I heard that the only ones to pass their OWLS were the members of the DA. Everyone else failed." "Well, it's not the fault of the students that Umbridge was incompetent," Hermione declared in outrage. "I heard that everyone that failed would be retested in October, but right now it's just us in defense, Newt," he said with satisfaction. "May I join you?" a soft voice asked, and they all turned to see Susan Bones standing behind them. "Of course," Hermione responded and shifted over to make room for the girl. "I take it that you heard about the feast last night?" she asked carefully. "Oh, yes," Hermione replied, and then changed the subject. "Were they making you feel uncomfortable?" she asked as she looked in the direction of the Hufflepuff table. "Not exactly. They really were trying to be supportive. It's just that they weren't there. They just don't understand what it was like," Susan said a little sadly. "Well, we understand, and you're always welcome here, Ginny said supportively. Where's Neville? Harry asked suddenly as he looked around the table. I thought he was still asleep, answered Ginny with concern. He was acting strange ever since the attack, Ron declared. Well, fighting for your life does tend to put one off, Hermione said dryly. I think that it might be more than that, Luna suggested logically. Before anything more could be said, Professor McGonagall came by with their class schedules. After handing out the 6th-year schedules, she addressed herself to Luna and Ginny. Miss Lovegood and Miss Weasley, could you please go to the headmaster's office at once? Professor Dumbledore has something that he needs to discuss with you before the beginning of class. As the two girls gathered up their books and left, Harry looked after them with concern. Don't worry, Mr. Potter. It's nothing to be concerned about, Professor McGonagall said with a slight smile. Great, another mystery, Harry thought. Harry waited for Luna as long as he could, but when time ran short, he gathered his books and headed off to the defense classroom with Ron and Hermione. Everyone was curious to know who was brave enough to take a position that was so obviously cursed. Entering the room, Harry saw that Seamus was apparently right, as every seat was occupied by a former member of the DA. But at that moment, Draco Malfoy and Pansy Parkinson entered, brushed roughly by him, and took 2 seats near the front of the class. I knew that it was too good to be true, he thought as he sat down beside Ron and Hermione, who were in a deep discussion as to who might be the new teacher. I still say that it's got to be Dumbledore himself. Who else could do the job? Ron insisted. He can't. He's too busy running the school and heading the air. You know, Hermione concluded. No matter who it is, they couldn't be any worse than that cow Umbridge, Harry declared conclusively. You better learn to keep your mouth shut, Potter. Some of us think that Professor Umbridge was a good deal better than the old man that's in the office now, Draco declared hotly. That's only because she was practically a Death Eater herself, and she reminds you of your mum, Ron declared with a smirk. You better be quiet too, Weaselb, Draco responded hotly. Or what? Ron responded angrily as he stood to face Draco. But before Draco could respond, Harry, Hermione and Susan stood up next to Ron with their wands ready. Yes, Draco, or what? Hermione asked sweetly. Looking at the 4 determined faces, the young man decided that it was best to drop the matter, at least for the moment. You'll all get yours, you just wait, Draco grumbled, as he turned around and took his seat. We're so afraid, Malfoy, Ron snickered as he and his friends returned to their seats. Harry could see Draco tense up, and he knew that the boy wanted to respond, but stared resolutely at the front of the room in silence. Excuse me, but I think you have my seat, Harry heard a familiar, dreamy voice say, and looked over with surprise to see Luna standing next to Ron. What are you doing here? Harry asked in shock as Luna settled gracefully into the seat next to him. Professor Dumbledore analyzed the spells that Ginny and I were using yesterday and said that he was advancing us to the Newt-level defense class. We'll take our owl in October, when the rest of the 6th years are retested, she declared with a grin. Harry looked around and saw Ginny talking earnestly to a silent Neville a few rows behind them. He was again reminded of what Luna had said at breakfast and determined to have a word with his friend. Harry didn't think that he could be happier than he was at that moment, but he was wrong. For just then the door opened and Remus Lupin strolled up to the front of the class. Good morning, class. I will be your defense against the dark arts instructor for this term, Remus began, but before he could finish, Draco had leaped to his feet. But you can't be. It's against the law for a werewolf to be a teacher, he declared arrogantly. Oh yes, the anti-werewolf legislation enacted by Dolor's Umbridge. Well, I'm afraid that legislation has been repealed, and I am your teacher for this term. And we can discuss the whole matter tonight at your detention, Mr. Malfoy. Detention, but why? Draco demanded. For interrupting a teacher and disrupting the class, Remus said with a smile as Draco sat down with a grumble. This year, we are going to move into more advanced offensive and defensive spells, as well as some actual instruction in dueling. I'm sure you realize from the events of yesterday that we live in a very dangerous world, and we all need to be prepared. The class will be much more physical this year, much as I understand your DA meetings were last term. But first, I want to be sure that you are all proficient in your fifth-year spells. Your instruction last term was, shall we say, deficient, and this will be a much more challenging year. Let's start out with some basic protective spells. To pass your owl in defense, you are all required to produce a standard Protego shield charm. But how many of you believe that your shield can stand up against a standard stunning spell? Oh, please, Malfoy moaned loudly and rolled his eyes, drawing the attention of most of the class. I take it that you feel that your Protego charm is up to the challenge, Mr. Malfoy, Remus asked patiently. Of course, Draco responded arrogantly. Well, we shall see, Remus answered as he looked around the room. Miss Lovegood, would you be willing to assist us with a little experiment? Yes, sir, Luna said politely. Will both of you step up here so we can test the strength of both of your shields? Remus instructed, as he turned to move his desk out of the way. As Luna walked to the front of the room, Draco turned to Harry and whispered harshly, Payback time, Potter. You wish, Harry answered with confidence, but he prepared his wand just in case Malfoy should try anything funny. Glancing to his right, he could see that Ron and Hermione also had their wands ready. Following Professor Lupin's instructions, the two stood at opposite sides of the room, their wands at the ready. The instructor then transfigured several mattresses behind each student to make sure that there would be no accidents. Then Lupin stepped out of the line of fire and addressed the two teens. Remember, we will only be using a stunning spell. Then looking directly at Draco Malfoy, Professor Lupin added, anyone attempting anything other than a stunning spell will spend the rest of the term in detention. I think we'll allow Mr. Malfoy to cast the spell first. If that is all right with you, Miss Lovegood, Professor Lupin said in a neutral tone. Luna nodded her head and prepared to create her shield spell, trying to ignore the evil grin on her opponent's face. All right, Mr. Malfoy, a stunning spell only, Professor Lupin said. That's all I'll need, Draco said confidently. Very well, on the count of 3 cast your spells. 1, 2, 3. Draco immediately cast his spell at the young girl, but not before Luna created her shield. The spell crossed the distance between the two in a split second and impacted against the shield with an echoing sound. Luna stood behind her shield completely unhurt, much to the surprise of both Draco and Pansy Parkinson. A perfect shield charm, Miss Lovegood. 5 points for Ravenclaw. You can tell that the spell was correct by the sound the stunning spell makes when it impacts the shield. Now it's your turn, Mr. Malfoy. Draco was a little bit flustered by how ineffective his spell had been, but nevertheless, he readied himself to repel Luna's spell. Ready, 1, 2, 3, Lupin said. Draco threw up his shield just as the stunner left Luna's wand. The spell streaked across the room and hit Draco's shield without a sound, cutting through like it wasn't even there. The stunner hit Draco in the chest and threw him backwards into the mattresses. The boy slid down the stack of mattresses and lay sprawled on the floor unconscious. Draco, Pansy screamed in horror. Oh dear, I'm afraid that young Mr. Malfoy will need to work on his shield charm, Professor Lupin said with a smirk. Then turning to the boy, he cast an enervate charm on him, and a bright yellow light emerging from Professor Lupin's wand and settling on the young boy. The boy still did not move, and Professor Lupin turned to Luna with a wink. A very effective stunner, Miss Lovegood. After a second enervate, the young boy finally came around, and the professor guided him back to his seat. As you can see, all shields are not the same. Tomorrow I want to test all of your shields, but I suspect that those of you who trained with Mr. Potter will have no difficulties. By lunchtime, the word had spread throughout the school that Luna had knocked Malfoy unconscious with a strong, stunning spell. The revelation won for Luna a good deal of respect and Draco a good deal of derision. Harry wondered if that was Professor Lupin's intention in selecting the two for the test. Chapter 11, Draco's Worst Day. Harry was late in arriving at the Great Hall for lunch on that first day of class, having remained behind after Charm's class to speak to Dumbledore about Professor Flitwick's condition. He hoped to get some good news for Luna, as she was very concerned about the condition of her favorite teacher. He was delighted when the headmaster informed him that the diminutive Charms instructor would be released from St. Mungo's the very next day, and that he had decided to finish his convalesce at Hogwarts, where he felt most at home. Entering the Great Hall, Harry made straight for Ravenclaw table, ignoring the many looks that he was receiving from around the room. Seeing that she wasn't sitting with her housemates, Harry scanned the large room in search of his blonde friend. He finally spotted Luna sitting at Gryffindor table, where she seemed to be involved in a very earnest discussion with a less than happy Ginny Weasley. As Harry approached, he noticed a very uncharacteristic frown on Luna's face, and he quickened his pace. He slid onto the bench next to her, but she was so involved in her conversation that she didn't even notice him. "What's wrong, Lou?" he asked as he gently laid a hand on her arm. She turned and looked at him, deep sadness in her eyes. "I have to go, Harry. I need to find Neville. I'll talk to you as soon as I get back," she promised. And with that, she stood up and hurriedly left the room. "What's going on?" Harry asked Ginny with concern. "I found out what's wrong with Neville. He's upset and he's angry," Ginny said sadly. "But why?" Harry asked in surprise. "Because we took care of the Death Eaters who were injured at the train, and he seems to regard it as some kind of a personal betrayal. Neville feels very strongly about you-know-who and those who serve him. The pain of losing his parents is still very real and raw for him. You remember those days he missed training during the summer, and we all joked that he lost track of time while working in his gardens. Well, he spent those days at the hospital with his mum and dad. He tells them everything, just like they can still hear him," Ginny said as tears began to run down her face. Harry reached out and took her into a hug, ignoring the looks he was getting from other people at the table. "Well, maybe they can hear him, and they must be very proud of him, just as I am that I can call him a friend. It's so terrible to imagine him there all alone, holding their hands and talking to them, and knowing that they will never answer him," Ginny sobbed into Harry's shoulder. "I need to talk to him," Harry said grimly. But as he started to leave, Ginny reached out and took his hand. "Harry, please let Luna talk to him first. You can speak to him later," Ginny asked sincerely. The young man thought for a moment, and then sat down at the table. Ginny was right. If anyone could help Neville, it was probably Luna. She seemed to possess a natural gift for helping people and steering their thoughts in the right direction. Harry reluctantly admitted to himself that he wouldn't really know what to say. It was true that he had lost his parents when he was an infant, but how much worse it must be for Neville to know that they still lived but weren't really alive. "Would you like to go for a walk?" Ginny asked, seeing Harry's somber mood and feeling that a walk might make them both feel better. "I think I would like that," Harry said sadly, as he turned to look at her. As the two left the room, the eyes of those present followed, wondering why they appeared so unhappy. At Ravenclaw table, the two Fawcett sisters watched Harry leave with barely controlled anger, the memory of their summer embarrassment still fresh in their minds. Sarah was still finding brown feathers in her bed, and although she had no idea of the source, her hair did seem a bit thinner. The fact that younger students now regarded Luna Lovegood as a hero, almost equal to Harry Potter, only served to increase their rage, and it had finally started to boil over in angry talk and nasty remarks. "Will you two please give it a rest?" demanded a frustrated third-year student who had been listening to their crabbing since lunch began. "Mind your own business, midget," ordered an angry Sarah Fawcett, flashing the younger boy a superior look. It was the wrong thing to say, and the wrong person to say it to. Ever since the Weasley twins had left Hogwarts, their position as mischief makers and chiefs had been open, and this young boy was one of many hopping to assume it. He glared at the two sisters and then nodded across the table at a friend. A minute later, 2 platters of sausage and eggs levitated silently from the table and floated behind the 2 girls. The other younger students, knowing well the reputation of the 2 boys, sat quietly in their places and watched the coming attack with wide grins. A moment later, loud screams could be heard coming from Ravenclaw table, and 2 very outraged sisters started shouting obscenities at a young boy sitting innocently opposite them. The two girls were covered in fried eggs and sausage from head to foot, and as they flailed their arms about eggs and sausages were flung like missiles at those sitting nearby. But the affected students were laughing so hard they failed to take notice. In fact, almost everyone in the Great Hall was laughing except the teachers, who were converging on the disturbance from all directions. "Ladies, silence," Professor McGonagall ordered sternly, shocked at the kind of language the two teens were using. "Now what is the meaning of this?" The two girls stared at the woman in shock, unable to understand why she was unable to use her own eyes. "Can't you see?" Sarah demanded, in a tone that had never been used to the deputy headmistress before. "He did this to us," she declared angrily as she threw out her arm to point at an innocent-looking boy sitting opposite. The violent movement of her arm launched a fried egg from her sleeve into the air. The thin disc soared through the air like a flying saucer and landed in front of a startled first-year girl. The result was that another burst of laughter swept around the room, and Professor McGonagall had to call in other teachers to help subdue it. "My eyesight is fine, young ladies, and so is my hearing. Because of your use of crude and obscene language, you and your sister will have 3 days of detention starting tonight. My office at 5 o'clock, she said firmly, leaving no room for debate. Then she turned to the young boy who sat snickering nearby. "As for you, Mr. Pitt, I wish you to report to my office immediately." As the boy left the room, everyone noticed the happy grin on his face, as he felt well on the way to his goal. As the Fawcett sisters passed the Gryffindor table, accompanied by the laughter of their fellow students, Ron Weasley found the moment too good to resist. "I thought that you two only laid eggs. I didn't think you wore them too," he said with a grin. The two girls turned to confront the red-headed boy, but then they saw that Professor McGonagall was still watching them closely. They gave the boy a dirty look, and then turned around and continued their pursuit of clean robes. Oh. After leaving the Great Hall, Luna began her search for Neville in the wide green courtyard that lay in front of the castle. She knew the boy loved plants and gardening, so it was a natural place for him to be. After a quick search produced nothing more than 2 seventh-year students snogging behind a hedge, Luna followed the winding trail that led down to the Black Lake. There, sitting on a rock under a lonely willow tree, sat a silent Neville Longbottom, staring out at the troubled gray waters. "May I sit with you, Neville?" Luna asked carefully. Neville didn't say a word, but slowly nodded his head and shifted over to make room for her. She sat down on the rock beside him, and for a long time neither of them said anything, feeling the awkwardness of the moment. "You can't possibly understand, no one could," he mumbled sadly, more to himself than to her. The silence returned as the two teens were each lost within their own sad memories, and then Luna spoke softly. "When I was 9 years old, I asked my mum why I had no grandparents to share Christmas with. All the other families living near us seemed to have big family gatherings, but there was just the 3 of us. My mum told me that my grandparents had been killed by Death Eaters before I was even born, but that I mustn't be sad because they died bravely. I never knew them, but I've always been very proud of them. As it turned out, it was just me and Dad for Christmas that year," she added sadly. Her voice held no aspect of self-pity, but just a sad determination that she would never let her mother down. Neville looked over at his friend with a knowing expression. "Then, you have as much reason to hate them as I do." "Perhaps, but I can't allow myself to do it. My mum told me never to allow hate to control me like it does them. She told me that if I gave in to those dark thoughts, the Death Eaters would win, and I won't allow that to happen," Luna declared firmly, as tears began to roll down her cheeks. As Neville listened, he couldn't help but admire her courage. Ginny had told him that Luna had witnessed her mother's death when she was a little girl. Maybe Luna can understand. Maybe she's the one person in the world that can, he thought to himself sadly. Then he felt her small, warm hand take his and give it a gentle squeeze, and the tears he had been holding back began to fall. "It's just that it was so hard at the train. I knew what they were trying to do and what they would have done to those children if they had been able. I just couldn't help them. I couldn't feel anything but hate," Neville said, struggling to explain. He didn't even realize it that Luna was taking him in her arms and holding him as he cried. It's always hard. It's always hard to do the right thing. We have to fight them together and we can never let them win. But we mustn't ever become like them. They are watching over us, you know, your parents and my mother, and we do want to make them proud of us, don't we? Yes, yes we do, Neville said heavily and hugged his friend tighter. At that same moment, Harry and Ginny were returning to the castle to start their afternoon classes, and they saw their friends together, and he felt Ginny touch his arm. You know, we're so lucky to have her, Ginny said sincerely. Harry nodded in agreement and led Ginny back to the castle. With Luna's help, Harry was certain that Neville would be all right. Harry's first class after lunch was care of magical creatures, and the young man wasn't at all surprised that Neville missed it completely. After all, he thought, there are some things more important than class. Indeed, Neville and Luna spent more than 2 hours sitting by the lake talking, having completely forgotten the time. Finally realizing that they had missed their first class of the afternoon, the two started to walk back so they would be in time for the second. In the past, Neville would have been terribly embarrassed to have missed a class, but right at that moment he was far too content to worry about anything. Thanks, Luna, he said as the two parted to go to their separate classes. What else is family for? She responded casually. Family, he responded curiously. Of course, that's what we are, she answered with a grin. Yes, family, he replied, a smile appearing on his own face. I always wanted to be part of a large family, and now I've got Susan, Ginny and Hermione as sisters, and you and Ron as brothers, Luna said happily. Don't you think of Harry as a brother? Neville asked without thinking. Of course not, Luna answered in an appalled voice. Do you think of Ginny as a sister? She asked with a smirk. No, I don't, Neville answered as he blushing slightly pink. I'm glad to hear that, because she doesn't think of you as a brother either, Luna added with a smile as she walked up the hallway, ignoring Neville's rather large grin. Harry's last class of the day was Transfiguration with Professor McGonagall. As he took his seat next to Hermione, the stern head of Gryffindor House walked over to his desk, a look of concern on her face. Mr. Potter, the formidable teacher began uncertainly, I missed Miss Lovegood in class last period. Is everything all right? Neville was having a problem and Luna was helping him with it, Harry explained, hoping that she wasn't going to get in any trouble. Well, it looked like she did the trick, Professor McGonagall responded with a half-smile as she looked towards the back of the room. Harry turned and saw a smiling Neville Longbottom coming through the door. He politely turned down the offer to sit next to Seamus Finnegan and instead took a seat next to Harry. Feeling better, Neville? Harry asked with a smile. Yeah, much better. My sister really set me straight, he responded mysteriously. Harry didn't know quite what he meant by the remark, but concluded that Luna would probably tell him later. Oh. At the end of her last class of the day, Luna rushed up to her dorm room and threw open the lid of her trunk. Digging down deep in a protected corner, she pulled out several pieces of mugwort root, which she had brought from home. In addition to the mugwort root, she had also brought several other roots and tubers that she thought Professor Snape might wish to include in their research. She was looking forward to the opportunity to do some practical research in a subject that she considered very important. As a little girl, she had often watched her mother at work in her laboratory at home, and one of her proudest moments was when her mother allowed her to start making simple potions on her own. Pulling herself out of a dreamy reverie, she carefully placed her specimens in a wicker basket, closed her truck, and left for her meeting with the potions master. Earlier that day, she had remained behind after potions class to speak to Professor Snape, and the two had agreed to meet after the last class of the day. Luna hurried down the stairs that led to the dungeon level of Hogwarts Castle, but as she neared the potion master's office, she began to get a bad feeling. The torches on the wall had burned unusually low, casting long shadows in the corners, and she had the distinct feeling that she was being watched. She slowed to almost a stop and listened intently, and then shifting her basket to her left hand, she slowly withdrew her wand from her pocket. A little out of your area, aren't you, Loony? A hard voice from the shadows asked, and at the same moment an Accio spell ripped the wand from her grasp. Then the torch on the wall flared up, and Luna was confronted by 3 of the people that she would least like to meet. Draco Malfoy with his cronies Crabbe and Goyle advanced towards the young girl with their wands drawn. "What, no Potter to protect you? Well, we'll just have to see that this young lady doesn't get lost, won't we, boys?" Draco asked with glee. "That's right, Draco," Crabbe responded with a coarse laugh. "A lot of dark corridors down here, all kinds of bad things could happen," Draco said gloatingly, and then he noticed that Luna was carrying a basket. "What have you got there, Loony?" Draco demanded, as he tore the basket from her arm and dumped the contents on the floor. A spur on the handle, tearing a cut on Luna's arm as it was pulled away from her. "Stealing potion ingredients from Professor Snape, Loony. Well, I guess we'll just have to put a stop to that," Draco said menacingly as he took a step forward. "I was just," Luna began quietly. "Never mind what you were just. We caught you with the evidence. This will mean expulsion for you, Lovegood," Draco declared happily. But at that moment, an angry voice behind them could be heard. "What is the meaning of this?" The 3 boys spun around and were confronted by a very angry Professor, Severus Snape. "We just caught Loony with a basket of stolen potion ingredients. She must have taken them from your private stock, sir," declared Draco in triumph, unaware that his world was about to come crashing down. Professor Snape looked past the boys and saw Luna standing there holding her arm and with potion ingredients scattered around her feet. He walked roughly past the boys and took her arm gently in his hands. He examined the cut carefully and then looked back at the boys with an expression of intense displeasure. It was at that moment that Draco realized that his time that afternoon might have been better spent in study. Professor Snape waved his wand above Luna's arm and the blood ceased to flow. "Is that better, Miss Lovegood?" he asked gently. "Thank you, sir," she answered softly. Then turning to the 3 boys, his eyes hardened, and they all knew that something had gone horribly wrong. "Would you please wait in my office for a minute, Miss Lovegood?" he asked. "Yes, sir," she practically whispered, and started to reach down to pick up her roots. "No, I'll get those. Please just go in and sit down. Close the door behind you," he added. "Return Miss Lovegood's wand immediately," he ordered Draco, and there was only anger evident in his voice. Draco sullenly returned the wand to the girl, and she walked into the office and closed the door behind her. Then the potion's master rounded on the 3 boys, white with anger. "How dare you attack a student in this school? I should have all 3 of you expelled immediately," he declared. "But sir," Draco began in shock. "Not another word," Snape said in rage. "A week's detention, starting tonight at 6 o'clock and 50 points each from Slytherin. And if this ever happens again, I'll see you all expelled," Snape said firmly. I can't, sir. I'm already doing a detention tonight," Draco said reluctantly. "Already doing a detention, Mr. Malfoy? You seem to be following in Mr. Potter's footsteps. Very well, you can make up the last day on Saturday night. Now get out of my sight," Snape said with a sneer. Draco wanted to protest, but one look at Professor Snape's eyes convinced him to remain silent. The 3 boys made a hasty retreat down the corridor. Draco glanced back and saw his head of house using his wand to gather the roots into the basket. The young man couldn't believe how bad his day had gone, first being embarrassed in defense class and now this, and it was all Lovegood's fault. It turned out that Professor Snape was pleasantly surprised with some of the specimens that Luna had brought, as he had already considered adding some of them to their project. It was almost as if she had read his mind, and her bringing them along would save a considerable amount of time getting started. The 2 spent more than an hour discussing the details of their research and setting up work times, and Luna had to run to the Great Hall to be in time for dinner. She sat down next to Harry with a happy smile on her face that literally lit up the room. "I didn't think that you were going to make it," Harry said with a smile. "Just barely," she responded, completely out of breath. "Good meeting." "Yes, very good," she answered brightly. "An hour with Professor Snape. That must have been torture," Ron declared in horror. "No, it was really very interesting. He's arranging it so I can take my potion owl in October, and he wants me to start in his advanced potions class immediately," she responded happily. "That's great," Harry said supportively, although personally he was delighted that he would never have to take another class with his least favorite teacher. Having failed to achieve the necessary O on his potions owl, he could not move on to the advanced class. At that moment, Professor Dumbledore rose from his seat and held up his hands, calling for silence. "After a long day of learning, I know that you must all be quite hungry, and I myself am looking forward to a rather excellent custard tart. But before we begin, I have a rather important announcement to make. It has long been the responsibility of the heads of our 4 houses to decide on those who will hold the office of prefects for their houses. But in light of the very dangerous world in which we currently live, I've decided that additional student security is required. Therefore, I wish to take this opportunity to announce the appointment of 4 additional prefects whose sole responsibility is the security of the school and its students, and who will report directly to me. Recent events have proved that they are capable of dealing with almost any emergency," Professor Dumbledore said with a twinkle in his eyes. Immediately, whispers erupted from around the room as students discussed what he meant and who the new prefects might be. "Ladies and gentlemen, if I may please continue," he asked, and waited for a moment for silence to return to the Great Hall. "From Hufflepuff House, I name Miss Susan Bones." Immediately, he was interrupted by loud cheers from the members of that frequently underappreciated house. "From Gryffindor House, I name Mr. Harry Potter and Mr. Neville Longbottom." And again the headmaster was interrupted by thunderous applause. "And finally, from Ravenclaw House, I name Miss Luna Lovegood." Once again there was applause, but many noticed that the older members of Ravenclaw simply looked at each other in confused silence. In response, Harry and his friends simply applauded all the louder. Probably the student in the room most upset by the announcement was Draco Malfoy, who was having the worst day of his life. From his first class of the day, when Loony Lovegood had knocked him unconscious with a stunning spell, he had known that it would be a bad day. Then only an hour past the man who had been like a second father to him had turned on him viciously, and once again Lovegood was the cause of his misfortune. To make matters worse, together with Crabbe and Goyle, he had lost Slytherin 150 points. It was only a matter of time until his housemates noticed the loss, and nothing that he could say or do would allay their anger at being knocked out of the race for the House Cup. And now Potter and Lovegood were honored in front of the entire school. At that moment, the Prince of Slytherin silently resolved that he would make Loony pay for what she had done to him. But while Draco was pondering on the unfairness of his life, a tall boy wearing Gryffindor robes entered the Great Hall and walked towards the tables. "Look!" cried Ginny in surprise, and pointed at the boy as he passed their table. "What's he doing here?" Ron asked in amazement. The red-haired boy waved casually as he passed by his siblings on his way to Hufflepuff table, and a very unsuspecting Susan Bones. "May I sit here?" he whispered coyly in her ear. "Fred!" she exclaimed in surprise as she spun about to face him. She stood up, and the two exchanged a warm hug, completely ignoring the grins that they were receiving from around the room. "I think there's your answer, Ron," Luna said with a knowing grin. At that same moment, Susan was questioning Fred on his presence in the Great Hall, and in Gryffindor robes too. "I just decided I wanted to finish my education, and besides, I didn't think it a good idea to leave such a beautiful redhead unattended," he said boldly, as he observed the many teenaged boys who had found a place near Susan. The young girl blushed sweetly, but was extremely pleased by his remark and quickly made a place at the table for him. At that moment, Professor McGonagall came by with Susan's new prefect badge. "Welcome back, Mr. Weasley," the formidable head of Gryffindor House said before she moved on to Gryffindor table. "I hope he's not planning to make me a prefect," Fred said with mock fear as the 8 teens left the Great Hall after dinner. "If he does, then I'm transferring to another school," Hermione answered with a shudder. "How can you be so cruel, Hermione, especially since you and I will someday be related?" Fred responded with a smirk. Ron gave his older brother a dirty look for making the embarrassing comment. "And just why exactly did you come back to school? I thought that you were so glad to be out of it," Ron asked. Fred draped his arm over Ron's shoulders condescendingly. "Well, I'll tell you, little brother, I just decided that I wanted to complete my education," he said, glancing over at Susan slyly. Ron rolled his eyes in disbelief and shrugged off the arm. "Don't give me that. You were ready to leave school in your second year." "Ron, he's talking about Susan," Ginny declared with a grin. "Maybe I was, but now I'm not sure. Dadding a prefect could be bad for my reputation," Fred replied, smirking at his friends. Susan jabbed him in the ribs, but then reached over and took his hand. "Careful, Mr. Weasley. I guess you haven't noticed all my new admirers." "Oh, but I have, Sue. That's another reason why I came back," he responded, and was rewarded when Susan squeezed his hand. "What about George? He isn't coming back, is he?" Ron asked, hopping to change the subject from Fred's love life. "No, we worked out a deal. He'll stay in Diagon Alley and run the business, and I'll conduct the human testing here." "Not on our first years. You won't," Hermione said hotly. "Why, of course not, Hermione. I have a whole house full of unwilling Slytherins to help me out," Fred responded with a cunning leer. "I thought that with the return of the Marauders to Hogwarts, you guys could use some help in developing some really good pranks." Everyone but Hermione eagerly looked forward to Fred's ideas, but she was positively terrified at the rule-breaking that would probably be involved. Oh. Meanwhile, at a crumbling mansion on a lonely stretch of the Cornish coast, a certain, rather frustrated Dark Lord was in a truly terrible mood, and was taking out his fury on any Death Eater unfortunate enough to cross his path. None of his terrified followers had ever seen their master in such a rage, and they were trying their best to stay clear of him. The cause of his anger was known to all: the complete failure of his Death Eaters to kill Harry Potter and those with him. That failure led directly to the disaster at the Ministry of Magic, where Auror forces had rallied on the news and drove his Death Eaters into retreat. Only one of his followers who had escaped the attack on the train had dared return to his master, and that was his misfortune. Before the man died, he gave Voldemort a full accounting of all that had transpired. The Dark Lord listened carefully, surprised that a group of teenagers had put up such strong resistance. At first, the Dark Lord had doubted that Harry Potter and his friends could have possibly mastered such advanced spells as the bone-breaking curse, let alone possess the skill to establish anti-apparition wards, but a thorough probing of the survivor's mind finally convinced him otherwise. Under the power of his Cruciatus curse, no one could lie for long, and the man was willing to tell anything in order to stop the pain. Voldemort hardly noticed the man's death scream, as his mind had already moved on to other matters. It annoyed him to realize how seriously he had underestimated his opponent, and that failure had cost him dearly. Not only had he lost followers, of which only a few were left, but the public perception of the Dark Lord had also been changed. The shadow of fear that he had so carefully crafted was beginning to dissipate, and people were becoming convinced that Harry Potter would be victorious in the end. That change in public sentiment could prove disastrous to him. After a great deal of thought, he decided that a fundamental change in his strategy was required. He would leave Harry Potter and the Ministry alone for the time being, and instead would concentrate his resources on spreading fear among the wizarding population of the country. He would use his remaining followers to attack soft targets, such as the homes of those who had openly supported the Ministry and Harry Potter. It didn't take long for him to think of a list of likely victims. In addition, the need for new recruits was becoming critical, and one way or other additional troops must be found. He knew that he needed to be cunning and crafty, and he would have to take his time. While the soft operations were unfolding, he would be moving forward on an even more ambitious undertaking, one that would strike fear in even the bravest of hearts. With the decision made, he called on his followers to assemble so he could lay out his plans. Chapter 12. HRMONECRFTS spell. After the first few hectic days, life at school returned to a normal routine, well, at least as normal as a magical school could hope to be. Students would go to class and return, fill the library and common rooms each evening for homework, and talk endlessly about the upcoming Quidditch season. But in a very real sense, normality was a forgotten dream to the students of Hogwarts. The attack upon the Hogwarts Express was still fresh and raw in everyone's mind, and barely a night passed when one or more of the younger students didn't wake up screaming from some horrific nightmare. Older students were more on edge as well, having accepted the fact that he, who must not be named, had indeed returned. Also weighing heavily on everyone's mind were the prophetic words spoken by the Sorting Hat on the night of the arrival feast. The thought that the fate of their entire world rested in the hands of teens no older than themselves was almost incomprehensible and caused most students a great deal of fear and apprehension. The prophetic words also separated Harry and his friends even more from their fellow students, who now viewed them with something approaching awe. But in spite of all of this, for Harry Potter, the new school year had started with more promise than any that had preceded it, and he was determined not to give up the positive feelings. His friends had rallied around him, and together they had handed Voldemort several crushing defeats. Most important of all, he had Luna, a person who seemed to understand him completely and made him feel happy and secure. The two young teens would go for long walks along the shore of the Black Lake each afternoon, sometimes not returning until long after dark. Then they would slip down to the kitchens for a private supper by the fire, and often not return to their common rooms until after curfew. Hermione in particular was concerned about this, feeling that the two were neglecting their studies, but she knew better than to say anything. It was a new experience for both teens to have someone so special in their lives, and they both reveled in the experience. The last Friday of September was unusually warm and sunny, but for those attuned to the signs of nature, there were indications of an early and severe Scottish winter. The students of Hogwarts realized that this might be their last chance to experience summer-like weather for a long time, and after the last class of the day, most of them made their way outside to enjoy it. Ron Weasley saw it as a perfect opportunity to get in some Quidditch practice before their first game of the season against Ravenclaw, and he went in search of the other members of his team. He found Harry and Ginny deeply involved in a conversation with Hermione and Luna near the stone griffin fountain in the castle courtyard. "How about a little Quidditch practice, mate? We play Ravenclaw in 2 weeks, you know," Ron asked hopefully. "Sorry, Ron. Luna and I have something more important to do right now," Harry answered, and taking Luna's hand, he led her in the direction of the lake. More important than Quidditch? Ron asked himself in shock. Had his best friend totally lost his mind? Looking at Hermione, he shook his head in disbelief. "Well, there they go again. What in the world can they be doing every afternoon?" he asked in wonder. "You really are thick, aren't you?" Ginny asked her brother with a look of complete amazement on her face. Oh. Throughout the month of September, Remus Lupin worked diligently with his advanced defense class, teaching them a variety of offensive and defensive spells. He was very pleased with the training that Harry had given his fellow students the previous year, and actively solicited the young man's help in demonstrating new material to the class. The raven-haired boy found that he really liked teaching, and enjoyed the interaction with his classmates and the sense of accomplishment when one mastered a particularly difficult spell. But while Lupin was pleased with the proficiency level demonstrated by most of his students, he couldn't say that for Draco Malfoy and Pansy Parkinson. The two Slytherins trailed the rest of the class in spell knowledge and their ability to execute them, and stubbornly resisted Lupin's every attempt to help them. It seemed that the two regarded learning anything from a werewolf as somehow beneath them. Draco had already achieved a record numbers of detentions for the month of September, and seemed determined to exceed his record in October. But with the start of that month, Lupin decided that he could no longer delay the introduction of his next class component, and announced that actual dueling practice would start immediately. The autumn weather was still quite nice, and it was decided to hold the first dueling practice on the shores of the Black Lake, where Lupin had laid out a training court. Harry was a bit disappointed to learn that dueling pairs would be selected by drawing lots, rather than individual choice. He always liked to train with Luna, as her unconventional style really kept him on his toes. But Professor Lupin correctly pointed out that when people trained against a single opponent, they were likely to become rather one-dimensional in their approach to dueling. Although that really couldn't be said for Luna, who loved to try new and different tactics. Harry was still trying to figure out how, in their last practice, Luna had managed to create multiple shadow images of herself. After his initial shock, he had managed to dissipate 2 of the images before the real Luna hit him with a light stunner to win the match. Another time, she had charmed a bush to snatch the wand out of his hand, and he had been wary of shrubbery ever since. The creativity she exhibited with her spells never ceased to amaze him, and it had forced him to be more creative as well. The day of the first competition arrived, and everyone was hopping to give a good account of themselves. Professor Flitwick, who had been expert duelist in his younger days, agreed to serve as referee for the matches. Wooden bleachers had been transfigured beside the dueling court, and everyone eagerly took their seats as they awaited the first match. A surprising number of students from other years had turned up to watch as well, in spite of the fact that most of them should have been attending other classes at the time. The first pair to be called was Harry Potter and Seamus Finnegan. As the two walked up to the starting line, Harry could see that Seamus already had a defeated look on his face and wondered if there wasn't something he could do to encourage his friend. Professor Flitwick explained the rules of the match and then signaled for them to begin. Harry immediately threw up a shield charm to counter the quick stunning spell that Seamus had cast, deflecting it harmlessly towards the lake. Seamus followed as quickly as he could with an Expelliarmus and 2 more stunners. The raven-haired boy dodged some of the spells, blocked others using various shields, and generally made it look like he was really having difficulty resisting Seamus' attack. Luna was watching him closely from the stands and knew full well that he was putting on an act for the other boy's benefit. Finally, after allowing the other boy to save his reputation, Harry landed a mild, stunning spell that knocked the boy off his feet. He followed it up quickly by summoning the other boy's wand into his hand. "Match to Potter," Professor Flitwick squeaked out as he named the winner. "Good match, Seamus," Harry declared as he helped the other boy to his feet and returned his wand. "You too, Harry, and thanks," Seamus replied gratefully. "For what?" Harry replied innocently. "You know for what. You could have taken me down with your first spell," Seamus said with certainty. "That's not true. You've gotten a lot better with your spells," Harry said sincerely. "Well, thanks anyway," Seamus said, feeling much better about himself. "That was so nice of you," Luna said sincerely, as Harry took a seat next to her. The boy knew better than to deny his actions because his girlfriend knew him far too well, so he simply shrugged his shoulders modestly and laced his fingers with hers while they waited for the next match to begin. The next pair was Draco Malfoy and Hermione Granger, and the young Slytherin was really looking forward to some sweet revenge. He had told Pansy that he wanted to get loony, but secretly he was concerned that he might not be able to beat her. But against the mudblood Granger, he had no doubt. As Professor Lupin called the 2 teens forward, Hermione received wishes of good luck from all of her friends. Harry and Luna had their wands out and ready just in case Draco tried to break the rules. The young Slytherin strutted up to the starting line with a look of supreme confidence, while on Hermione's face was only grim determination. "On the count of 3, you may both cast your spells," Professor Flitwick said as he prepared to start the duel. 1, 2... But before Flitwick could say 3, Draco beat the signal and sent a powerful stunner at Hermione. Hermione had expected nothing less from the sneaky Slytherin and was ready with her shield the second she saw movement by Draco's wand hand. The stunning spell was deflected harmlessly away, and she quickly responded by calling out Akio wand. Draco stumbled forward as the wand was ripped from his fingers. It soared through the air and into the outstretched hand of his opponent. She then followed up with the Aguamenti spell, which released a powerful jet of water from her wand. Draco tried to evade the stream of water by running to his right, but the water struck him in mid-stride. Caught off balance, Draco spun awkwardly backwards and tumbled over the back and into the lake. The class descended into riotous laughter as the boy emerged from the water covered in mud and lake weed. "Match to Miss Granger," Professor Flitwick declared proudly. "That's not fair," Draco declared angrily. "You can't use a water spell in a duel." "Oh, on the contrary, Mr. Malfoy. You can use any spell you wish in a duel, and Miss Granger used it most effectively," Professor Flitwick declared knowingly. "And you and I can discuss it tonight during your detention for trying to beat the starting count. And also, Slytherin just lost another 10 points, Lupin said with a smirk. As a sullen Draco Malfoy walked towards Pansy Parkinson, he gave Hermione a look of pure hatred. If only I could have used the spells I wanted, but she'll get hers yet, he thought angrily. By far the best and most entertaining duel of the day was the one between Luna Lovegood and Neville Longbottom, as Harry knew that it would be. Neville had more power, but Luna knew more spells, was more imaginative with her strategy. The two friends wished each other luck and took their places at the starting lines. Cho Chang and some of the other 7th-year Ravenclaw girls had come down to the lake to watch the competition, and they were quick to discount the younger girl's chances against the older boy. Harry overheard their remarks and shook his head in disbelief. How can they be so stupid and still be in Ravenclaw? He wondered. The second that Lupin gave the signal to begin, Luna stooped low and swept her wand over the grass in front of her, calling out, "Engorgio." Then she stepped quickly to the side in time to avoid the stunning spell that Neville had fired off a second before. Before Neville could throw another spell, the grass concealed his target as it shot upwards. Soon, the entire dueling court was obscured in a jungle-like growth, concealing both contestants from view. "Good one, Luna." The audience heard the voice of Neville coming from somewhere inside the floral mass, which was now covered with red and pink flowers. "Thanks, Neville," she responded, also concealed from the view of the onlookers. A second later, the jungle vanished as Neville succeeded in banishing the choking vegetation. He was surprised when he found himself confronted by 5 Luna Lovegoods arranged in a crescent in front of him. Harry recognized that Luna was using the same shadow image tactic against Neville that she had used against him, and he resolved to have her show him the spell. All 5 figures started firing stunners at Neville, and the boy did the only thing that he could. He threw up a full-body shield and took cover behind it. Realizing that this was going to be no conventional duel, Neville took a page out of Luna's book and did the unexpected. Lowering his wand to ground level, he whispered a charm, and a thick fog began to issue forth, quickly obscuring the entire court. Then, stepping out from behind his shield, he shot several stunners into the fog, centering them on the locations where the various Lunas had been standing. Luna had taken advantage of the fog to shift her position, and quickly conjured up a strong breeze that blew the fog away. Neville had to dive to the side to avoid a pink twisting spell that she had sent his way. And so the duel continued with neither combatant able to gain an advantage over the other. The audience was amazed as they watched the two students use one unexpected spell after another, including spells that created torrents of rain, blazing fire, and gusting winds. Finally, after 15 minutes, Professor Lupin reluctantly called the match a draw. "I'm really sorry to end this duel, but the class is running out of time. I do want to say, however, that this was one of the most interesting duels that I've ever witnessed. 10 points each to Gryffindor and Ravenclaw, and well done to both of you," Lupin declared with a wide smile. The rest of the class erupted in applause as the two combatants met in the center of the court to shake hands and congratulate each other on a fine match. After a quick lunch, and before their first afternoon class, Harry and his friends took a walk out into the bright courtyard of the castle. The autumn weather was warm and sunny, and the winter seemed far away. Apparently other students felt the same way, for many enjoying the warm sunlight as well. Suddenly Draco Malfoy came stalking across the courtyard toward the teens, with Pansy and his 2 thugs trailing behind. He had a look of absolute hatred on his face, and it was directed at Hermione Granger. Completely ignoring Harry Potter, the boy walked directly up to Hermione, stopping just inches from her. "You think you're so smart, don't you, Granger? You think you made me look like a fool today," Draco began. "I think you took care of that yourself, Malfoy," Ron declared with a smirk. "Shut up, Weaselb, I'm not talking to you." "Well, if you hadn't tried to beat the Count, I wouldn't have used that spell," Hermione began, trying to explain. "How dare you speak to me, you filthy mudblood?" But before the boy could say another word, he disappeared from sight, leaving only a pile of robes behind. Professor McGonagall, who had been hurrying in their direction in order to prevent a more serious confrontation, stopped short when the boy suddenly vanished. None of the teens had a wand out, so she couldn't believe that they could be the ones responsible, but he was gone nevertheless. "What is the meaning of this?" she demanded, looking at Harry and Ron fiercely. She wasn't honestly sure if the boys had any involvement in the disappearance of the young Slytherin, but she had to start somewhere. But as she watched them stare down at the rumpled pile of clothing, she realized that they were as confused as she was. Before McGonagall could ask another question, the pile began to tremble and a tiny nose began to wiggle its way out. Soon, a platinum-colored hedgehog emerged from its cocoon and began to scamper away in terror, and the teacher's attention was diverted to the tiny creature as it tried to make its escape. "Catch that student air hedgehog," McGonagall ordered as she began to chase the frightened creature. The other students, not knowing what was going on, thought it was some kind of game and began to chase the terrified animal as well. The hedgehog, with remarkable speed for one so small, began to dodge in and around the thundering feet that threatened to trample it. Crabbe and Goyle looked at each other, grinned, and joined in the chase. Neither boy really liked Draco, who constantly ridiculed them, but their fathers had forced them to act as his bodyguards. But this opportunity was just too good to miss, and they rushed forward to join in with the fun. But while Minerva McGonagall and 24 students were pursuing the frightened blonde rodent, Hermione Granger was hugging her friend Luna Lovegood. "It worked, Luna. It really worked," she cried as she hugged her friend tightly. "What have you two been up to?" Harry asked suspiciously. "That was the first spell that I ever crafted, with a lot of help from Luna," Hermione said proudly. At that moment, the hedgehog, a.k.a. Draco, scurried between Pansy's legs and fled in the opposite direction, causing a near disaster as the pursuing students tried to wheel about quickly in quest of their prey. Seamus Finnegan and Hannah Abbott collided with each other and tumbled to the grass laughing and out of breath, while Dean Thomas was forced to make a suicide dive to the side in order to avoid knocking down Professor McGonagall. "I'm getting in on the fun," Ginny declared with glee as she and Neville ran off laughing to join in the chase. "You made that spell?" Ron asked incredulously, "but you didn't have your wand out." "I didn't need my wand. The magic came from Draco's own wand," Hermione replied proudly. "How can you do that?" a voice asked in amazement, and everyone turned to see Fred Weasley and Susan Bones with large grins on their faces. "Luna showed me how to craft a spell with all the elements that I needed, and then I cast it on Draco like a charm. It lies dormant on the subject until it's triggered by a word or an action, and then it pulls the magic from the person's own wand," Hermione said as she tried to explain the complicated process. "That's incredible. How was it triggered?" Fred asked, as the teens crowded around Hermione with interest. "Luna showed me how to use a word trigger," she answered. "What was the word?" Ron asked. "Oh, well, mudblood," Hermione answered, a frown coming to her face. "Hermione, that's brilliant," Harry declared in admiration, as he watched the smile return to her face. "But why didn't you turn him into a white ferret, like the fake Moody did?" Ron asked. "Well, we discovered that the charm to transfigure someone into a ferret is very similar to one that would change him into a white rhinoceros, and we didn't want to have an accident," Luna said dreamily, as she spoke up for the first time. "Good thinking, Luna," Harry declared, as he imagined the chaos that could be caused by an angry white rhinoceros charging around the courtyard. "Hedgehogs are rather easy, so I thought I'd better play it safe for my first try," Hermione explained shyly. It had taken almost 5 minutes, but the students finally succeeded in boxing the hedgehog into a corner of the castle wall. At that same moment, the spell ran its course, and the hedgehog changed back into the form of a boy, minus his clothing, of course. The courtyard erupted into gales of laughter at the sight of Draco Malfoy on his hands and knees. Professor McGonagall quickly threw up an obscuring charm to save the boy from further embarrassment, but the damage was already done. Hermione quickly averted her eyes when she saw the boy's condition, and a touch of pink appeared on her cheeks. "I didn't think about that," Hermione said in embarrassment. "But that's the best part," Fred declared, unable to control his laughter. "Yeah, it's a shame it's all over," Ron added with a grin. "Actually, it's not," Every time he uses that word, or someone uses it speaking to him, he will transform again, Luna said with a grin. What? Harry asked in astonishment. Well, the spell is permanent. Anytime he uses that word, he will be changed into a hedgehog, Luna said dreamily, as more laughter erupted from the group. Would you two ladies be interested in joining a growing wizard business? Weasley's Wizard Wheezes will pay you 200 galleons per spell and 10, no 20% of the sales, Fred declared eagerly. 200 galleons, Ron asked in amazement. Absolutely, spellcrafters as good as these two are in high demand. I want them working for us before someone else snaps them up, Fred answered honestly. Hermione and Luna look at each other slyly for a few seconds and seem to be having some kind of a non-verbal conversation. Then in one voice they both declared, yes. Partners, Hermione asked, extending her hand. Partners, Luna declared and shook it. By dinner in the Great Hall, the incident was the only thing that students could talk about. Fred Weasley, being a marketing genius, immediately got out flyers announcing the debut of the newest product from Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, Hedgehog Hilarity. He was quickly deluged with pre-orders for their newest prank and questions about what other animals they could do. It was no surprise to anyone that Draco Malfoy missed dinner that night. In fact, he avoided large concentrations of his fellow students for several days thereafter. Oh, but while Harry and his friends were enjoying magical pranks and the pleasure of each other's company, the rest of the wizarding world was not doing so well. A week after the incident in the courtyard, Professor Dumbledore entered Harry's advanced charms class, a grave look on his face. He asked Professor Flitwick if Justin Finch-Fletchley could accompany him to his office, and Harry immediately got a bad feeling. By lunchtime, the word had leaked out that Justin's home had been attacked by Death Eaters, and that both of his parents had been killed. As Muggles, they didn't even have a chance to escape, which was one of the reasons that they were probably targeted. Justin had been sent to the home of his grandmother so he could attend the funeral and help console his younger sister, who had fortunately been away at the time of the attack. Harry's first inclination was to somehow take the blame on himself, but Luna stubbornly refused to allow it. She finally grabbed him by the shoulders and focused his eyes onto her own. This is not your fault, Harry. This has nothing to do with you. Justin is Muggle-born, and the Death Eaters have always hated Muggle-born witches and wizards, she said firmly, as she refused to allow him to sink into depression. Luna's right. They were targets because of who their son was, just as my parents will be targeted, Hermione declared, fear evident in her voice. I'm sorry, Hermione. I didn't think, Harry said sincerely. I have to talk to Professor Dumbledore, she responded urgently, and rushed out of the Great Hall, her friends close behind. When she reached the gargoyle guarding the stairs to the headmaster's office, she realized with frustration that she didn't know the password. Just open, she shouted at the stone figure, not prepared to waste a second guessing at candy passwords. The gargoyle suddenly jumped to the side to reveal the hidden staircase. Ron and Harry looked at Hermione in amazement, when suddenly Professor McGonagall appeared on the descending stairs and saw them waiting. Yes, Miss Granger, the stern head of Gryffindor House asked, observing that Hermione was leading the party. I need to see Professor Dumbledore, Hermione declared, urgency evident in her voice. I'm afraid that he's quite busy today. I'm afraid that you'll have to speak to him at another time, McGonagall said dismissively. No, I need to speak to him now, Hermione declared, leaving no room for debate. Miss Granger, I explained that the headmaster is occupied at this time, Professor McGonagall declared firmly, trying to control her surprise at the defiant attitude displayed by her favorite student. Harry and Ron were listening in disbelief as their friend contradicted the formidable teacher. This is a matter of life and death, and I'm not leaving until I speak to him, Hermione declared stubbornly. McGonagall's surprise had now turned to shock, but she realized that the normally polite girl must have an urgent reason for her defiant attitude. Very well, Miss Granger, but I do hope that this is important. And with that, the head of Gryffindor House turned around and led the 4 teens up the stairs. Miss Granger, how nice it is to see you. To what do I owe this visit? Dumbledore asked cordially as Hermione led her friends into the office. I want to know what is being done to protect the families of Muggle-born witches and wizards, she demanded. I see that you've heard the sad news about Mr. Finch-Fletchley's family. To answer your question, we are immediately establishing first-degree wards around the homes of all our Muggle-born students, Dumbledore began. But that's not enough. Even an incompetent wizard can get through first-degree wards, Hermione declared in outrage. You didn't allow me to finish, Miss Granger, Dumbledore resumed patently. The first-degree wards are just a temporary measure that can be established quickly. We will begin upgrading to more advanced systems as soon as everyone has basic wards installed. In addition to the wards, we have provided an emergency portkey which can be activated by Muggles and which will take them to a safe house in case of trouble. Placated by his words, Hermione continued more calmly. And my family? She asked in a more controlled voice. Because of your close friendship with Mr. Potter and your high academic standing in the school, I myself set up the wards on your parents' home and business some time ago. They are fully as strong as the wards protecting the Weasley home, Dumbledore concluded. Hermione breathed a deep sigh of relief. I'm sorry for bursting in on you, Professor Dumbledore. I was just so frightened about what might happen, she said. I quite understand, Miss Granger. But please believe me when I tell you that we care very much for the safety of our students and their parents, Dumbledore said sincerely. It was a much calmer Hermione Granger, who entered her first afternoon class a few minutes later. Oh. When Harry returned to the Gryffindor common room that evening, he was immediately stopped by Seamus Finnegan, who was very concerned about the news that he was hearing. Harry, I know that Professor Lupin is giving you and some of your friends special advanced defense training. I want in, he declared in a determined voice. Seamus had been a strong member of the DA the previous year, but Harry wasn't certain that he was ready to attempt the type of advanced spells that Professor Lupin was teaching, so he suggested that he speak to Lupin directly. The next morning at breakfast, Hannah Abbott and Parvati Patil asked Harry the exact same thing, and received the same response. At the conclusion of defense class that day, after Draco and Pansy had left the room, the rest of the class remained behind to speak to Professor Lupin in private. I'm afraid that most of you are not yet advanced enough for those types of lessons, but I'll be in the room of requirement from 6 to 8 o'clock on Tuesday and Thursday nights to help anyone who wants more exposure to advanced defense training, Lupin said with a smile. Needless to say, the room was crowded on those nights, as the former members of the DA prepared themselves for the war that was already upon them. Oh. 2 days later, Harry and Luna were walking down to the lake after class late one afternoon, hopping to enjoy the sunset together, when they encountered a smirking Draco Malfoy. The boy approached them with a confident attitude, in spite of the fact that his 2 burly bodyguards were nowhere to be seen. How does it feel to know that others are dying instead of you, Potter? And there's nothing that you can do about it, Draco spat out with contempt. Harry's features clouded as his anger rose, but before he could say anything, Luna stepped in front of him. She stared up at the young Slytherin with a look of both sadness and pity, and then she spoke the last word that Draco expected to hear. Mudblood, she said sadly. A few seconds later, she bent over and picked up the pile of loose robes that lay heaped on the ground, which she then carefully folded and placed on a nearby rock. As she glanced back towards the castle, she could just make out the small platinum-colored animal as it scurried up the path. Then she took Harry's arm, and they resumed their walk. They settled under a large willow tree, whose draping branches formed a natural curtain around the two. The waters of the lake were cold and gray, and a north wind created small whitecaps that raced across its surface, a sure indication that winter was near at hand. Harry hadn't said a word since their encounter with Draco a few minutes before, and Luna could tell that Malfoy's words had affected Harry deeply. The young girl took a deep breath and began to speak, choosing each word with great care. Harry, have I ever told you why you're the type of person that a girl like me would want to spend the rest of her life with? It took just a moment for Luna's words to sink in, and then he looked at her in absolute shock. "WH, what did you say?" Harry asked, doubting that he could have understood her correctly. "I said, have I ever told you why you're the type of boy that a girl like me could want to spend the rest of her life with?" she replied with a dreamy voice, which barely concealed the fear that she was feeling. "AHAHNO," Harry managed to say with a great deal of difficulty. His brain seemed to have frozen temporarily as he considered the words that Luna had chosen, and it seemed to have affected his ability to speak as well. "It's because you care about people and you fight for them, even those you barely know. That's a very rare thing, Harry. That's why I like you so much," she replied sincerely. He stared at her in embarrassment for several long moments, as his brain processed the words that she had chosen. A life partner was something that few 16-year-old boys would ever think about, or ever want to think about. She had taken a huge risk being so bold, and Harry realized that his reply at this moment might be the most important words of his entire life. Thoughts of Malfoy, Voldemort, and the war were completely forgotten, and instead they turned to how wonderful the past few months had been. He realized that it was all because of Luna. She was always there for him, and she always tried to make him feel better. Slowly, a smile appeared on his face, and the words that he feared came easily. "Luna, do you know why you're the kind of girl that I could spend the rest of my life with?" he asked with a very Dumbledore-like twinkle in his eyes. A sincere smile appeared on her face, and she shook her head slightly, causing her long hair to fly about. She feared that even a single word on her part might break the spell of the moment. "Because no matter how bad things get, you always make me feel better. You always make me smile, and you always make me laugh, and I can't think of anything better than spending the rest of my life with you," Harry declared with a boldness that matched her own. And as his defenses fell, he felt more and more confidence in his words. As he took her in his arms and looked into her clear, silver eyes, he realized how truly beautiful she was. No pledges or proposals were exchanged, but the two had reached a much deeper understanding of what they meant to each other. The kisses that they shared that night were different from those that they had exchanged before, and it was after midnight when the two returned to the castle. From the shadows, an old man watched the two teens as they passed, holding hands and wrapped up in their own special magic. In his so long life, Dumbledore had occasionally known people who were absolutely destined to be together, and in these teens, he realized that he was seeing two of those very rare people. "Ah, to be young again," he thought wistfully as he continued his journey down to the kitchen for some of Dobby's excellent hot chocolate. After that day, their friends noticed a change in the two teens. They seemed to have an even greater commitment to each other. If they were lucky, it would be a commitment that would last them for the rest of their lives, and Harry and Luna were feeling lucky. Chapter 13, The Halloween Ball. The next morning, Harry entered the Great Hall late for breakfast, and as he crossed to Gryffindor table, he appeared in something of a daze. When he sat down opposite Ron and Hermione, he had a very dreamy look on his face. "Late night, Harry?" Hermione asked, barely able to control her mirth. "MMMMM," was the boy's only response. "I wonder if a certain Ravenclaw overslept as well," Ron said, as he pretended to scan Ravenclaw table. "MMMMM," Harry responded again. "Did someone let a cow loose in here?" Ginny asked from where she sat grinning next to Neville. "This is too much fun," Hermione whispered to Ron as they watched Harry aimlessly play with his bacon and eggs. "Hermione, how old do you have to be to get married in the wizarding world?" Harry asked with a dreamy smile. At that moment, a loud crash echoed through the great hall as Ron dropped the platter of eggs that he had been holding. All eyes in the room had shifted to the red-haired boy, but he didn't even notice. He was staring across the table at his best friend like Harry had just grown a second head. What did you say, Harry?" Hermione asked, her voice trembling in disbelief. "I was just wondering how old you have to be to get married," Harry said, apparently in blissful ignorance of his friend's consternation, or much of anything else. "You am I 17. Yes, that's it, 17, Hermione responded as her brain kicked back into gear. MMMMM, one more year, Harry said absently and apparently more to himself than anyone else. At that moment, Luna walked up to the table and sat down beside the young man, the two teens exchanging a special smile that their friends couldn't help but notice. "Hungry?" she asked the raven-haired boy, noticing that he hadn't touched his food. "No, not really," he responded with a sheepish smile. "Would you like to take a walk before first class?" she asked warmly. "That would be great," he answered as he rose and took her hand. Ginny Weasley giggled loudly as she watched the two walking towards the large double oak doors, but Ron and Hermione were looking at each other with absolute horror. "You don't think that he and Luna are?" Hermione started to ask, leaving her question hanging in the air. "I think they will be the first," Neville mused thoughtfully. "The first?" Ginny asked her friend playfully. Yeah, the first two you know," Neville responded, the red of a blush creeping up his neck. "But Harry and Luna couldn't be thinking about marriage at their age," Hermione declared in disbelief. "Magical folk tend to marry at an earlier age than Muggles, Hermione. And if you find the right person and you know it's right, then why wait?" Neville asked sincerely. "I agree completely," Ginny declared as she took Neville's arm, much to the shock of her brother. None of them noticed Harry watching them mischievously from the doorway. "What's going on?" Luna asked him curiously. "It's so easy to get them wound up. I'll tell you all about it on the way." He replied with an evil smirk. "Oh, I bet this will be good," she said as she led him down the path. As the last days of October counted down, the level of excitement at Hogwarts steadily grew in anticipation of the coming Halloween ball. Some students, trying to create acceptable costumes on the spur of the moment, were subjecting themselves to levels of stress akin to taking their owls. This condition was most pronounced with certain third-year girls who hadn't expected to be invited to the ball, and had suddenly discovered that they had an admirer in a higher year. Consequently, Madame Pomfrey was doing a land office business in calming drafts and dreamless sleeping potions, and the owl post between daughters and mothers was threatening to exceed the record set 2 years previously before the Yule Ball. Harry and his friends quickly learned who these stressed-out young ladies were, and avoided saying anything that might lead to an explosion. Luna and Ginny, on the other hand, volunteered to help anyone who needed it. Both girls had learned to sew at an early age, and consequently found themselves in high demand as October ran its course. Girls who had previously avoided Luna now actively sought her out. They were surprised to find her a kind and generous person who was more than willing to help, and consequently new friendships were made. While she did tend to favor costumes related to fairies and mythic creatures, her creations were nonetheless uniquely beautiful. No two people were looking forward to the ball more than Harry and Luna, but in the heart of each teen rested a secret fear. Neither really felt they knew how to dance, and they both feared that they might disappoint their partner. Harry had been given training before the Yule Ball 2 years previously, and had the whole experience, although he reasoned that part of that might be because he had taken Parvati Paddle. Luna, on the other hand, had never danced in her life. During the Yule Ball, she had sat in the window of her dorm room and watched the couples in the garden below. She didn't know if she would enjoy the experience or not, but she wanted to try for Harry's sake. One day, while she and Hermione were working on crafting a new spell for the Weasley brothers, Luna confided her concerns to the older girl. "It's all right, Harry doesn't like to dance. He told me so after the Yule Ball," Hermione said reassuringly. "I know, but I still wish I knew how in case he wants to try," Luna replied with a note of sadness. Hermione hated to see her friend unhappy and determined to see what she could do about it. All her life, Hermione had found the answers to her problems in books, and so her search naturally took her directly to library. She searched out Madame Pince, the Hogwarts librarian, and asked if the library might have any books on dancing. Madame Pince raised an eyebrow in surprise. As librarian at a school of witchcraft and wizardry, she had received many strange questions over the years, but never a question about dancing. Nevertheless, no librarian will readily admit that their collection is in any way inadequate, so she began an immediate search for the desired information. It was with a sense of triumph that she discovered a book titled Etiquette and Dance Among the Magical by Emily Pristlehorn. "I think that this might assist you, Miss Granger," the librarian said proudly as she placed the book on the table. As Hermione thumbed through the heavy tome, she was surprised to find that it was really quite interesting, and made a mental note to check it out later for some light reading. It was at that moment that she discovered what she was looking for, a dance spell for people who couldn't dance. In spite of the fact that the book was a bit old, published almost 80 years before, she still hoped that it would work. During lunch, she asked Harry and Luna if they could join her in the room of requirement after dinner that evening, and she hinted at a surprise for both of them. The two had been planning a moonlight walk along the shore of the Black Lake, but reluctantly agreed to postpone it. When they arrived, they found that the room, which transformed itself to meet the needs of the user, was completely bare except for an old-fashioned floor-standing radio and a polished oak floor. Hermione, who was waiting for them, smiled at the two teens in a way that troubled Harry somewhat. "Harry, were you planning on dancing with Luckner at the ball?" she asked him, startling the young man with her directness. Harry could feel the beads of perspiration starting to form as he realized that Hermione had put him on the spot without any warning. Glancing down at his girlfriend, he saw her smiling at him shyly, and he answered Hermione honestly. "I'd really like to, but I don't dance very well." "What about you, Luna? Would you like to dance with Harry?" Hermione asked. "I would, but I really don't know how to dance," Luna answered with a touch of embarrassment. "Well, I found a dance spell in this book. Would you like to give it a try?" she asked hopefully. "The only thing is that the spell is a bit dated, but it still might be some help." Both teens were eager to try the spell, and Hermione placed the charm on the two of them. "Shall we give it a try then?" And not waiting for an answer, she turned on the radio that stood nearby. The sound of violins filled the room as an old-fashioned waltz began to play. Hermione was going to change the channel to find something more contemporary, but before she could do so, Harry took Luna in his arms and began to waltz her across the floor. The expressions on their faces told Hermione all she needed to know. The two teens loved to dance together. "This is wonderful," Harry declared enthusiastically, as the two danced together gracefully. Unfortunately, it soon became apparent that the spell only worked with pre-1920 era dances. The next piece of music was by the Weird Sisters, and the two teens looked completely confused. Luna even put her fingers in her ears against the extremely loud sound, and Harry didn't look very happy either. But when another waltz was played, the two were once again in heaven. Hermione didn't have the heart to tell her two friends that the dances played at the ball, at which the Weird Sisters would be performing, would certainly not be waltzes. Hermione decided that she had better take a hand in the matter, and the next morning she asked Professor McGonagall if it would be possible to arrange a meeting with the headmaster. She was surprised by how easily her stern head of house agreed to her request, and later that same day, she was explaining her unique problem to a smiling Professor Dumbledore. "It's odd that you should mention this, Miss Granger, as I myself have been giving some thought to that night's entertainment. I can assure you that there will be music suitable to their experience at the ball. May I add that Mr. Potter and Miss Lovegood are quite fortunate to have you as a friend," the headmaster declared with his famous eye twinkle. A number of students took notice of a very happy Hermione Granger, as she almost skipped down the hallway on her way to her first class of the afternoon. Oh, Harry was a bit self-conscious about the costume that he would be wearing to the ball, and his nervousness was apparent to his roommates. Naturally, when they realized that he wanted to be alone, they absolutely refused to leave, claiming a variety of excuses to delay their departure. Finally, as the hour grew late, he realized that he could delay no longer. As he slipped into the forest green silk robes, he realized how incredibly comfortable they were, almost like wearing a second skin. He also felt a slight tingling sensation, as if the silk carried a slight electrical charge. He was surprised when both Neville and Ron complimented him on his appearance, which in spite of the forest green color seemed to convey an impression of masculinity. And indeed, when he looked into a full-length mirror that Neville had conjured, he had to admit that the costume did create a very favorable impression. He was also pleased when he realized that none of his roommates seemed to know what his costume represented. When Neville suggested that it was a famous Muggle woodsman named Robin Hood, Harry made no effort to correct the mistake. As he descended the stairs to the common room, he had almost forgotten his concerns and was simply determined to have a good time. Luna had come to Gryffindor House earlier that day and was in the sixth-year girls' dorm with Ginny and Hermione putting the finishing touches on their hair and makeup. In keeping with her costume as a fairy queen, Luna had braided woodland flowers into her hair. It was a rather odd look, but one that worked well for the young Ravenclaw. And after all, Luna had no problem with being considered odd. When the three girls entered the common room a few minutes later, they were confident that they looked their best. Harry, for his part, was struck dumb by how beautiful Luna looked, almost as if he had never really seen her before. It took him just a few seconds to find his tongue and get his brain to kick in, but he finally managed to say what he was thinking. "I don't think that any fairy queen could look as beautiful as you do," he said sincerely. "Thank you," she whispered, and kissed him on the cheek. Harry noticed that a slight blush had appeared on Luna's cheeks, which made him think her even more beautiful. He handed her a clear box which contained 3 pure white orchids, and then with slightly trembling fingers he pinned them on the shoulder of her gown. As Hermione listened to his words in disbelief, she wondered when Harry had learned how to speak so romantically to a girl. And then watching the two together, she realized that he hadn't. It was just this one special girl that brought out the best in him. Neville could always be counted upon to be a gentleman, and his compliments to Ginny made the girl blush badly. Nevertheless, he received a happy smile and soft kiss from the youngest Weasley. The only disappointment was Ron Weasley, who with a degree of embarrassment simply told Hermione that she looked nice. Hermione's sigh was noticed by everyone. She so wished that Ron could be a bit more romantic. She was a bit annoyed that he had flatly refused to wear the costume that she had found. He had agreed to go as Romeo, to her Juliet, but now refused to wear the short leather breeches that went with the costume. He claimed that she had tricked him into wearing the outfit without telling him how embarrassing it was going to be, and she did have to admit to herself that it was probably true. But the costume was historically accurate, and she so wanted to go as a romantic character from historic fiction. Instead, Ron insisted on wearing his bright orange Chudley Cannon's jersey, which Hermione thought absolutely horrible. She had been thinking a good deal about Ron and herself over the previous few weeks, especially when she saw how happy Harry and Luna were. Ron was a great friend and always would be, but maybe they were never meant to be more than that. Pushing those thoughts aside for later consideration, she made up her mind to enjoy her first Halloween ball. The 6 teens put on their feathered masks, and leaving through the Gryffindor portrait hole, followed the other students on their way to the Great Hall. Harry thought the masks rather unnecessary considering that Luna's long, dirty blonde hair gave away their identity to everyone. Still, it was part of the fun of the ball, and he went along with it with a light heart. As they waited for the heavy oak doors to swing open, Harry and Luna spoke quietly in a secluded corner. Even if they didn't have the opportunity to dance, they both knew they would be having a wonderful evening. "Good evening, Mr. Potter, Miss Lovegood," said a high, squeaky voice that both teens recognized immediately. Professor Flitwick had only been out of his bed for a few days, but he looked completely recovered from the attack of a few weeks previous. "Good evening, Professor Flitwick. I'm so glad that you could join us for the ball tonight," Luna answered politely. "Yes, the Halloween ball is always something special, and I would hate to miss it. Many a romance has started at this ball, and it always makes me feel good to attend. I really must compliment you both on the authenticity of your costumes. During my youth, I had the opportunity to attend a ball at the Court of the Fairies and was quite overwhelmed by the beauty of their state robes," he said sincerely. "Thank you, sir, but my grandmother made this gown for my mother," Luna explained modestly. "But you did make my costume, Lou," Harry said appreciatively. "And very handsome, too, Mr. Potter," Professor Flitwick said. "Thank you, sir," Harry responded. Pulling Harry slightly aside, Professor Flitwick whispered in his ear, "I think Miss Lovegood will be the prettiest girl at the ball tonight." "I know she will be," Harry answered positively. It was at that moment that the great doors swung silently open. As they entered, Harry could feel Luna squeeze his arm gently as she took in the impressive Halloween decorations. As always, the room was lit by hundreds of beautifully carved jack-o'-lanterns, suspended in the air above the level of the tables. In the center of the room was an enormous ice carving of what appeared to be a mountain troll, colorful red and yellow punch flowing from its mouth into a large basin at its feet. A most unusual fountain, to say the least, and Harry wondered who had come up with the strange idea. At that moment, Parvati Patel shrieked loudly as a charmed bat flew low over the table at which she was sitting, and it took all of Seamus Finnegan's patience to explain to her that it wasn't real. Instead of the long house tables which usually occupied the Great Hall, the room now contained numerous 4- and 8-place tables, each with a brightly lit jack-o'-lantern in the center. The 6 friends claimed a large table near the festively decorated stage in the front of the hall. Putting on their best manners, Harry and Neville held the chairs for their girlfriends, and both gave Ron a hard look when he failed to do so. At that moment, Harry saw Fred Weasley and Susan Bones crossing the room to join them. Both teens looked like twin versions of the same disturbed nightmare. Fred was dressed as a medieval jester, complete with a 3-cornered belled hat, brightly colored tunic and cape, and a colorful mock scepter with a carved jester's face. There was something about the evil grin on the puppet-like face of the scepter that made Harry rather uneasy. Susan was dressed as a female version of the same character, with a brightly striped gown that reached the floor. The normally quiet girl seemed to be taking great delight in this rare opportunity to break out of character, and Harry wondered if Fred's effect on her might have some rather disturbing results. There was something about the psychedelic red, yellow, and blue color patterns of their costumes that made Harry feel rather dizzy, and he noticed that the face of Fred's scepter seemed almost alive with its revolving eyes. He could see that the others were feeling the strange effects as well. In response to the severe nausea that Hermione was feeling, Fred waved his wand at himself and Susan, and the strange discomfort passed away. "Sorry about that," he said as the two sat down at the table. "What's going on?" Ron demanded. "It's something new that I came up with for our friends in Slytherin, and Susan was nice enough to help me test it. I toned down the magic a bit so you shouldn't be bothered anymore," Fred declared, as he exchanged a mischievous grin with Susan. "How does it work?" Ginny asked as her stomach slowly recovered. "George and I found out that bright colors can have an almost hypnotic effect on people, especially when magnified by magic. Watch this," he declared gleefully. He stood up from the table and offered his hand to Susan, who took it willingly, and the two walked across the room to a nearby table occupied by several Slytherin 7th years. The two then started up a casual conversation with the surprised students. As Harry and his friends watched, the Slytherins started to sway in their chairs, almost like cobras under the spell of a snake charmer. They also seemed to be turning a rather strange shade of green. Suddenly, one of the boys leaped to his feet, grabbed his stomach, and fled out of the room. Fred expressed proper surprise as 2 more Slytherins reacted in the same way and fled to what was presumably the nearest bathroom. As they returned to their table, the 2 teens looked properly innocent and perplexed by the whole incident. "I'm beginning to worry about Fred's influence on Susan," Hermione whispered with concern as she watched the two. She had hoped that Susan might tone Fred down a bit, but exactly the opposite seemed to be happening. "Well, I think they're perfect together," Luna declared with a giggle, and Harry was in complete agreement. "How's that?" Fred asked as the two took their seats. "Disturbing," was Hermione's emphatic one-word answer. "Thank you, Hermione. Praise for one's work is always welcome. Now where is Draco and dear Pansy?" Fred asked as he scanned the room looking for additional victims. It was at that moment that Professor Dumbledore stood up from the staff table and raised his arms for silence. "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I want to welcome all of you to our Halloween ball this year. We have a special banquet planned, and this evening's music will be provided by the Weird Sisters." At that moment, his speech was interrupted by thunderous applause from the assembled teenagers lasting for almost a minute. "I have also persuaded them to provide a bit more variety to their music this year, for the benefit of those interested in a different musical pace. All music is its own form of magic, and I hope you enjoy all that will be offered tonight," Dumbledore said with a warm smile. The students only had seconds to wonder about the headmaster's strange words before the band struck up one of their signature numbers. "You cast a spell on my heart." Most of the students took advantage of the music and found their way to the dance floor, and soon the hall was alive with a gyrating mass of colorful costumes. Harry and Luna were two of the few who remained behind at their table and talked, but the tone of their laughter made it clear that they were having a wonderful time. A second number quickly followed the first, and most of the students remained on the floor to dance. After the second dance concluded, the students returned to their tables, and the Weird Sisters' lead guitarist, Curly Duke, stepped forward to address the crowd. "My mates and I are always happy to visit Hogwarts because of the warm welcome we always receive. As your headmaster has said, he has persuaded us to vary our usual program tonight because of some special considerations. We were happy to accept his request because not so many years ago we too were students here, and Professor Dumbledore was always most understanding and supportive of us. It may surprise some of you to know, but most musicians have had some training in classical music, and we are no exception, as you will soon discover." With that, the Weird Sisters became even weirder, as they put aside their drums and steel guitars in favor of more traditional musical instruments. Curly Duke produced a classical violin, which he tuned with a wave of his wand, and the famous drums of Orsino Thurston disappeared in a puff of smoke to be replaced with an ornately decorated harpsichord. While the students were still in a state of shock, the band best known for its driving, hard rock beat began to play a romantic waltz that must have been composed more than a century before. Curly Duke could hardly be recognized as he brought forth soft, romantic sounds from his ancient violin. Most of the students simply stared in disbelief, not knowing quite what was expected, but more surprises were yet to come. Professor Dumbledore rose from his seat, bowed graciously to the deputy headmistress, and formally asked her for the dance. With a hardly noticeable blush, Professor McGonagall took his hand, and the two walked to the dance floor. They were soon joined by Professor Snape and Madame Pomfrey, and then by other members of the teaching staff. Ron whispered to Hermione that Professor Snape looked ready to curse the first student that he saw smiling, but after a few minutes, Harry saw a slight smile appear on his usually grim face. But if all this wasn't shocking enough, the students of Hogwarts were to receive one more jolt. Harry Potter rose from his seat and bowed gallantly to the young girl sitting by his side. "May I have this dance?" he asked, flashing Luna a winning smile. "Why, certainly you may, good sir," Luna replied as she stood and curtsied daintily. As they stepped away from the table, Harry took Luna into his arms, and the two began to waltz gracefully across the floor, and they were soon lost in the soft strains of the music. At this point, most of the students looked like they had been hit by a stunning spell, as they sat silently in their chairs with their mouths hanging open. Neville Longbottom's grandmother had insisted years before that, as a member of a good pure-blood family, the boy needed to learn to waltz. Neville had never really appreciated that knowledge until this moment, and he asked Ginny to dance. With a good deal of embarrassment, Ginny explained that she didn't feel like dancing at the moment, but that she would love a glass of punch if Neville would be kind enough to get her one. Ever the gentleman, the young man excused himself and left to find the punch bowl. As soon as he was out of earshot, Ginny confessed to Hermione that she would love to dance with him, but that she had never learned the waltz. Hermione gave her a proud smile and reached for her wand. One quick spell later, and Neville was sweeping Ginny across the floor in dramatic fashion. The dinner was wonderful, and Harry made a mental note to visit the kitchen and congratulate the house elves on an outstanding meal. After dinner was finished, the Weird Sisters played another waltz, and while most of the students let their meal settle, Harry and Luna returned to the dance floor. They didn't realize it, but many of their fellow students were looking at the two appreciatively. It might have been the magic of their costumes, or the wide smiles that the two wore, but there was a good deal of envy as the two danced together. One that watched with less envious motives was Draco Malfoy, who was looking at Harry and Luna with the utmost loathing. "Look at those two. They must have purchased those costumes out of a Muggle-used clothing store," he declared to Pansy Parkinson in contempt, to which she laughed in agreement. "You'd be wrong there, Mr. Malfoy," Professor McGonagall said with certainty. "With all of your family's wealth, they would be unable to purchase those costumes. If you hadn't noticed, they are made of elfin silk. I haven't seen elfin silk in decades." As the Transfiguration's teacher walked away, the scowl on Draco's face deepened even further at the thought that Potter and Looney were probably wearing the richest costumes at the ball. His father had sent him explicit orders to leave Potter and Lovegood alone, but his personal hatred had pushed aside whatever good sense he had. Elfin silk couldn't be purchased for any amount of gold. Tradition said that it was only given as a gift to a favored few. For Potter and Looney, to use the precious fabric for Halloween costumes was absolutely galling to the young Slytherin. He had to do something. At that moment, Draco noticed Harry and Luna walking out of the Great Hall arm in arm. Without knowing really why, he got up from his table and followed them, trying to be as unnoticed as possible. As he watched from the shadows, the two walked through the heavy oak doors and out into the courtyard. Following at a discreet distance, he saw the two find a secluded bench overlooking the Black Lake. The landscape was brightly lit by a full harvest moon, but he was able to approach by staying in the shadows cast by the nearby trees. As he watched Harry and Luna kissing, he found himself totally disgusting. For Potter to have such intense feelings for the strange girl totally revolted the young Slytherin, and Draco felt his anger rise further. He aimed his wand at them and fired a strong, stunning spell. "What was that?" Harry asked of the strange feeling that he had just experienced. "I don't know. It felt like I was being tickled," Luna responded with a giggle. Draco looked down at his wand in confusion, and then cast the spell again, with the same ineffective result. This time the two teens rose from the bench and started to look around, their wands drawn. Harry immediately saw his adversary hiding by the trunk of a nearby tree and turned his wand on him. Draco immediately fired off another spell and was appalled when Harry chuckled softly. "Practicing your tickling spell, Draco?" Harry asked in clear amusement. Realizing that his magic was worthless, the young man turned to run back to the castle. But before he had traveled more than 3 steps, he was struck by a stunning spell fired by Luna Lovegood. He was thrown forward and came to rest in a bed of autumn flowers, where an angry Argus Filch would find him the next morning. Turning to Luna in confusion, Harry asked the only word that came to mind. "How?" Luna thought for a moment, and then a smile appeared on her face. "I remember my mum once telling me that elfin silk had properties that could repel minor spells," she said knowingly. "That's incredible. I may never take this off," Harry said as he stroked the sleeve of the comfortable silk. "Well, I do hope that you wash it occasionally," Luna declared with a mischievous grin. "I guess I could manage that," he answered with a smirk. Then Harry looked down at Draco, covered with clumps of soil and torn and broken flowers, and saw that the boy appeared to be sleeping peacefully. "I suppose he'll be all right out here." "I expect so. It might even do him a little good. You seemed more relaxed after that night we slept under the stars," Luna said with a smile as she applied a warming charm to the young Slytherin. Harry smiled and put his arm around the young girl. "I think the important thing is who was sleeping beside me," he said sincerely. "Maybe we can lure Pansy out here," Luna said mischievously. Harry made a face that clearly conveyed his distaste for the idea. "Do you want to return to the dance?" he asked, hopping to get the image out of his mind. "It's such a beautiful night for a walk that it would be a shame to waste it." "I couldn't agree more," Harry answered, and taking her arm, the two strolled out into the moonlight. The next morning, the main topic of breakfast conversation was that Draco Malfoy had received another week of detentions for vandalizing Mr. Filch's prized flowers. Crabbe and Goyle happily consumed their breakfasts, glad that they had avoided Draco's company the previous night. Oh, the Dark Lord was not the least bit happy about the results of his latest campaign of terror. He had hoped that his actions would bleed support away from the Ministry and instill a proper amount of fear among the wizarding population of Britain, but almost from the beginning things had gone wrong. His plan of action was sound. He would target those least able to resist with a campaign of savagery that he hoped would become legendary. The victims that he selected were the families of Muggle-born witches and wizards, who would have no defense against his Death Eaters. The first attacks had been extremely successful and very brutal, and fear seemed to be on the rise again. Wizarding radio was broadcasting frightful reports of the terrible attacks, and no one seemed to be speaking about anything else. But almost overnight attacking, Death Eaters discovered that the homes of their intended victims had acquired basic protective wards, which delayed the lightning attacks. The wards only delayed entry for a few moments, but that was apparently long enough for the residents to escape. The Dark Lord later learned that in addition to the wards, the Ministry had also provided Muggle families with a portkey to take the occupants to a safe location. Voldemort thought it extremely foolish to waste so much effort protecting such worthless creatures, but it had effectively prevented him from moving ahead with his campaign. The new recruits he had been able to find were few in number and tended to be of poor quality. The hope for an easy route to power could always be counted upon to draw in young Slytherins and even the occasional Ravenclaw, but it took long weeks of training to make them ready for their first mission. And lately, even the usually dependable Slytherins seemed reluctant to join his service. It had reached the point where the Dark Lord had even experimented with using wizards who had been placed under the Imperious Curse. But he discovered that their loss of personal will also meant a loss of their ability to react to changing situations. Those under the Imperious could only be used for the simplest of missions. What he really needed were dedicated disciples who could follow orders and still be capable of thinking for themselves. But to acquire them, he needed a major victory, and ever since the Trunuffen debacle, luck had been running against him. Killing Harry Potter would certainly qualify as such a victory, but he realized that an attack on Hogwarts would be the height of folly. He had earlier learned that the young boy had spent part of his summer at a rural cottage in Devonshire, but his efforts to breach the strange wards had proved futile. He still remembered the bewildered expression worn by Bellatrix Lestrange when he returned to headquarters demanding a bowl of apple pie and ice cream, and the reason for the strange craving still eluded him as well. But if Potter was beyond his reach, at least for the moment, there might be other targets almost as valuable. Amelia Bones had proven a thorn in his side from the day that she had first taken office, and would also make an excellent target. The trouble was that she realized that fact and always traveled with a strong detail of Aurors. The more that he thought about it, the more he realized that Harry Potter was the key to everything. "Bella, send for Lucius immediately," Voldemort ordered as a dark smile formed on his face. Perhaps there was a way to get Potter after all, and his infatuation for the Lovegood brat would be his undoing. Chapter 14. Joining the world again. Harry found that Luna's love of nature was infectious, and he quickly found that he enjoyed their afternoon walks as much as she did. Their favorite route was a little used path that started at Hogwarts Castle and ran eastward along the shore of the Black Lake, eventually curving around to enter the village of Hogsmeade behind the Three Broomsticks pub. On one side, the path offered a fine view of the wide expanse of the Black Lake, its clear blue waters lapping against the rocky shore. On the landward side were the steep slopes of Iron Cauldron Mountain, wearing a dark green covering of ancient pine forests. Unlike the Forbidden Forest, which bordered Hogwarts to the north, there was nothing sterile or forbidding about this forest. It abounded with life, and it was only natural that Luna would be drawn to it. The two would sometimes leave the trail and plunge into the virgin forest, sometimes in search of snorkax or other rare animals, but more often just to enjoy the peace of tramping through the woods together. Normally, the two teens only followed the path as far as the point where it turned away from the shore. At that place, there was a large flat rock that projected well out into the lake and made a comfortable place for the two to sit and talk. But one day in early November, Luna decided that she wanted to walk farther, but she didn't really want to go into Hogsmeade. What she really wanted to do was explore further along the shore of the lake. So when they reached the point where the path curved inland, they pushed forward into the thick vegetation which flanked the trail. After fighting their way through a small but dense thicket, the forest opened up and they were able to travel more easily. After a few minutes, they descended into a shallow ravine, lost in the shadows of the tall pines that surrounded it. Along the trail from the castle, they had seen the remaining patches of snow from the first storm of the season. But in this shallow ravine, the canopy of pines was so thick that no flakes had been able to reach the ground, and the muggy air still felt like autumn. As they began to climb the steep slope on the opposite side, Harry noticed something that struck him as strange. A granite stone was showing from under the accumulated pine needles, and it appeared to be cut at a right angle. Using his wand and a cleaning charm, he swept off a deep pile of pine needles to reveal something that looked suspiciously like a step. "Luna, come look at this," he said as he reached down to touch the granite surface with his fingertips. "It looks like a step," he said in wonder. "Harry, could you move just a bit to your right?" Luna asked softly. The young man turned to see that his girlfriend had her wand aimed at the step, and he quickly moved to the side. A wind charm resulted in the scattering of many centuries' worth of pine needles and revealed a wide granite staircase. The structure had clearly been built by craftsmen skilled in the cutting of stone, and even after many centuries, it had maintained its structural integrity. But what it was doing so far from any place of human habitation was something that neither teen could say. Luna dropped to her knees and began to study the runic symbols that had been incised into the surface of the steps, and seemed perplexed by what she found. "What does it say?" Harry asked, hopping to throw some light on the mysterious stairs. "I'm not sure. These runes are older than anything I've ever read before. I think this was part of a processional way, but I'm not sure what it leads to," Luna declared honestly. "Well, let's find out," Harry replied excitedly, and taking Luna's hand, he led her up the steep stairway. Reaching the top of the bank, the two teens combined their magic to create a forceful wind charm that blew away the deep layer of debris that covered the forest floor. What they discovered under the deep mat of pine needles was a carefully constructed path of granite paving stones that continued almost due east. It was clear that the path predated the forest, because in several places, large and clearly ancient pine trees had grown up through the carefully laid stones, creating a rough jumble. In the distance, Harry could see a large gray standing stone that was leaning dangerously over what he believed to be the course of the trail, and he wondered if it might provide some answers to the mystery. But upon reaching the stone, Harry was disappointed to discover that the surface of the ancient monument was so heavily crusted with moss and lichens that almost nothing was visible. "Well, this won't tell us much," Harry declared in frustration. "Patience, Harry," Luna said softly. She pointed her wand at the cracked and weathered stone and softly mumbled an incantation that Harry didn't recognize. Her wand emitted a soft, blue light that soon covered the entire stone with a fluorescent glow. While most of the carving was lost, a few partial runes floated to the surface. "Handy," he declared as he admired her spellwork. She turned from the stone to give him an appreciative smile, and then returned to the task of deciphering what she could of the fragmented message. Harry knew that Luna had a lifelong love of ancient runes, and he sat down on a fallen log nearby to await the results. "Well," he asked when she stepped away from the monument. "There's not much. This rune here means temple or shrine," she said as she pointed to one of the symbols. "And these two stand for magic and dreams, but that's about all that I can read. These runes are very old, much older than those we study at Hogwarts," Luna said solemnly. Their curiosity sparked. The two teens hurried forward along the buried path towards they knew not what. Cresting a low rise, they looked down on a small spit of land that projected out into the lake. A jumble of stones lay on the high ground in the middle of the peninsula, with a single large sarsen stone standing vertical like a great finger pointing towards the sky. Looking at the ruins, the two teens immediately recognized where the path had taken them. It was a ruined shrine to Vivienne, the Lady of the Lake. As she looked at the broken stones, tears began to roll down Luna's cheeks. Harry knew how much the ruined condition of the shrine distressed her, and he decided at that moment to do something about it. "Well, this shouldn't take long to set right," Harry declared with a positive spirit. Then, using a simple Wingardium Leviosa charm, he began to move a second standing stone back into an upright position. Once the monument was upright, he used an impact spell to pack the earth firmly around its base. Luna gave him an appreciative smile, and pulling out her own wand began to levitate the third stone into place. Soon the two were busy clearing away the wild vegetation that choked the site, and Harry made repairs to the damaged bench so that it was once again safe to use. Luna found a shattered quartz bowl under one of the standing stones, and a quick reparo spell made it as good as new. It took some looking, but the young girl finally managed to find some tiny blue flowers that had somehow grown in a sheltered spot between two trees. These she carefully placed in the offering bowl, which sat on a small stone table. When it was finished, the two teens sat down on the stone bench with a real sense of accomplishment. 1,000 miles away, in a small pond in Devonshire, an almost forgotten goddess felt a very unexpected pull, one that she had not felt in more than 1,000 years. Feeling the irresistible need to heed this call, she soon found herself in a huge lake in the Highlands of Scotland. In disbelief, she raised her head above the surface of the water to see that her shrine, which had been abandoned since before Arthur had founded his round table, had been fully restored. She saw something else as well, two very familiar children sitting on a stone bench and holding each other. Vivienne felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards the two children who had not forgotten her, and resolved once again to help them in their own time of need. As the two teens left the shrine to return to school, she followed them, enjoying the refreshing feel of the icy cold waters of northern Scotland. Where she once remembered a small village of simple farmers and shepherds, there now stood a giant castle, its spires reaching far into the sky. She shook her head in amazement. The centuries certainly have flown by, she thought in wonder. That night, sometime after midnight, Harry awoke with a start. He looked around his dorm room in confusion, but saw that all of his roommates were still deep in sleep. Neville and Ron seemed to be in a competition to see who could snore the loudest, while Dean and Seamus were sleeping more quietly, but just as deeply. He could have sworn that he had heard someone call his name, but then decided that it must have been a dream. He lay his head down and closed his eyes, realizing that morning would soon arrive. But then he suddenly sat upright in his bed in surprise when he heard the woman's voice once more, as she again called his name. At the same time, he felt an uncontrollable need to follow the sound, which clearly had urgency about its tone. He put his legs over the edge of the bed and placed his feet carefully on the stone floor, which would normally be icy cold at that hour of the night. Strangely, he felt neither cold nor warmth as he stood to dress. He reached for the robes that hung on pegs near the head of his bed, and was horrified when his hand passed right through them. His immediate need was for light, so he reached for the wand that lay on his bedside table, but once again his fingers slipped through it almost like it wasn't there. "This has got to be a dream," he declared out loud. None of his roommates stirred at his voice, but continued their peaceful sleep uninterrupted. Looking back towards the bed, he was shocked to see a body lying in his place, breathing deeply and apparently quite unaware of his consternation. The moonlight that flooded through the window allowed him to identify the body easily. It was himself in a blissful sleep. But then he heard the voice again, and much louder this time. "Harry Potter, please come to me," the voice of a woman called. The need to follow had become uncontrollable, and so without further delay he turned to the door of his dorm room, but not before one last confused glance back at the boy sleeping peacefully in his bed. Reaching out to grasp the door handle, and beginning to adjust to his odd condition, he was only mildly surprised when his hand slipped through it. Realizing that he couldn't open the door in the conventional way, he determined to try another method. After all, if the ghosts could do it, then perhaps this dream version of himself could do it as well. He reached out to touch the door, and his hand slipped through it as if by magic. Taking a large step forward, he extended his arms and body through the door, unconsciously holding his breath as he put his head through. A second later, he was standing in the hallway outside his dorm, and was thinking about how handy it must be not to worry about doors and walls. He made his way down the darkened stairs to the common room, and then out into the castle more by feel than anything else, for the common room and castle stairs were completely dark. Except for the infrequent light provided by an occasional wall torch, he made his way down to the heavy oak doors in complete darkness, relying on touch to reach his goal. He didn't know it, but at the same time that he was being awakened by the strange voice, Luna Lovegood was hearing it as well. Being more accepting of strange phenomenon than her friend, Luna was also much quicker to accept her strange condition, and consequently she reached the castle doors several minutes before he did. Somehow she realized that Harry would be along before long, and sat down on a bench to wait for him. As he approached the door to the castle, he saw movement off to his right. and turning, he saw Luna Lovegood patiently waiting for him. "What are you doing here?" the boy asked in amazement. "Waiting for you, of course," she replied as she stood up and walked over to her friend. "Are you ready?" she asked sweetly as she reached to take his hand. "For what?" Harry asked warily. "An adventure, I think," was her ready reply. "But how? You were just— I walked right through. I don't understand any of this," he sputtered out in confusion. "It's a dream, Harry. You can do anything in your dreams," she replied in a self-assured voice. "You have an overwhelming need to follow the voice. Isn't that true?" Yes, but how do you know?" "Because I feel it too. Someone is summoning us," she declared knowingly. "But who?" he asked. "We'll find out when we get there," Luna answered as she pulled on his hand lightly. The two shades walked through the front doors and out into the moon-brightened courtyard, every stone bathed in a bright silver glow. The two somehow knew that they had to visit the Black Lake and took the path that led down to its shore. There waiting for them was a tall woman with golden-colored hair and wearing a pure white gown. "I am Vivienne. I'm glad to finally meet the both of you," she said with a warm smile. Harry was rather unnerved by the strange meeting, but Luna immediately stepped forward and, putting her arms around the woman, hugged her tightly. The woman was a bit surprised by the child's boldness, but Harry could tell that she was immensely pleased as well. Harry knew that Vivienne had years before given Luna the opportunity to say a final goodbye to her mother, and it was something that the girl always remembered and appreciated. "Thank you, child," the goddess said fondly as she hugged the young girl. "And thank you both for restoring my home here. It's been long centuries since I've left my home in the south, and I always loved the cool, clear waters of the north." Seeing Harry standing awkwardly behind Luna, Vivienne reached out and took his hand. "We're friends, Harry, good friends. There's no need for shyness. You've given me a purpose again, and I'm grateful. My sisters long ago departed this world, but I always believed that I had a reason for remaining behind. In you and this dear child I've found that purpose. You fight the evil threatening your world, and with what power I have left I wish to help you fight. But on this night I want to thank you for your caring and compassion, and I've chosen a gift that I hope you will both enjoy. Then tomorrow we can start dealing with the grim business of war. My gift to you is true vision of the past, present, or the future. You have but to choose," she said with a warm smile. "I don't understand," Harry said, completely confused. "I can show you anything that you would like. You can spend time with your parents in the past, go anywhere in the world in the present, or see your own futures," Vivienne answered patiently. Harry thought about the offer for a moment. It would be nice to know where Voldemort currently was, although he wasn't sure that he was ready to face him yet. It would also be nice to see his parents again and to introduce them to Luna. But then he thought about the young girl standing silently at his side. She gave him so much and she asked so little. This should be her choice. "You choose, Lou," he said as he gave her hand a gentle squeeze. She looked at him shyly. "I would like to know what's going to happen in the future, Harry." "So would I," he responded. Vivienne smiled at the two teens. "So be it then," she declared. The silvery moonlight around them began to swirl, causing the two to close their eyes to prevent becoming dizzy. When they reopened their eyes, they found themselves seated on the grass of a familiar meadow in the bright sunshine. In the distance, Luna's house stood out clearly against the blue sky. Everything pointed to a warm, early summer day, with the meadow painted the rainbow colors of a million wildflowers. Harry glanced over at Luna and realized in shock that she was no longer the young girl that he knew, but instead was a mature young woman. She appeared to be in her mid-20s and was wearing a white muslin dress and a necklace of bright yellow ceramic daisies that he had never seen before. The thing that surprised Harry the most was how much Luna now resembled her mother, whom the young man had seen a picture of at the Lovegood cottage. Luna observed that Harry had grown older as well, and she quite approved of what the years had done for him. "How much into the future do you think?" Harry asked, not completely trusting his judgment of Luna's age. 12 or 13 years, I think," she responded as she considered the young man next to her. At that moment, they both heard a scream, and Harry clutched his wand tightly. A young girl of about 9 years old came running towards them through the tall grass, her long, dirty blonde hair streaming out behind her like a banner. She was screaming and laughing happily, and Harry could see that she was being pursued by a boy of about 7. The boy had black, unkempt hair and emerald green eyes, and Harry and Luna knew instantly that the two young children belonged to them. The young girl threw herself into Harry's arms and hugged him tightly, receiving an even greater amount of affection in return. "I won, Daddy, I won," the little girl screamed in delight. "Lizzie cheated. She was supposed to give me a head start," the little boy protested as he sat in his mother's lap. "Don't be a crybaby. You lost fair and square," his older sister proclaimed. Harry looked into Luna's eyes and could see that she had never been happier, a joy that he shared at the sight of their children. "Now enough of this fighting. How about some lunch?" Luna asked as she gave Harry a happy smile. "Okay, but I did win," the girl declared. Luna swished her wand over the blanket, and a banquet of good things appeared. The two children forgot about their argument and began happily filling their plates. "Are we dreaming?" Harry asked in wonder. "Of course, but isn't this the best dream ever?" Luna answered happily. "The very best," Harry agreed. "Let's enjoy it then," Luna declared as she handed Harry a large bowl of fried chicken. "My feelings exactly," he answered as he put 2 fat drumsticks on his plate. The two spent the rest of the day in the meadow playing games with their children. Somehow 2 brooms mysteriously appeared, and they gave them rides over the forest. Harry suggested playing hide-and-seek, so the others voted that he should be it. He played along good-naturedly, in spite of the fact that he knew they were cheating shamelessly. It was only after dark that the 4 returned to the cottage, the moonlight showing the way. When they tucked their children into bed that night, it was with feelings of pride and incredible joy. Little Elizabeth asked her parents for what was apparently the millionth time if she could get a broom for her birthday, and Harry felt far too happy to temporize on his answer for even a minute. After the two kissed their children goodnight, they returned downstairs in complete bliss. "You know, you should have left Lizzie's birthday present as a surprise. You don't even know for certain that we'll get her a broom," Luna said softly. "I'll make sure we do," Harry replied as he pulled Luna close. The two settled down on the sofa in front of the fire and talked about what a wonderful day it had been. "I'm glad you chose the future," Harry said in a sleepy voice. "Me too," she replied, her eyes heavy with sleep. She laid her head on her husband's chest, and the two drifted off into a peaceful sleep. When Harry woke up, he was back in his dorm room, comfortable in his own bed. He closed his eyes and let his thoughts drift back to the dream he had just had, one in which he was married with 2 children just a few years in the future. For most 16-year-old boys, such a revelation would be both frightening and overwhelming. But as Harry remembered the time he had with his son and daughter, he found that he was really looking forward to it. His children would be happy, healthy, and well-adjusted, and Luna would make the perfect helpmate. Luna smiled at him brightly as he took a seat next to her in the great hall. "Good morning, Daddy," she said mischievously, received rather shocked looks from the others sitting at the table. Harry's response was a wide grin. "And good morning to you too, Mum." Ignoring the shocked expressions on the faces of their friends, Harry heaped his plate with food and began to eat with gusto. He never remembered feeling so good in the morning. The two didn't speak about their vision of the previous night, but simply exchanged knowing looks that told each other that they were delighted with the prospects for the future. It wasn't something that they chose to share with their friends. It belonged to them alone. But their friends knew that something unusual had happened. It almost seemed as though the two were bursting with an inner happiness. After Harry wished a frowning Draco Malfoy a nice day, for the 3rd time Ron proclaimed that he must be under the influence of a dark spell. Oh. The next night Harry awoke again, feeling the same irresistible need to visit the Black Lake. But this time, he understood the urge and eagerly anticipated the meeting that was to come. Getting out of bed, he glanced back at his sleeping self and smiled. During his 6 years in the magical world, this was definitely his strangest experience, but also one of the most satisfying. Passing through the portrait hole, he found Luna waiting for him, a happy smile on her face. I see the lady sent you an invitation as well. Shall we go then? He asked as he offered her his hand. Together they found their way down through the blackened hallways to the front door, and then down to the midnight black lake. Vivienne was waiting for them on the shore where they had met the previous night. Although she wore the same mysterious smile as before, Harry sensed that there was a grim determination as well. Last night I told you that I wished to help you fight the evil in this world, and tonight I bring you the means to be victorious in that fight. Too long have I stood apart from the world and allowed evil to gain in strength. Time had passed me by and I was forgotten, and I began to doubt that I had a reason to exist. You too have shown me how wrong I was, and now I wish for my magic to be felt again in the world. Perhaps with your help I can still make a difference, she said as she extended her hand. In her hand, they saw 2 bright silver pendants on fine silver chains. Without hesitation, the 2 teens accepted the lady's gifts and could immediately feel the power pulsing through them. What are they? Harry asked in surprise. These medallions channel the power of the old ones, a power that hasn't been felt in the world for more than 15 centuries. They will help you fulfill your destinies. I want my magic to be felt again, and I can't think of any 2 people more worthy to control it than you. You'll find it different from the magic that you know, as it is based wholly on the powers of nature. It may take you some time to fully understand and control the power, but I know that you'll use it wisely. Both Harry and Luna thanked the lady for her gifts and placed them around their necks. The normally cold metal felt strangely warm to the touch. Oh. When Harry awoke the next morning, he could hear his roommates moving about as they dressed for the new day. But as he lay warm and comfortable in his bed, he felt no desire to join them. After the lady had presented them her gifts the previous night, she had given the 2 another vision of their future. He and Luna had returned to the meadow in the Lovegood Forest once again, and they had dreamed about teaching their daughter Lizzie to fly a broom for the first time. The little girl had proven to be a natural in the air, and before the day ended, the family had shared a spirited game of broom tag. His son Jamie rode in front of Luna on her broom, and could only talk about the day when he would have his own broom. It was such a happy memory that Harry replayed it over and over in his head, and he somehow knew that Luna was doing exactly the same thing. He also remembered the moonlight walk they had taken after putting their children to bed, and how beautiful she looked in the silver light from her namesake. Don't you think that we had better get up now, Harry? Luna's voice asked him softly. What? Harry practically shouted in surprise as he sat up with a start and looked around in confusion. I think we need to get breakfast, the same voice suggested, and Harry realized that the voice was in his head. Luna, Harry asked in disbelief. Of course, now get up and get dressed or we'll be late, she replied. But how are you talking to me? He asked in confusion. I think it's the medallions, Harry. I seem to know what you are thinking and feeling. By the way, I think you're very handsome as well, she said with a giggle. For a moment, Harry was confused by her remark, and then he remembered his thoughts about the previous evening. He blushed slightly and then realized that it could have been much worse. I better be careful what I think about, he thought to himself. Yes, you had. I know how teenage boys think, Luna sent mischievously, causing Harry to blush an even deeper red. Now it's time to get up, she concluded, and Harry sensed that she had gotten out of her own bed. I'll see you at the table in 20 minutes, Harry thought with a smile, curious about what other powers the medallions might possess. He pulled open the bed curtains, and on the bed opposite sat Ron Weasley grinning at him. Talking to Luna in your sleep, Harry. A bad sign, mate. It looks like she has you hooked but good, he said with a grin. I don't know what you mean, Harry stuttered out defensively. I heard you call out her name and talk to her. Either you were talking in your sleep or she slipped into bed with you, Ron declared with a leer. Talk your way out of that, Luna sent, and Harry could sense the mischievous tone in her voice. I guess I must have been talking in my sleep, he said contritely, as he started to dress. I see, you just wish she was sharing your bed, Ron concluded, unwilling to let go of a subject that clearly embarrassed his best mate. Harry's face had gone from red to purple as he struggled to control his thoughts on that particular subject. Let's get some breakfast, Ron, he declared, hoping that the thought of food would divert his friend's attention. Ron considered the matter for a minute, debating the options of further embarrassing his best friend versus going down to breakfast. "All right, let's go," he declared as his stomach won the battle. And then, as an afterthought, Ron added, "I'm starving." "Nice save," Luna sent with a giggle. "I just know Ron," Harry thought back. As Harry left the common room, his thoughts were not on the fact that he might finally have the weapon to defeat his mortal enemy, but instead on how comforting it was to have Luna sharing his thoughts. Well, most of them anyway, as he reminded himself again that he would have to be careful with some thoughts. The two were notably quiet at breakfast that morning, and although they barely spoke, it seemed to their friends that they were sharing a great secret. During the course of the day, the two were constantly popping into each other's thoughts, helping each other in class, and planning on testing their new powers after class was over. Harry thought the experience was almost as much fun as playing pranks on Malfoy, to which Luna communicated her agreement. After the last class of the day, the two met outside the Great Hall and then hurried down the path that led to the Black Lake. Both were eager to learn more about the powers that the lady had given them. They found a small cove along the shore where they could test their new magic without being seen by anyone. Harry pulled his medallion out of his robes and studied it intently, turning it over in his hands. "How do you think this works?" he asked Luna. "I'm not sure, but I think it's something that we have to figure out for ourselves. Since it doesn't need a wand, perhaps we can focus the magic through our minds," she answered hopefully as she sat down on an old log by the shore. "Let's try then," Harry declared with impatience. He pointed his hand at a nearby boulder, and in a firm voice he ordered it to move. The rock didn't seem to get the message, because it continued to sit peacefully in the mud. "Move," Harry shouted, hoping that an increased volume to his voice might somehow make a difference. The rock still ignored him, and he could hear Luna softly giggling behind him. He had to admit that he probably looked rather foolish as he tried to order the stubborn rock around. "Perhaps the stone is too large for a first attempt, and we should try something smaller," he thought logically. He pointed his hand at a small stick nearby and tried to summon it to him, but the stick proved as stubborn as the stone. "I give up," he declared after almost an hour of frustrating attempts. Glancing over at Luna, he saw that she wasn't really paying any attention to him, but instead had her eyes on the ground in front of her. Looking down, he saw a small patch of blue flowers which had pushed their heads above the snow that remained from the last storm. He thought it funny that he hadn't noticed them before, but simply decided that he had been preoccupied with trying to figure out their new powers. "Bit early for spring flowers," he said absently. "Never too early for flowers," Luna replied with mirth evident in her voice. And as he sat down beside her, he was shocked to see more stems start to emerge from the snow and burst open into white and yellow daisies. "How did you do that?" he demanded in amazement. "I don't know," Luna answered honestly. "I was just thinking about spring flowers and suddenly they were there. Then I thought that they would look nice with yellow daisies, and it just happened." Harry thought about her words for a few minutes and then looked at a dead tree that was standing nearby. The tree trunk was blackened by years of severe weather and most of the bark had already fallen away. Concentrating his thoughts, he willed the tree to live again. Almost immediately, the trunk started to lighten in color as new bark covered the dead trunk. At the same time, bright green leaves burst forth and started to cover the branches. Giving a mischievous glance at his girlfriend, he added one additional thought, and purple and pink tulip-like flowers appeared along the green limbs. "Very creative," Luna declared in approval. Then glancing up into the sky, she saw a small group of puffins flying over the lake. The snow-white feathers of their underbodies caused them to stand out starkly against the gray winter sky, and with a single thought she turned the small birds into great golden eagles. Surprised by the added strength of their great wings, the birds began to test them in aerial acrobatics over the lake, as the two teens watched in admiration. After a few minutes, Luna thought them back into puffins, and they continued their journey south, but perhaps a bit more proudly than before. "Why did you change them back?" Harry asked curiously. "Well, they might not have liked being eagles, and they were probably happy being puffins," she replied simply. Her simple remark reminded Harry that along with the power that this new magic allowed, there was also responsibility in handling it. Maybe that's how the medallions work, Luna mused, breaking Harry out of his introspective thoughts. The old gods were involved with nature and creation, and maybe that is how we need to think about their magic. Not much good fighting a group of angry Death Eaters, Harry said wistfully. There are forces of violence in nature, Luna said wisely, but with a note of sadness as well. I suppose we could cause a volcano to erupt under Voldemort, Harry suggested doubtfully. I don't think that would do the Scottish Highlands much good, Luna declared with a smirk. But there are other forces we could use. What about lightning? Harry thought about that for a moment. Lightning was certainly a very powerful force of nature. If the power could be controlled, it would be a formidable weapon indeed. Well, let's try it, Harry declared and turned his thoughts to a large boulder nearby. No, Harry, Luna shouted, but it was too late. A blast of lightning streaked towards the boulder and caused it to shatter in an enormous explosion. Harry was amazed with the raw power involved, but then realized that his entire body was tingling. Looking at Luna, he saw her hair was sticking out in all directions like it had a life of its own, and then he realized that his own hair was behaving in exactly the same way. The air was literally saturated with static electricity from the blast, and it was affecting both of them. An interesting look, Luna declared with a smirk as she touched the ends of her wild hair. But I don't think it's really me, but it might be good for you. Actually, what I had in mind was using ball lightning, she declared. She concentrated her thoughts, and 2 round balls of bright light appeared hovering in front of her. Then with another thought, she banished the lightning into 2 boulders about 20 meters away. The effect was the same as Harry's blast, but the affects of the electricity were greatly reduced. That's fantastic, Harry declared in admiration, and he was soon experimenting with the strange form of lightning as well. He discovered that they could create as many as 6 balls at the same time, but simultaneously banishing them to hit different targets required a great deal of practice. In the days that followed, the two learned more and more about their unique powers, and had some fun in the process. Witches and wizards had very limited power to affect the weather, and even then it could only be changed in a very small area, and for a very short space of time. On the other hand, Harry and Luna found that they could affect weather conditions in a much more permanent and dramatic way. They found that they could create heavy snowstorms, drenching rains, and a dense fog that enveloped the entire castle. By accident, Harry created a summer-like heat wave that kept Hogwarts in the 80s for almost a week in early December. He had been casually thinking of the pleasant swims that he and Luna had enjoyed during the summer, when suddenly the temperature began to rise. The ominous gray clouds, which had been promising snow all day, broke up and revealed a blazing hot sun. And the water in the Black Lake, which had been near freezing, quickly rose to a temperature suitable for swimming. "Well, shall we?" Luna asked him with a smile, as she transfigured swimsuits for the two of them. His smile gave Luna the answer that she wanted, and further magical experimentation was suspended for the rest of the day. The dramatic changes in weather had confused everyone at Hogwarts, both students and teachers, and some even believed that the Dark Lord was somehow plotting to change the world's weather patterns. Luna and Harry had chosen to keep the secret of their new powers to themselves, at least until they had fully mastered them. And they simply smiled at some of the wild rumors that were being circulated. Besides, they had more important things on their minds than the remarkable weather. Christmas was fast approaching, and the need to find just the right presents was paramount to both of them. The second Hogsmeade weekend was planned for early December, and Harry was still at a loss for what to buy, but he wanted it to be perfect. Neither of them realized that very soon they would again be called upon to face the forces of the Dark Lord in a life and death confrontation. Oh, but while Harry and Luna were enjoying romantic dreams and confusing the students and staff of Hogwarts with freak weather conditions, Lord Voldemort was experiencing a touch of the terror to which he had often subjected others. Since early November, his sleeping hours had been racked by the most horrendous of nightmares. One night he would see himself as a rotting corpse, entombed for eternity in a crude wooden coffin. The next night he would be subjected to agonizing torment in a fiery pit, suffering with other doomed souls. Every nightmare was different and more terrible than the one that had preceded it, and always there was that same nightmarish voice declaring that he was doomed to be destroyed. It was clear to the Dark Lord that a new and powerful force had entered the war against him, and one of considerable skill to breach the wards that he had carefully placed on his mind. It finally reached the point where he almost completely shunned those small slices of death as he came to regard the process of sleep. Somehow the Dark Lord knew that Harry Potter was connected to this new force, but he couldn't imagine how. Everything seemed to come back to Potter, and although he had already suffered 2 defeats at the hands of the young teen, the Dark Lord was determined to try again. The need to destroy his adversary had become an obsession with Lord Voldemort, and one that he could never lay aside for long. But attacking the young man at Hogwarts would be nearly impossible, and the wards at the boys' home and the Lovegood residence were unbreakable. Still, as he remembered his own school days, he realized that there was one place that an attack could be successful. A cunning trap combined with overwhelming force might rid him of Harry Potter once and for all. Chapter 15. SHARING SECRETS. As late fall progressed into winter, the students of Hogwarts began to spend more and more of their free time indoors, usually near the warm fires of their common rooms. But every rule has its exception, and even in icy December, Harry and Luna found walks along the frozen shores of the Black Lake an almost irresistible temptation. Heavy winter cloaks and frequently renewed warming charms proved an effective deterrent to the frigid winds blowing off the frozen surface of the lake. A few weeks before the Christmas holidays, on an icy cold night, the 2 teens were sitting warm and cozy in the Gryffindor common room. Outside, one of the worst blizzards in a century was battering the stout walls of Hogwarts Castle, and the mournful howling of the wind could be faintly heard even through the thick stone walls. As they watched the cheerful crackling of the fire, they both contemplated the coming of the holidays, which would be spent at Luna's home in Devonshire. Professor Dumbledore had been reluctant to agree to Harry's visit, but conceded to their demands when he realized that his opposition would prove futile. The old headmaster realized that his control over the young man was fast slipping away, but that the raven-haired boy seemed to be doing rather well on his own. Harry noticed Neville Longbottom and Ginny Weasley were sharing a large overstuffed chair nearby, speaking in soft tones punctuated by occasional laughter and giggles. The 2 of them were on the same path being traveled by he and Luna, and Harry was happy for them. Suddenly, he was pulled out of his reverie by angry words coming from the table shared by Ron and Hermione. "Ron, I've had enough," the young girl shouted, slamming her books down on the table. She stood up, white with rage, and stormed out of the common room. "But Hermione, I'm sorry," Ron called plaintively after her and rushed out to follow. The 4 remaining teens looked at each other sadly. This confrontation had been building for a long time, and they all knew that it was bound to happen sooner or later. "They're just not going to make it," Ginny said with a note of sad resignation. "Perhaps we can help them," Luna said thoughtfully. "It's just Ron. He's such an insensitive git," Ginny declared in frustration. "No, it's both of them. Ron is still a boy who needs time to grow up, but Hermione's part of the problem too. She's looking for perfection and setting standards that are impossible to meet. Ron needs to become more thoughtful and Hermione more tolerant. They both need to change," Luna declared wisely. "But they won't," Neville said sadly. "Not without our help," Harry declared forcefully, as he entered the conversation for the first time. "But what can we do?" Ginny asked conspiratorially. "We need to make them realize how much they need each other. It might not always appear that way, but they really do like each other. You and I can talk to Hermione while Harry and Neville speak to Ron," Luna advised. "They won't listen," Neville declared. "They might if we can make them realize what they would be losing," Luna declared. The 4 teens moved close together and began to formulate a plan that they hoped would help the situation. Meanwhile, Ron was chasing Hermione down the hallway. She didn't even know where she was going. She was just so furious that all she could think of was getting as far away from Ron Weasley as possible. Suddenly, someone grabbed her arm from behind and pulled her to a halt. Spinning around, she found herself face to face with the one person at Hogwarts that she would least like to see at that moment. "Let go of me, Ron!" she screamed as she pulled her arm away from him. She was so angry at that moment that she could have cursed him without a second thought. "Hermione, I'm sorry," he began apologetically. It was absolutely the wrong thing to say at that moment, and Hermione struck him with a stinging slap. The boy staggered back against the wall and stared at her in horror. "I'm so sick and tired of hearing that same thing over and over again. That's all you ever say. It's just not going to work for us. Will you please just leave me alone?" Hermione begged as tears ran down her cheeks. She turned and ran away, completely ignoring the startled looks on the faces of her fellow students. Ron sank down to the floor in total shock as he touched the red mark on his face. His shoulders sagged in defeat as he realized that it was over. A few minutes later, Ron returned to the Gryffindor common room, an angry look on his face. If that was the way that she wanted it, then it was just fine with him. The school was full of girls for him to pick from. Looking at his friends sitting by the fire, he decided that their sympathetic looks were the last thing that he needed at the moment, and turning on his heel, he rushed up the stairs to his dorm. "So, when do we begin?" Neville asked as he watched Ron storm up the stairs. "Well, certainly not tonight. Let's give them a day or two to cool down," Luna said wisely. And try they did. For the 2 weeks that followed the explosion, the 4 teens tried everything that they could think of, but nothing worked. Ron and Hermione were furious with each other and refused to talk about the matter with anyone. But more than that, they religiously avoided contact with each other. Harry began to worry that their friendship had been permanently damaged, but Luna pointed out that only time could heal some wounds. Still, it was stressful for everyone involved. The 2 teens would sit at opposite ends of the Gryffindor table for meals, and their friends would have to alternate sitting with one or the other to show that they were not taking sides. And then the situation grew even worse when Ron started to shamelessly flirt with the other girls in Gryffindor House, but he only did it when Hermione was around to see. He seemed to be trying to convince himself that he really didn't need her, but Harry knew how depressed Ron was when he was in their dorm at night. Hermione was sad and depressed as well, but she concealed it better as she immersed herself in schoolwork. They all knew that something had to be done, but it was something that the 2 teens would have to do for themselves. Their friends only hoped that it would happen soon. Oh, but not everything was dismal as the last days of the term ticked away. Harry and Luna continued to experiment with their new powers and almost daily discovered something new that they could do. They were surprised to find that the magic didn't work exactly the same for both of them. Harry found he had a real gift for handling lightning, and by extension, weather in general. As he experimented, he found he could create amazing atmospheric displays with his lightning. And using his gift as a weapon, he was able to hit his targets with pinpoint accuracy. He didn't realize until later that the lightning displays were visible from Hogwarts Castle, and had some of the students absolutely terrified. Luna discovered that her gift centered more on the control of life forces and nature, which didn't surprise Harry one bit. She could grow a tiny acorn into an enormous oak tree in but a single day, and the shores of the Black Lake were soon covered with drifts of spring and summer flowers. Then one night in their beds, Harry and Luna discovered the latest of their powers. Earlier that evening, the 2 teens had been atop the astronomy tower enjoying the stars and a few kisses, and had only gone to bed when they realized how late it was. "I wish we were still together," Luna thought from her bed in Ravenclaw Tower. "So do I," Harry responded as he started to drift off. "Ah, Harry, should you be here?" he heard a familiar voice ask. He opened his eyes in shock and discovered something warm and soft in bed with him. At that moment, he heard the word Lumos, and he found himself staring into the bright silver eyes of Luna Lovegood. "What are you doing here, Luna?" he whispered hoarsely. Actually, this is my bed, Harry." And it was at that moment that the young boy realized that the bed curtains were Ravenclaw blue. "What are you doing in there, Loony?" he heard the sleepy voice of a girl demand. Harry's first instinct was to get up and tell the girl off for her nasty remark, but then remembering where he was, he thought better of the idea. Meanwhile, Luna had put a silencing charm on the bed so they needn't fear being overheard. "What am I doing here?" Harry asked in near panic. "Well, you did say that you wanted us to be together," Luna answered logically. "But how?" "I think we just learned something new about what the medallions can do," she said conclusively. But at that moment, Harry's mind wasn't interested in the powers of ancient medallions. It was fully occupied with how warm and soft Luna was as she lay beside him, and he realized that if he didn't return to his own room immediately, he might not be able to. "I better get back," he said reluctantly. "I guess," Luna responded with a bit of sadness. Harry closed his eyes tightly and willed himself back into his own bed. "Ah, Harry, you're still here," Luna declared with a slight note of humor in her voice. "Give me a minute here," he said as he concentrated harder still, squeezing his eyes tightly shut. After a few seconds, he opened his eyes and sighed in frustration as Luna lay there smiling at him. "I'm in so much trouble," he said as he looked around in panic. "Maybe I can sneak back," he said conspiratorially as he started to slip his legs out of bed. "I don't think that's a good idea. We Ravenclaws tend to study late in our common room, and going down the girls' stairs you would be rather conspicuous. Besides, some of my roommates are very light sleepers," Luna explained. "Well, what should I do?" he asked in confusion. "Let's go to sleep and worry about it in the morning," Luna declared with a yawn as she laid her head down on her side of the pillow. Somehow Harry couldn't take the possibility of being caught in the girls' dorm as casually as Luna, but as he didn't seem to have a choice in the matter, he laid back on the pillow. As he looked at Luna sleeping beside him, his stress seemed to flow away and he closed his eyes and went asleep. Harry, it's time to get up," Luna said softly. "Too early, just 10 more minutes," the young boy mumbled sleepily. "Are you sure you want to be here when my roommates start getting dressed?" "Girl roommates?" Luna asked causally. After a few seconds, Harry's eyes snapped open. "I've got to get out of here," he declared urgently. "That might be a good idea. Why don't you try it again? Close your eyes and will yourself back to your own bed," she directed with mock seriousness. This time, when Harry opened his eyes, he was relieved to find Gryffindor crimson bed curtains, but he did miss Luna lying by his side. "I miss you too, but I'll see you at breakfast. By the way, the next time you come for a visit, please warm your feet first. They were cold last night," she sent mischievously. "I'll try to do better," he answered, the smirk on his face evident in his words. Oh. When he reached the Great Hall for breakfast, he discovered that 12 great Christmas trees had been set up overnight, and Professor Flitwick was in the process of decorating them. The tiny charms professor used his wand with great dexterity as he carefully levitated each antique ornament into the perfect location. Luna and Ginny were sitting at the Gryffindor table in a whispered conversation when Harry joined them and reached for a piece of toast from the tray in front of him. "Good morning, Harry. How did you sleep last night?" Ginny asked innocently. Harry blushed slightly and glanced over at Luna. "Did you tell her?" he asked her through their connection. "Of course not. It was just an innocent question. Don't act so guilty," was the reply he received back. Yes, I slept quite well," he replied, after he had regained his composure. Ginny had noticed the blush, his delay in answering and the look he had given his girlfriend, and figured that something was going on. But before she could ask another question, Neville sat down beside her and occupied her full attention. But while most of the students were marveling at the beauty of the Great Hall at Christmas time, it was yet one more reminder to Harry that he had not yet found a Christmas present for his girlfriend. He wanted it to be perfect and show her how he felt, but finding the right gift was proving impossible. The second Hogsmeade weekend was coming in 4 days, and that would be his last chance to shop before the holidays began. That night's sleep simply would not come to Harry as he worried about the situation. He searched his mind and found that the girl who occupied his thoughts was peacefully sleeping in her own bed, blissfully unaware of the agony he was going through. Suddenly, a familiar image came into his mind, and he couldn't help but smile. A mid-20s version of Luna was playing with their 2 children in her meadow in Devonshire and having a wonderful time. His attention was drawn to the ceramic daisy necklace that she was wearing. He remembered in their vision that Luna had been examining the necklace and remarked at how pretty it was. She assumed that she would receive it sometime in the future and was looking forward to it. The necklace would make a wonderful present, he thought to himself. Even years later, Harry wondered if Vivienne hadn't really sent him the image to guide him with his problem. He rather thought that she had. And then another thought came to the young man. When the two teens had first experimented with their new powers, along the shores of the Black Lake, Luna had created a small patch of daisies. In spite of the cold and snow, the flowers had flourished, probably because of their magical origins. A necklace made from those flowers would have a double meaning, a reminder of their future together and the unique magic that they shared. It was just 3 days until the next Hogsmeade weekend, which would give him enough time to gather some of the flowers and hopefully find a jeweler to craft the gift. The two teens had discovered that with a good deal of practice, they were each able to close off a small portion of their thoughts from the other, and both were respectful enough not to attempt entry. Harry was especially grateful for this discovery, because in recent weeks some of his thoughts about Luna had begun to reflect the fact that he was a normal teenaged boy. He was somewhat relieved, and a bit shocked, when Luna explained that girls had those thoughts as well, but were better at concealing them. Now, in addition to certain embarrassing personal feelings, he was able to keep the secret of Luna's Christmas present. Early Saturday morning, and through the greatest of personal efforts, Harry awoke long before dawn. Searching his mind, he discovered that Luna was sleeping peacefully in her own bed. Dressing quickly, and throwing on his warmest cloak, he descended through the darkened castle and out into the night. Using the light from his wand, and the little additional light provided by the new moon, he followed the trail along the lake to the secluded cove where they had first tested their powers. There he found the circle of daisies that Luna had created a few weeks earlier. In the starlight, they seemed to give off an almost fluorescent glow, and the young boy wished that his girlfriend was there to enjoy them with him. Putting aside his dreamy thoughts, he gathered together a sizable bouquet of flowers, and then, using a shrinking charm, reduced them to a more manageable size. He placed the flowers in a small, padded box and slipped it in his pocket. Returning to the castle without being seen, he showered quickly and went down to the great hall for an early breakfast and to await the arrival of his friends. He sensed Luna waking up and her realization that he was already eating breakfast. "What's going on?" she sent innocently. "About what?" was his equally innocent response. "You and Ron are usually the last ones to make it down, and today you are one of the first." "Just excited about Hogsmeade, I guess," was his quick answer. "Okay, I'll be down in a few," she replied. A few minutes later, Luna entered the great hall for breakfast, and Harry was pleasantly surprised to see that she wasn't wearing the regulation school uniform. The forced conformity that the uniform represented didn't fit his idea of Luna at all. Instead, she was wearing her pointed witch's hat with reindeer antlers, and in keeping with the Season 1 bright red Christmas ornament hung from each antler. She also wore a plaid skirt of wonderfully clashing shades of orange and blue, and a purple sweater with orange and red snorkacks embroidered on it. Hogwarts girls who were conscious of fashion visibly trembled as Luna walked by, or turned to whisper to their friends in horror. But if some students regarded Luna as a fashion train wreck, Harry was certainly not one of them. He regarded her outlandish outfits as one more indication of her strong sense on individuality, and he admired her for it. She didn't care what others might think. Her choices were always her own. She sat down gracefully beside Harry, the ornaments on her hat swaying gently back and forth, and kissed a smiling Harry Potter on the cheek. "Wearing your favorite hat, I see," he declared with a grin. "Just dressing up a little. You did say we were eating in Hogsmeade today," she replied. "Yes, I did," he replied as he reached for another piece of toast. Ginny and Neville joined them a few minutes later, and the four friends agreed to walk into Hogsmeade together. They waited to ask Ron and Hermione if they would like to come along, but neither teen ever showed up. "This really has to stop," Ginny said in annoyance. Since the two had split up, they had both made a conscious effort to avoid each other, and as an unforeseen consequence, they were also seeing much less of their other friends. Hermione had apparently taken up permanent residence in a secluded corner of the Hogwarts library, while Ron spent most of his time hanging around the Gryffindor common room. "It'll take time," Luna said wisely. They finally gave up and walked into Hogsmeade together, splitting up upon arrival to do their Christmas shopping. They agreed to meet at noon and have lunch together at the Three Broomsticks. As Luna walked away from the young man and in the direction of some shops on the edge of town, she sent him a message through the connection that they shared. "No peeking now, Harry." "The same goes for you," was his thought in return, and he turned and walked towards the small jewelry store that Lavender Brown had told him about 2 nights before. As he approached, he saw Hermione Granger sitting on a bench nearby. She looked rather lonely and sad, and Harry immediately altered his course to talk to her. "Hi, Hermione," he said cheerfully. "Oh, hi, Harry," the girl responded absently, and then she looked past him to see if there was anyone else there. "Why didn't you wait for us?" "I thought that Ron might be with you, and it might be awkward," she answered with a touch of embarrassment. Harry's cheerful mood changed instantly. "No, I don't think he came," the boy replied soberly. That information seemed to make the young girl feel even worse, and she looked down at her hands in her lap. "What are you doing?" she asked tentatively. "Christmas present for Luna," he answered simply. "Could I come along?" she asked meekly. "I'd like that," Harry answered, realizing how fragile Hermione was at that moment. "Thanks," she said gratefully as she stood up. As she walked with Harry, she realized that he was going to the small jewelry shop across the street. "Oh, Harry, you're not going to get her jewelry. You two have only been together for 6 months." But at that moment, she realized that she was nagging and immediately regretted her words. "I'm sorry, Harry. I know that Luna will love whatever you get her." Harry just smiled at her knowingly and held the door open for her to enter first. As the 2 students entered, the sales clerk looked up in annoyance. He was trying to complete his inventory before the Christmas holidays, and the last thing he needed was penniless students taking up his valuable time. "Probably just a cheap friendship ring or charm bracelet," he thought to himself as he laid his work aside. "May I help you?" he asked in a none too friendly way. "Yes, I understand that you can make custom jewelry," Harry said politely. Sensing a possible sale and realizing that some students did have money, the clerk plastered a fake smile on his face. "Yes, sir, we do very fine custom work. If I may suggest, emeralds and diamonds make a very attractive combination," he said hopefully as he showed the young man a particularly stunning necklace. Harry never noticed the horrified expression on Hermione's face, or the struggle that she was fighting against telling him outright that such a gift was totally inappropriate. He didn't notice because at that moment he was extracting a small box from his pocket. "No, what I would like is to have these transfigured into ceramic and made into a necklace and earrings," he said, and laid a small bouquet of perfectly preserved yellow daisies on the counter. The clerk looked down at the flowers with utter contempt, as if the very idea of such a childish gesture was beneath the dignity of his establishment. "I'm afraid that flowers as jewelry have been out of style since the 1970s. I'm certain that the young lady would appreciate something more in fashion," the clerk said smoothly. Hermione snorted loudly at the remark, drawing the clerk's attention. "No, this is for someone special, and she makes her own fashion," Harry declared, trying to be patient. "I'm sorry, see, but this is really not the kind of work." But at that moment, Harry turned his head slightly, and the clerk caught a glimpse of his scar. Suddenly, his whole attitude clanged, and he took the greatest of interest in his new customers. "Yes, sir, whatever you would like, Mr. Potter," the man simpered. Harry was beginning to like the clerk less and less, as once again he saw how his notoriety could change the way people treated him. "How much?" he asked curtly. "Oh, no charge, Mr. Potter. It will be our honor," the clerk declared. Harry sighed and wondered if there might be another jewelry shop in Hogsmeade, but before he could say a word, Hermione spoke up. "Please, sir, Mr. Potter wants a fair price. He wishes nothing that he hasn't paid for." The clerk suddenly realized his mistake and tried to make amends. The last thing he wanted to do was offend this young man who had become such a hero to his world. Would you like the daisies set in silver or gold? He asked hastily. Harry thought for a moment and felt the warmth of the medallion lying on his chest. He also remembered that the ancient Celts regarded silver as a symbol of purity, and he answered with conviction. Silver, please. Our charge would be 4 galleons. And then, seeing the doubt in the young man's eyes, the clerk hastily added, That is the same amount we would charge any of our other customers. Thank you, when can I have them? He asked with relief. Our silversmith is in tonight, and I can have them delivered to you in the morning. Harry thought for a second and decided that he didn't want this particular package delivered in the Great Hall. Could you have it delivered to Professor Remus Lupin instead? He asked. Of course, Mr. Potter, the clerk responded as he relaxed a bit. Harry paid the man and was turning to leave when something else caught his eye. It was a small walnut jewelry box with a mother-of-pearl inlay of the moon and stars. How much is this? The young man asked. We sell those for 4 galleons each. There's a craftsman here in Hogsmeade who makes them for us. He insists on doing it the Muggle way, but his work is superb, the clerk said. I'll take it, Harry said as he set the box and 4 galleons on the counter. A few minutes later, and the two were again standing on High Street. I think Luna will love the necklace, Hermione said confidently. I know that she will. Harry answered with certainty. I'm sorry about what I said earlier. I thought you were going to buy her something expensive with diamonds or rubies, Hermione explained apologetically. Diamonds aren't for Luna, and never will be, Harry said wisely. You know her so well. She's so lucky to have you, the girl said in admiration. No, I'm the lucky one, he said as his eyes scanned the street in search of his girlfriend. At that moment, Luna was in a small bookshop at the other end of town, paying for a very important gift. The cost was only 3 galleons, but it was something that Harry would treasure all of his life. I'm going back to the school, Hermione said, deep within her own sad thoughts. Won't you stay and have lunch with us? Harry asked hopefully. No, I have some studying to do, she replied evasively. Hermione, you can't keep on like this, he said. I know, I just have some things that I need to work out, she insisted, as she turned and walked in the direction of the school. With a sigh, Harry went in search of his other friends. Oh. As Harry was walking down the street, he saw Ginny Weasley sitting on a bench outside the post office, a sad look on her face. There was no sign of Neville anywhere, and Harry knew immediately that something was wrong. In his mind, he asked a question. Luna, are you done with your shopping yet? I just finished. No peeking now, was the happy reply. Can you meet me in front of the post office? I think we have a problem, Harry thought. I'll be right there, came her sober reply. Harry walked over to the youngest Weasley and sat down by her side. Are you all right, Ginny? She turned to look at him, and he could see tears welling up in her eyes. I'm sorry, Harry, I'm all right. No, you're not. Where's Neville? Harry asked with concern. He's inside sending an owl to his grandmother. He wants to visit his parents as soon as he gets home for the holidays. He visits them every chance he gets. He spends hours telling them everything he's done at school. I just can't bear to think of him sitting there all alone, but I just don't know how to help, she declared as tears started to flow down her cheeks. Maybe Harry and I can help, Luna declared as she sat down on the other side of the young redhead. How can we help? Harry asked through the link he shared with Luna. By taking her to see the lady. It helped you, didn't it? Luna, that's brilliant, Harry shouted out loud and startling Ginny. A moment later, Neville joined them in a very depressed state. Ginny stood and took his hand, trying to be as supportive as possible. If you two would be willing to skip lunch today, we have a very special friend that we would like you to meet, Luna said with a grin. The 2 teens agreed and were more than a little surprised when Harry and Luna led them away from Hogsmeade and back towards the castle. Their sense of mystification grew as they passed the castle and followed the overgrown trail that skirted the Black Lake. Just where are we going? Ginny asked, her curiosity getting the better of her. You'll see, Harry said mysteriously. The landscape was bleak, gray and cold, and both Neville and Ginny felt their pre-holiday depression growing. An icy wind came off the lake, causing Ginny to shiver slightly, and Neville put an arm around her shoulders to share a little warmth. Turning a bend in the trail, both Ginny and Neville stopped suddenly at a most unexpected sight. There, next to the path, was a tiny patch of bright orange flowers that stood out boldly against the gray landscape that surrounded it. Ginny was surprised, but Neville, who knew all about plants, was absolutely shocked. "This can't be," he said as he walked forward for a closer look. Without even thinking, he dropped to his knees on the muddy ground to examine the orange poppies more closely. "Maybe just an early spring," Harry suggested coyly, exchanging a mischievous grin with Luna. "You don't understand. These desert flowers won't even grow on this continent," he declared in amazement. "Well, things change," Harry said knowingly and winked at his girlfriend. It took a real effort to pull Neville away from the orange flowers, and then he only agreed on the promise that he could examine them more closely on his way back. Neither teen realized it at first, but the temperature was steadily rising, and they absently took off their heavy winter cloaks and carried them over their arms. Then the four walked over a small rise and were confronted by an unbelievable sight. The shore of the black lake ahead of them was awash with deep drifts of spring and summer flowers, creating a palette of color that any rainbow would envy. Both Neville and Ginny stood staring at the sight for several seconds before either could speak. When words did come, Neville could whisper only a single one. "How?" Luna got a little carried away, Harry answered with a smirk. "Well, you helped," Luna declared in mock outrage, but there was mirth in her voice. "What's going on here?" Neville demanded. "Just a little gardening," Harry answered innocently. "But this is impossible," the boy sputtered. "Is it getting warmer?" Ginny asked in confusion as she removed the sweater that she was wearing under her winter cloak. "Harry's gotten much better at localizing the effects of his weather changes," Luna declared proudly in answer. Ginny and Neville stared at their friends in bewilderment, and then the pieces began to fall into place. "It was you. You were the one who created that heat wave," Neville declared as the realization hit him. "Well, yes, but I've gotten much better at regulating it since then," Harry responded with a touch of embarrassment. "I thought it was you-know-who," Ginny said with amazement. "We had better leave our cloaks and sweaters here," Luna said as she stopped by a large boulder. "It will get a lot warmer from here on." "Warmer," Neville and Ginny responded together. "Well, I thought that we might want to finish up the day with a swim, but first we have a remarkable woman that we want you to meet," Harry declared. Ginny and Neville were too dazed to say anything as they followed their friends and tried to process what they had seen so far. They crested a small hill and looked down on a small spit of land projecting out into the lake. The two gasped in renewed wonderment as they stared at a garden of color, the like of which the world had never seen before, and in the center stood the 3 standing stones that comprised the ancient shrine. Harry and Luna led their friends down the slope and instructed them to sit on the stone bench and close their eyes. They followed the instructions in shocked silence and almost immediately fell asleep. While their friends were peacefully dreaming in the shadow of the ancient stones, Harry and Luna walked down to the lake and sat by the shore. "I hope she can help them," Harry said sincerely. "I know that she can," was Luna's positive response. They sat and talked and sometimes just gazed out at the water, and the two felt completely at peace. Aside from Luna's home on rural Devonshire, Harry had never known such absolute peace in his entire life. After a while, Ginny and Neville came down and sat in silence beside them, and Harry could tell by the looks on their faces that they had found peace as well. Thank you both," Neville said solemnly. "I saw my parents. They told me that they loved me and that they were proud of me. They've heard every word I've spoken to them over the years." They could see that the young boy was on the verge of tears, but this time they were happy tears. "I understand, Neville. I felt the same way when I spoke to my parents," Harry said sincerely. "Who is she, the lady in white?" "It was Vivienne. Some people call her the Lady of the Lake," Ginny said knowingly. "That's right, but how did you know?" Harry asked in astonishment. When I was a little girl, my mother told me all of the old stories, but I always thought that they were just make-believe, Ginny replied. No, they were true. She's the last of the Celtic goddesses, Luna said a little sadly. She said she was going to send us a vision tonight. She asked if we wanted to see the past, present, or the future, Neville said in wonder. And which did you choose? Harry asked. I wanted to see the future, Ginny replied with a slight blush. And I wanted to see it as well, Neville said in support his girlfriend's choice. That's what we choose as well, Harry said with a smile. She sent you a vision. What was it? Neville asked excitedly. Our children, Harry said as he put an arm around Luna's shoulders, and she snuggled into him. Your children, Ginny declared in shock. Yes, we'll have a son and a daughter, Luna said dreamily. That means you'll marry, Neville concluded in amazement. It certainly does, Harry declared happily. Oh, Luna. That's wonderful, Ginny declared as she hugged her friend tightly. I wonder what will happen to us. I think you'll find out tonight, but I have a feeling you'll be happy with it, Harry answered with a smirk. May Ginny and I come and visit the shrine again? Neville asked his friends hopefully. Of course you can, Neville. I'm sure the lady would appreciate a visit whenever you have the time, Luna declared with a twinkle in her eyes. It's also a nice place to be alone with someone special, Harry said as he put an arm around Luna's shoulders. Ginny and Neville both blushed slightly at the suggestion, but nodded their heads in agreement. With that, the four teenagers relaxed, and taking advantage of the summer-like temperatures, finished the day off with a swim before returning to the castle at twilight. All four were confident that the future held good things for them.